7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
And it's that time.
it is. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year. It's IFB Interfleet Broadcasting. I'm New York Pete with my buddy, the Tipsy Toaster. Thanks for
Yo.
joining us on our news, pop culture, and sci-fi entertainment channel. Full disclosure, the Tipsy Toaster and I, we grew up watching 70s and 80s TV and movies, animation, cartoons, and we bring our own unique spin to our little corner of the universe, which is here on IFB. And everyone needs to know we are big BSG fans from 1978 as well. So welcome. And it's our marathon show. We're going to be on for 6 hours tonight. And
Hopefully.
that's going to be a lot. Hopefully, yes. It's going to be a lot of fun. And looking forward to it. We have a special guest to open the show. One of our very first guests here on IFB almost 2 years ago, Sean Shallow from the Battlestar Bulletin Board on Facebook. He's the admin and founder of that group and content creator. Sean, welcome to the show, and thank you for being a Galactica supporter and IFB fan.
Yeah, thank you guys. Very excited to be here. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year.
It's so cool. Of course, it's another one of those plans that the Tipsy Toaster pulled off. Because
I don't know how I don't know how Pete talked me into this. I really don't.
Yeah, Sean, we were going to do this as a podcast, and look at us now.
No, you guys are amazing. I was going to say, I wanted to lead with this. I honestly do. It's like, without getting too corny, I know, I have a tendency to do that if you know me, but what you guys have done, and honestly, I think about the passion that I think a lot of us have. That's why we're here for Battlestar Galactica in particular, but 70s and 80s pop culture, the whole 9 yards. I mean, what you've done in the last 2 years, we have a place to go once a week and see friends and chat about those things that we love from our childhood, or maybe, from later on as well. But it's been a blast. And you guys, with all honesty, I mean, you inspired me to start Battlestar Bulletin Board. I was like, what am I doing? I got to get back into fandom. So I really do appreciate all you guys do every week. It's must see. It's not television, but it's a must-see broadcast every single week. I love what you guys do. So
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Very cool. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, we love to be those people that inspire other people, because those people have inspired us. So, and if we all inspire each other, by God, we'll be inspiring.
Yes, we will. And since we're all, this is the time when we recognize the fans, Sean. So yeah, hopefully you have something to drink. I brought a special glass today. I have my Apollo from the Battlestar Galactica collection.
It's not as good as the Cylon glass. You need the Cylon glass. Or better yet, you need a Cylon tankard. So this will double as my coffee later on.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna need some, but this is what I'm drinking.
Yep.
Courtesy
we're drinking the same thing.
Fran.
For once, Super Fan Fran is helpful.
Baby Jesus.
Yes, it is a chocolate peanut butter porter. I love my beers thick, and they're amazing. Yep. And this is from Baltimore, Maryland, and it's 6.2. Pete, you're gonna get drunk in a matter of minutes, probably.
I am, but it's okay.
A classic porter with heavenly aromas, flavors of roasted malt, chocolate, and rich peanut butter with a smooth, dry finish. One sip, and you will exclaim the name.
Sean, what do you got?
I'm going to be really boring, guys, because I ran up here and I forgot to grab my mug. So, yeah, no product placement here whatsoever. But
there you go.
Hey, that's okay. It's better than nothing. So, all right, let's
Yep,
do it.
ready?
Ready? 1, 2,
Two.
3. Oh my God. Okay.
Mm.
All right, let's do
Yep.
this. Let's pour it out.
Ready? Look at that dark, rich color. Yeah, baby.
Wow.
There's a lot of foam on that. I should have poured it. I can't do it the other way because ends up on my keyboard. So, almost there. We go. Okay.
Well, you get a
Well,
big mug like this, you don't have to worry about it.
well, next time I will. But mine has to have one of the Colonial Warriors on it.
Yeah,
So,
I could.
welcome everybody to watching us live here in around the world, and you guys rock. So, our little motto, Chris, Sean.
So everybody, we always like to thank the fans, and we are fans ourselves. So it's great that you are there because you are what fuels the fandom, and we say, fans fuel the fleet.
Fans fuel the fleet, everybody. Here's to you guys. Thanks for joining us. Oh, I get the peanut butter on that, and yeah. Okay.
It's a good one.
Well, guys, Sean, we have Rob Baum, Lola, Professor Eric Paddon, Carl Cullenschmidt, all watching live. So if you guys are here, drop a message or something on the chat so we can recognize you like we usually do.
Oh.
And
Lola says hi,
you
Sean.
know, we're doing it. It's on. It's happening, guys. It's the 6 hour, and so Sean, what do you foresee for this year? What's what do you think?
What's Battlestar Bulletin Board going to be up to this year?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Start with the hard question, the easy questions. Well, honestly, it's kicking off nicely, right? Visiting with you guys, but I want to get into. I have some grandiose plans, and I probably got a little over my skis, probably the first year or so. But Battlestar Bulletin Board we're going on 2 years as well. This July. And I started it because the same as you guys, as you say, with fans fuel the fleet. I wanted to engage with others who had similar, likes that I have, and a passion for Battlestar Galactica in particular. So more of the same. I think BBB, Battlestar Bulletin Board. I try to cover
Triple B. Triple T,
yeah,
Triple B.
Exactly, Triple B. I heard you guys refer to that once, so I think that's going to stick. Yeah.
Good.
I like to, look. There's a lot of great groups out there, right? Posting their models and their work and pictures and all kinds of stuff. And here's a Cylon and here's a Viper, and that's all great. I do that too, right? But I really enjoy the posts where we're posting. Whether it be an old article from back in the day, from back in '78, or some behind the scenes, or maybe an anecdote, some kind of intel or behind the scenes is really where it's at. And then the other piece of it too is, as you guys know, I like to. I'm no Eric Paddon or Fran, but I do like to delve into the fanfic a little bit, and and so part of it.
You wrote a little bit more the other day too. It was good.
Yeah. Part of it is definitely, it can be basically a home page for that work, right? And the idea being, and I'd like to collaborate with others in the future. I'm looking for some artists out there if anyone wants to collaborate. But something that would basically house some of the works, in particular, my magnum opus, if you will, The Quest for Earth, my 297 page. Pain in the rear for a year and a half, but it was a lot of fun. So, but yeah, I think more of that, and I think more content coming, to be sure.
So cool. Well, that's one of the reasons that we really love what you do, Sean. There's not a lot of content creators, right? And we are limited. The number of Battlestar Galactica related Facebook pages or social media that are creating new content is very few, unfortunately. But we're a happy family. We love the franchise, And, especially when we get somebody like yourself that's creating stuff and putting up, different things and keeping the juices flowing. We have a passion for what you're doing, and we really appreciate it. And we want to make sure that we had you on. And thank you for starting the marathon. We hope to see you soon, though. We want to have you on again, do a full-blown interview and catch up, focus this time on the writing. Last time we had you on, it wasn't about the writing. This time we'd like to have you talk about, that whole process, because, you wrote stuff and we want to hear about it.
No, I appreciate it. And the last thing I'll just say real quickly too is, and I see Eric is coming up too, is, we have Battlestar Bulletin Board, which I'm an admin of, but we also have Derek Threeks also has a Battlestar Galactica fanfic page group on Facebook, which I'm a co-admin of. And Eric posts a lot of stuff on there. Fran's very active in there, as am I, and others. So if you haven't checked that out, definitely check that out as well. Look at others, see other folks, see their work, comment on it. We're always looking for feedback, and just get out there and put your work out there. It's a lot of fun, and no critiques unless you ask for them, right? And it's all in the name of fun. So Battlestar Galactica fanfic, and also Battlestar Bulletin Board.
Outstanding. Well,
awesome.
Here's to you, Sean. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
Love it.
Yep.
You got there. Yeah, absolutely.
And tune in later. We do have trivia.
Oh yeah, there we go. Here's to you and Triple B, Sean. Thank you for everything, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Thanks for coming on. All right, so Sean is going to be followed. I think, in a couple of minutes, Sean, Fran, and Superfan Fran. Thank you, Fran, by the way. Fran sponsored our drinks again tonight. So thank you. Baz is on. Hey, Baz, what's going on from down under? Carl Kullenschmidt and Chris Laskowski, who will be dropping in later on. And Brigitte from Austria is on. Thank you for staying up and dropping in. Appreciate it. Chris Marshall, of course, Lola. Thank you very, very much, guys. Appreciate it. Today's our 6-hour marathon, and it's happening. So Fran and Professor Eric Paddon will be on, and they're going to talk to us about fan fiction and what that's all about. And we're always interested in that stuff. We've been reading. I've read more of the fan fiction in the last couple of years with the Triple T than I did before. And it was at my loss. I was always, I think you guys, I told you, I was always chasing the professional magazine stories and interviews and trying to get that collection going. And so I unfortunately ignored, right? So
you
now
missed out on all the cool stories that, since nobody else was going to make them, the fans did.
Right. So, and it's all new to me. So, hey, what the heck, right?
That's right. And it could be so much better. Hey, you know what? What happened if this happened? And then somebody's written a story on it. You're like, oh, that's so cool. It makes you think about something else.
Right. So what the heck?
Because I love some fan fiction. I love, and then currently it's not, I guess it would be fan fiction. I just started reading so we had a pop culture look into different TV shows of the 70s and 80s. And I came across, we did one on Man from Atlantis. And I came across at the end of that show, I was like, hey, you know what? There's a book out there. And it's written by one of the show's top fans, who was Patrick Duffy, was the person who played the thing. So I started reading that, and so far it's really good, and it reads to me as though it was a pitch to continue to have the show continued, because it was written in 2016, and I think it was a pitch, and they put it into a novel, and it's pretty good. I like it, so it's fun.
Well, maybe if we look out, Chris, we'll get. Maybe, who knows? I mean,
you never know. I'll reach out. I've reached out. We'll see if we hear anything back from Mr. Duffy.
Right. I mean, we reached out to others in the industry and thought no way, and we got them. So
yeah. Sometimes we're lucky.
Sometimes we are. Dune is coming, Baz. Dune 2 Part 2 is on the way. they've started.
But it's not the
releasing some
same
pictures.
without, Patrick. Is he going to be in the next one?
Well, look, it's gonna be good, bro. It's gonna be good. It looks good. It looks like they filmed it as well, on the same level with the first. I just
Right.
rewatched it over the Christmas holiday. I watched the first Dune.
I probably
again.
need to rewatch it because I listened to the audiobook probably about 3 months ago or 4 months ago when
Yeah.
it was popular.
Baz, I
It was
think
a really good
Chris,
audiobook.
were you confused when you said Patrick? You meant like Patrick Stewart from the
Yeah, Patrick
original
Stewart.
Dune?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're talking about.
I know, but he was in the first Dune.
Yeah, well,
The very
original movie.
first Dune.
Yeah, there you go.
So
The
it's
very
not-
first.
It's not the
Yes.
same without Patrick Stewart.
Oh, it's better without. Don't worry. That was a good one. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. There was there was other celebrities. Sting Sting was in it and stuff, but this one is very, very good. Totally different experience it is. So, without further ado, I believe that Fran and our guest, Professor Eric Paddon, should be signing on, or should be in the green room. Hopefully,
I see Mr. Paddon. I do not see Fran. Hang on.
All right, Fran, you need to get on board now.
Hey,
She
Fran,
said she
I
was-
see that it says call connected, but it's not. So close everything out and come back on again.
Yeah,
You might have to
Okay.
close out your YouTube if you're watching us on YouTube or something.
yeah. Give it a.
Close everything
Give it a
out
shot.
and hit that button again. Meanwhile, we'll bring
right.
Mr. Paddon on.
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
There we go.
Hello. Yes. Yeah. Am I being heard? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Lower third. You got to fix that lower
Okay,
third,
good.
though.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Remembering too many memories of what happened the last time. But yeah, I'm glad not that.
Bingo. Look at
There
that.
we go. All right, outstanding. So, Professor, how are you?
Doing great. It's been a great past year for I think for Galactica, being a Galactica fan, and I guess being able to join in and catch you guys as often as I can when there's no conflicts has been very enjoyable, and thanks to Sean's works and his groups with the bulletin board and, as he mentioned, the Facebook.
Uh-oh.
Yes, and we appreciate you coming on anytime we see you, of course. For those of you that have followed the writings and stories over the decades now that Professor Eric Paddon has been working on, it's just incredible. I am a fan of his work. It's just really, really cool that we here at IFB have been able to make these connections, and getting everybody kind of together is really, really cool. And then of course we cross pollinate with everybody else, like Sean over at the Battlestar Bulletin Board and the Colonial Warriors, and Team BSG Viper, and it goes on, and we're all we're happy and proud to be able to
Fran,
link. Yeah.
Fran kicked him off. She's coming on to the other
Okay.
one now.
All right, so I can try to send. All right, let me do this. Who's on what? Do you know?
Fran should be on 3.
Yes. All right. Let me just resend her a quick. Fran, if you're listening, I'm going to send you a new link, and you use this one instead.
This is the great thing about being live.
Yeah. Here you go.
So while
right.
Pete's sending that out, it's a this is a live
send
show
that to
every week,
Oh,
so it's
I
always
send
fun.
it to Sean. Sean, disregard. I'm sending it to Fran. There we go.
There's too
Okay.
many buttons he's got to push. He's not Cylon enough.
Correct.
Someday he'll
Fran.
get Cylon enough. So
This
hopefully
is for
he'll figure it out.
you. So,
yeah,
there you go.
but
Professor Paddon, you stay on yours, and Fran, your do we have anybody on?
no,
is anyone
Paddon. She kicked him off with the wrong
Okay.
number.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully he can try to come back on now, and
Yes.
we'll get that figured out. But yeah, so it's just live, and we also looked at it's like, hey, you know what? We're gonna do 6 hours tonight, and I don't know how Pete talked me into that to begin with, but anyways,
Yeah,
we're gonna do
right.
6 hours tonight, and we're like, did we check that we can do 6 hours? So
no.
we didn't. So we looked at it the last minute, and then for some reason Facebook says 4 and 8. It'll broadcast live 4 or 8. And it doesn't tell me which one is which. Why only 4, and what do I have to do to get 8? So in 4 hours from now, we may be dropping off, but don't worry. I'll click the button and we'll come right back. That's the fun part of this whole thing, but I enjoy the snot out of it. It's all the electronic stuff, you know? It's the cool stuff. But that's what the Carol Burnett show was live too, wasn't it? I think it was. And it was always hilarity ensued because they would break down and do all funny stuff. And
just like we are. We're going to break down a little bit and start crying. So, okay. I resent you new links to both Professor Eric Baddon and to Superfan Fran.
We'll
both
see what happens.
Highly esteemed fans and supporters and friends of ours. We consider all of you guys friends of ours. I need a new link. Okay, just sent it. Let me go back and make sure. Okay.
Pete was responsible for scheduling everything, and he did a fantastic job, by the way, because there's a lot of people there. Me, I'll be juggling behind the scenes mostly.
It was daunting at one point. I was like,
it's like herding
what
cats.
The hell are we doing?
And then tonight we'll also do a quick 10-question trivia contest the way we did before. Oh, there's Mr. Paddon's back.
Yes.
So hang on. Let me pull him back over until Fran can get back on. Hang on.
Yeah.
Got too many buttons to push here. Hang on. There we go. Use this
So
one.
I made sure.
And we'll go there.
I made sure that everybody. There we go. Okay. The professor's back. Excellent. So I hit the link you sent me and should connect. Yes. Yes. Yes, Fran.
All right. So he's on the wrong one, but.
I don't see.
It's all right. We'll just figure it out. It'll be John 1 for right now.
For a second or two. They're a little sci-fi-ish situation. All right, so I hit the link. All right, so Fran is, I think, I see me and nobody else, just a blue screen. Chris, are you...
I can monitor. Hang on.
Okay, stand by. Okay, stand by. For...
you go ahead and talk to...
Okay, stand by. All right, so Fran is working on things. Eric, thanks so much for taking the time out. Chris will move around the digital aspects of what has to be done. And Happy New Year to you, of course.
Happy New Year.
What do you see? Where do you see at least the future of fan fiction going? I mean, it's been going for a while.
Yeah, it's. I think with Galactica, Fran and I were talking about this, the other day. We've seen such a great output, I think, of fanfic with Galactica, going on for 30 plus years now, and I think we agree that it's because of the strength of the last episode, The Hand of God. It just leaves such an open, canvas for people to go in any possible direction with it, that I think the incentive is just always going to be there for a lot of good creative output, because Hand of God just literally presents you with such a great jumping off point to go in any possible direction. That's, I think, just a testament to how wonderful that episode is. And you can go in any direction possible, I think, with Galactica. I mean, you don't have to confine yourself to just one singular explanation of where it goes. And I think even individual authors don't have to be bound by one vision. I think Fran and we have both written multiple variant universes over the decades, and because we just know that Galactica has that possibility to offer so many great takes on it. And again, thanks to the fact that they ended on such a good note, I think I've always said, thank goodness Take the Celestial wasn't the last episode, or else I don't think our enthusiasm level would have been quite as high.
It wasn't that bad.
Now,
but Hand of God better.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that you had worked on your own version, I believe, of another season. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, the virtual season project, which started back in 2004 on the fanfic mailing list that I belong to and which is still around, and we posted our stories to Robert Hansick's website. But we kind of did that again in response to the Moore series, and we wanted to write a continuation where it wasn't just going to be one single story or a mini-series stuff to try and carry on a thing with multiple authors. And 18 years later, we've still managed to keep it going, even though some of us have come and gone, and even I had a 10-year respite from it for a while. But we're at 66 stories now in the middle of season 5, and I'm hoping we can get another few more years out of this. I think if I were putting on, I'd say we're maybe about 3/4 of the way to an end game, but I'd certainly like to get it to an end game eventually, and hope that it can have in the end be a clearly defined saga with a beginning and a developing and an ending.
Well, that's cool. Fran, welcome to IFB. Happy New Year. Thank you for taking the time out.
Well, this is weird.
Thank you for the beer, by the way.
Yes.
This is very weird because I'm hearing you in like 3 different ways.
Well, the good news is we only hear you one way.
I don't know. I'm now on YouTube, but
you're probably going to close or
well,
mute your YouTube. Probably is one of your helpful things.
Well, YouTube is the only one I'm on right now. If I close YouTube, I'm going to disappear.
No. The sound.
The sound.
Okay.
Mute it.
So you might be able to, mitigate some of the
echo. Let me mute YouTube. There.
There you go.
Now I don't hear anything. There we are.
Yeah.
Woo! That was wild. Perfect. Hi, Eric. Nice to finally see what you look like. We talked 90 minutes the other day.
Yeah.
Solved the world's problems and decided what we were going to do, and if we ever get our daydream and get the show back.
So, Fran,
you can see, I got the jacket. I got the real live jacket.
That's nice.
What was the company that was selling them? Cell
Geek.
Yep.
Sold out.
Yep.
Sold out. All gone. So this is the uniform that Pete recommended. What was it was like an Etsy thing. But remember a couple months ago you had the company that was selling the T-shirts?
Yeah.
This is really good quality.
It is. I mean, I was really shocked.
It's lovely. It even looks like the ribbing.
Yep.
I'm really touched.
Yeah.
This I'm going to have to the one that I bought online. I'm going to have to work with a tailor to tighten it up a little bit. But if you're worried about size, this is a woman's XL. I'm 5'10", weigh about 160 pounds, and I've got long arms for a woman. So if you're trying to figure out if it would fit, it worked. Yep. So anyway,
cool.
Excellent.
I am so chuffed about this. I'm gonna look so cool when I get down to Dragon Con, hon. Awesome. I'm not buying the boots, but I found a pair of boots at the shoe department that are close enough for government work. They're black and they've got the buckles. I said close enough, and they were only like $60, $50-$60, as opposed to several hundred.
Yeah, there's some on Amazon I haven't tried yet.
Yeah, well,
perfect.
So what I have done lately, yes, what?
It's all good. It's all good.
Yes.
And so listen, we wanted to touch a little bit on, between yourself and cheers, of course. Happy New Year. Thank you for the drinks, Fran. We want to touch upon you and Eric were in the world of the fanfic for decades now. And what was it like back in your day when you guys were starting this out, Fran? What was it like doing this?
We were I think Eric and I were both part of a group that got together. It was an email list. And we got together every Sunday, I believe, on AOL, and we chatted and chatted.
Oh, wow.
Sharon Monroe was out there publishing her Galactica fanzine, and there was the Adama Journals fanzine. Yep. Oh. And then I did a couple of novels, and I did the short stories. They were all in the Lords of Cobalt. And I actually saw this on eBay the other day for sale for like $60. I said, damn.
Yep.
And then I did a number of books. I did Tally of the Souls. Yay. Covers by Matt Gantz, no less. This was the book that I am insufferably obnoxious about this. Terrence McDonald, who was the chief writer, saw this, and they're not supposed to read fanfic, but somebody gave it to him after the 20th reunion. And he tracked me down and sent me a letter saying, if there was ever a second season, this should have been the opener. Now, if you'd like to read this, it is on the Galactica fanfic page on Facebook. However, since I don't have the floppies anymore, all I could do was scan it and paste it as PDFs, which suck. But I've also now translated it. This was 178 pages that I transcribed on Word document. It is currently up at fanfiction.net and Archive of Our Own. And in the next couple of days, I'll take it down from the fanfic page and put it up PDF. The short stories that are in Lords of Cobol, which is a break of the action, which is a serious story. It's like an episode. Sweet Nothings, which is funny. And I co-wrote that with Robert Hansick. And there's a virus going around, which is also funny. They are all up there on the other two on fanfiction.net and Archive of Our Own. So I just finished Tally of the Souls. This is Loyalty Check, which follows, which is 225 pages that I am typing out by hand. I'm gonna have the first 6 chapters up in a couple of days. And then the last one, which is called The Homecoming, subtitled Get the Boy Home. I'm also going to do that one. I'd gotten out of fanfic, out of everything for a long time. You know, after the more mutation happened, a lot of people just lost interest, and I had other things going on in my life. And about a year and a half ago, I just was so sick of all the ugliness. I said, let me have fun. And I'm on Facebook, and I found all the BSG groups, and like, damn. And I was trying to track down people like Sharon, and I got a hold of Chris, and he said, wow, and he got a hold of me. He said, do you want to come on the show? And guys, I got to tell you, I'd never seen Interfleet Broadcasting. I had no idea. I, honest to God, thought you were 2 geeks that sat in your mother's basement passing a microphone back and forth.
We do.
But then I said, I better watch this. And I watched it. I was like, crap, I better go back and read my stuff. This is seriously well done. And with that, I began to read other stuff, and the spark started again. So with this, there's a couple of stories I want to write. There's a guy named Vaughn, V-A-U-G-H-N, who on Archive of Our Own wrote a story called The Game, but he only wrote 2 chapters and he left it. And basically the background is Starbuck discovers there's human trafficking going on board, and it ends when he finds these kids. And he said, I don't know where to go. I'd write myself in a box. I said, let me take this. I have plans. And then I have some other plans to do some other adventures. I've kind of gotten rid of the Cylons. I made sure they kind of went away. They're busy with their own things, so that we can go do other things and other cultures, other adventures. I'm stealing quite gleefully from the virtual seasons that Eric has set up. I don't necessarily like the stories of where they're going, but I'm going to steal the people with his permission. He told me it was okay. And that's where we're going. This is my fun time. I have a lot of serious things to do with my life, but when I have a chance to have fun, this is what I do to play. I sit here in my uniform and I type.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's great. It's great that once again you get that spark back, and we get other people involved, and I'm sure that you're writing. So we read one of your books, and I think your writing sparks other people, and they write, and sooner or later, my God, there's a Battlestar Galactica movement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there is a lot of good stuff, not just on the Facebook page, but fanfiction.net and Archive of Our Own both have a lot. A lot of it is really deep slash, which is not my thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is the Mary Janes, but particularly, and then of course got Robert Hansick's page, which he's got 600 stories on there. And what I think is fun, and Eric and I spoke about this the other day, is that the canvas is so broad. It doesn't have to be the core people, but you can have the core people have their own adventures. It doesn't have to be, Starbuck and Boomer and Apollo. You can take Giles. You can take Jolly. You can take, there's some stories of, one guy created the ground troops, which he calls the Mud Daggets, and he wrote some very good stories about the Mud Daggets. Oh. And there are people that have written about their own squadrons or other battle stars or other cultures. And I think that's part of what keeps it going and keeps it interesting, because you've got such a big field to play in. You know, when I'm writing, I really have to hear and see the actor, hear the voice, see the movements. And as I'm getting back into this, I was watching some A-Team stuff. And their fanfic, some of it's set in Vietnam when they meet, and that's very good. Some of it's set when they're finally free, and that's very good. But the problem with the middle of it, with you only have 4 characters, and you've got a really set format, and there's no place to go. And with Battlestar, you can open it up and go anywhere.
Yep.
And that's just anywhere your imagination wants to take you. And I think that's what makes it exciting.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the fan fiction page, and I was like, what one jumped out at me here. I got to read this one. Oh, there's Sean's has got one on here. Hang on, I'll do this so you can see it. There's Sean's. Where was it? It was like called the Chrome Brigade. No, the Chrome Berets. I got to see that, or I got to read that one.
Where is this? Is this on Sean's page? What is this?
This is fanfiction.net. Fanfiction.net.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I have to look that one up.
Really
the
cool.
Chrome Berets. I gotta see that. I gotta read that one.
What I will probably do on the Facebook page, the Facebook fanfic page, I'm going to post some of the fanfic I've seen elsewhere that I thought are really, really good. Lisa Zaza generally writes some very interesting things. She goes kind of overboard on the medical stuff, and Starbucks got to get mortally wounded every episode. But a lot of those stories are good. But I'm going to post some of them that I think were really quality. And some of them, they take the characters in different places. They put them in situations that, you know, life-changing situations. But I think that all sparks things. And the other thing I always do, and we spoke about this the first time I was on, was I've always got them in the back of my mind. So whatever I'm doing, I'm wondering, where would they be? How would they be here? What would cause them here? I walked into Ulta, which is a makeup store. And you'll walk in, it's all the makeup everywhere. And I thought, under what circumstances would the guys be in here? Let's say the girls have a day off and they go in here, and the guys come in. And what are they going to do? Are they going to be awkward? No, Starbucks is going to walk over and start pulling perfumes for Cassie. But what would they do? Who would be in here? What would they be doing? What could this spark? And I have some friends that are gay, and they invited me to go to a drag show, which was absolutely a blast. But I'm sort of thinking, under what circumstances would the guys be here or the girls be here? And where can you take that to explore the morality and the culture and that whole thing in the fleet? What cultures would do what? And it just expands. That's fun.
That's interesting. That's like a little writing insight. Eric, what's your methodology? And tell us a little bit about the crossovers, because you've written some really cool crossovers.
Well, only one really big crossover, the Planet of the Apes one, which was 450 pages of my youthful excess. I could never do anything like that again. That was just a rare case of happy convergence, where I'd always wanted to do a Planet of the Apes alternate take on the second movie, which I didn't like the ending of. It's such a downer, but I found I just wasn't strong enough to write a solo one, and the solution was to make it a Galactica crossover, and I just ended up running with it, and I was young enough and crazy enough to keep letting it go and build for over a course of several years before it finally reached its end. I could just never spend that much time writing something that long again, but it is one early effort of mine that I'm really proud of in that respect. But crossover universes, I think you have to be well versed in both of them, and they can only, I think, really be done in a very exceptional standard, because you can't let one drown out the other, and I think that's the difficult part. I've really never tried anything like that since, but I do echo, though, what Fran said about finding other avenues to go with, because it can really be give you such a needed creative spark, because I've been out of really doing this virtual season for almost 10 years, because I hit a burnout level. I did my one big story kind of early on. I had Baltar defect back to the colonial side with his base ship and all, because I found he just couldn't be a recurring character episode to episode in a continuum as a villain, because he'd always be thwarted every time, and that doesn't make him a credible villain, but give him a new motive for jumping back ship and showing Cylons starting to change their attitude for some reason. I thought could create a dynamic of letting them hang around and not go all the way completely in the background. So I did that. I thought, I don't have any more ideas left. I was away 10 years. And then I got back in when I found a new challenge of bringing the Pegasus into the angle, but not just simply, here's the Pegasus, what have they been doing, but adding the dynamic of resurrecting the character of Adama's wife, Isla, from the dead, and putting her aboard the Pegasus, and envisioning a big-name actress of the day in the part. I kept thinking back to Lee Remick, who could have done a part like that in the early 80s and was an actress, I thought, with enough stature to hold her own in scenes with the Lloyd Bridges Commander Kane, because I figured Kane, he's got to, in order to write a stories in a continuum with Kane, you got to take him down off the legendary peg here. You got to give him a character to interact with here as a peer or something, and then he's easier to write. And that kind of was a hook to get me back in, helped me get back up to speed with what I'd missed, and now in the last couple of years, I think I've written about more than a dozen or 13 stories in a couple of years. It's just really gotten me going great guns again, and making me determined now to see this whole project to its overall conclusion. But it does get to the fact that sometimes you do need to, I think, go outside the box and not just make it Apollo, Starbuck, and our regulars. You got to explore this broader canvas that the Galactic lends itself to. I think they used to say Star Trek in its original concept was wagon train to the stars, but I've always felt that better applies to Galactica.
Oh, yeah.
It was just about the command crew and their adventures, but exploring other people, exploring other facets, that's what you've got with Galactica. And as fanfic authors, admittedly, we've got the luxury that we can go in this direction, because if you were doing this as a TV show, as a TV writer, you'd have to run into the demands of a star saying, hey, we're the star, we're being paid star money, so they've got to be about us from week to week. We don't have to worry about those pressures or about budgets for our stories or anything like that. We can go in any direction we want, and that's, I think, the kind of freedom that we enjoy in being fanfic writers.
You know, if we had been able to be the Star Trek or the Star Wars, and you look at all of the Star Wars spin-offs on the Disney Channel, it makes you kind of wince to think, oh, what we could have done.
Agreed. Oh, yeah.
But one of the fun things with Eric's stuff is that when the Cylons join on, there's a big pushback from the regular guys, and Starbuck's one of the largest ones, that he don't want to deal with these people or these creatures. And bit by bit, they're becoming... The Cylons want to know more about the humans, but the humans aren't particularly interested. So Starbuck very reluctantly gets assigned to the position of the liaison officer, which is interesting. But it was a couple of episodes where they realize that the video games, the role-playing games, the game-playing games, the humans are starting to play them with the Cylons. And I don't play that stuff, so it never would have occurred to me to do that. But what a brilliant idea! How cool that was!
Well, this is the fun of, just populating these other concepts in then bringing it together into the world of Battlestar Galactica. And it's remarkable, though. I am, like I'd mentioned before, guys, I knew that fan fiction was alive and well back in the day, and there was a lot of this going on. I overlooked it. I was a little selfish, and now I'm catching up. And I personally read the Planet of the Apes BSG crossover, and man, it is highly recommended. I
Really?
thoroughly enjoyed it, and I've read your work as well, Fran. And I am one of so many that have read your the books that you showed just before. And for those that haven't, it's all fresh, it's all new, it's all fun, and people are still writing.
Yep.
Right? I mean,
Eric shows his.
Eric, what's yours, man? Put that back on.
Eric, where can I find yours, Eric? Is it online?
You can find, I've been posting the ones. These were some of the last clean slate press publications. My Galactica 1984 trilogy.
I don't have those. I got to find that one.
That is on Robert's site, and some slightly revised versions in a few areas are up on the Facebook.
What is it called?
Well,
what's your crossover called?
Galactica. Well, this isn't the crossover. This is my Galactica 1984, which was my fixing the Galactica 80 universe. That inspiration came from our dear mutual friend Lee Storm, who we all loved and missed dearly. She motivated me to do that.
Well, where can I find your crossover?
Well, that's on Robert's site, and it's on the fanfic site too. Sean uploaded the PDF.
Okay, what's the title? What is the title?
Well, I think it's just Battlestar Galactica: Planet of the Apes crossover. Really,
Got it.
That makes it easy to find.
I explained it all as it is. There just wasn't any override. I mean, it took so long to write. 450. My gosh, I have never
awesome,
ever done anything more than maybe about 150 to 200 if I'm really crazy, but generally 75 to 150 is what I try to go with today.
Yeah,
it's impressive, Fran. If you ever get a chance to read it, you're going to be thoroughly
this
impressed.
is going to be This is going to be my weekend activity. If people are looking for mine, however, they're not. I think on the Facebook page they're posted as Fran. The other ones they're pasted as, I believe the pen name I'm using is Cheeger, CH33GRRR, which is an adaptation of Cheeto, which is my plane, or maybe Chea,
awesome.
CHEYA. But
awesome.
You poke around, you'll find them.
We have a quick little comment that I thought was very interesting from Chris Tucker. Thanks for joining us live, Chris. Appreciate it. A V, the series and BSG crossover will be very interesting.
Yeah, they did
having
one.
The visitors being the reptilian Cylons.
And it's fantastic. I got it. It's fantastic.
It's out there.
Yep.
It's already out there, Chris.
It's already out there. Yep.
Yeah, you got to look for it. It's there.
I'll have to find it's on my shelf over here.
Lola says, "Love your Daggett, Fran." And
yes, that's Miss Molly. Come here, Molly. Come here, Molly.
Brigitte is up, and she says she loves reading the BSG fanfic. Thank you for joining us. Rob Baum, our unofficial fact checker, says that Hatch, in a Starlog interview, number 196, said that Larson pitched the show to him as a blend of Star Wars and TV series Family and Wagon Train. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
that was it.
Yeah, that was it. And
a very hopeful. The message was always hope, love,
yes,
fight against good with evil, but if you stand strong, even though it will hurt, right will prevail. And that was the underlying theory. And I think that's one reason why people have loved it, because it's a positive message, and we want positive messages. We want people that hang together and care about each other.
Correct.
And I think that's what the strength was in the original. However, it didn't get to be fully realized, and why people cared, why it had a cachet 45 years later, 20 years later when the Moore mutation happened. But, I think that was the cachet. There's people had fond memories of positive, good messages. Yes, and Molly agrees. You can hear her say hello.
By the way,
Annie, who can't stand up, is also agreeing.
By the way, Fran and Eric Baz from Down Under is sending his best. Paul Rotter over in the Pacific Northwest, who is well known as Commander Kane, also sends best wishes. And Linda Russell in England as well. Hi to you from the Richard Hatch Memorial page. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Really, really appreciate you coming on to our 6-hour marathon. And we're lucky to have both. We're lucky to have Fran, Superfan Fran, and Professor Eric Paddon, who are anchors and legends in the fan fiction arena.
I agree.
And we've covered your work, guys, on other shows, previous shows. Chris Marshall says hello, Fran, and so. I mean, this is incredible. We expect that both of you will be coming to Dragon Con, and in a perfect world, I think you guys may be looking to maybe doing a panel at Dragon Con. Is that correct?
I'd certainly love to do it. I hope
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
I've already got my tickets in my room. I think Lola and I are rooming together.
Cool.
If you'd like, Pete, I can write up a proposal for a panel, a fanfic panel.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Let's do it.
That'll take some of the strain off you guys.
I appreciate that.
What I would love, and this is like my dream. I'd love to see the original cast get there.
Oh yeah.
And if you go on YouTube, there is a piano at what is that arrangement of the theme. It's just one guy, all you see is his hand, and he did the arrangement. It is stunning. I mean, it's like, ugh. And knowing that Dirk Benedict is quite an accomplished pianist, I would love if we could get him there and have him play this. I would pay good money for this.
Oh yeah.
But if you want to entertain yourself, listen to that. It's beautiful. Also, the John Williams with the Boston Pops. They did the theme, and it gives me chills. But every time I hear the theme, I get chills. I would love to know what Stu Phillips's inspirations were. I've read his book, and he talks about writing the music, but he doesn't talk about the inspirations. So one of my projects this month is I'm going to write to him and say, could you tell me what your inspirations were? I may never hear from him.
Yeah,
but if you listen to the John Williams stuff, the Imperial March, if you know the classic piece, The Planets, that's Mars the Warrior. And then there's parts of other stuff. You hear Scheherazade and stuff. I would love to know if he had any specific themes or what he was trying to get across. I just think that would be fascinating. And if I hear back, I'll let you know.
Yes, of course.
The worst I can do is get no answer.
That's it.
No, yeah, of course. Eric, what do you have going on now, whether it be Galactica Direct or not? What is on your plate for
right
this year?
now? I am taking a sort of a brief respite from writing the next BS story because for purposes of the Facebook group, I've actually been going back through the 18-year output of stories from the different authors, and inevitably, you do find along the way that over 18 years in Lulz, there are issues of internal chronology not always matching and things that need to be fixed. And some of these newer copies that are being posted on the Facebook group, never touching the original versions, which stay on Robert's site and which should stay there untouched. But for the Facebook group audience, I've been kind of giving them some newer versions that kind of make sure we get some of these continuity lapses fixed here and there, and so that everything flows a little bit more in an orderly fashion, so that by the time I resume later this year, I think things will be a little bit more up to speed, and the focus of a continuum that sort of got everything straightened out that should be will be a lot easier to do. But I'm hoping to get a couple more done, and as I've said, hopefully we still have a couple of one or two other outside authors who might still be able to come up with a few items. I've enjoyed doing this big output, but I've always appreciated the fact that others have contributed in their own way, and if they can still do something, certainly would be great. But hopefully, ideally, if over the course of the next 2 or 3 years we can get close to an end game for it, that'll be about my greatest accomplishment ever, I think, as a fanfic writer. If it gets to that final definable end game point that ties what could be as many as 75 to 80 stories together, tops, and nice to see.
Wow.
Fantastic.
That's very impressive. Sean Shallow, who was just on with us opening up our marathon show, says, appreciate Eric Paddon providing synopsis and more to accompany your work on BSG Fanfic Group. So that amongst some of the other accolades that have been popping up here, both on the Facebook and the YouTube guys, thank you very, very much for taking the time out and stopping by and doing this little cameo for our marathon show. We look forward to having you back on the show on IFB specific to do an interview dedicated to your works specifically. This is just a teaser of sorts, and we're going to Dragon Con, guys. The whole thing is we are going to Dragon Con this year, and a lot of other people are joining us. We're going to have a really, really good time, and come what may, it's just going to be fantastic. and I want to thank you for supporting, and we really do appreciate it, and the fans like it as well. And so happy New Year, Fran, Eric, from myself, and I guess Chris.
There you go.
There you go.
Happy New Year. Keep fueling the fleet.
Thank you, guys.
Loved it.
I think this is the site that we're talking about.
Which site?
Free Battlestar Galactica fan fiction novels.
That's one of them. I believe the Malachi trilogy is on there. I've never been able to get it to completely upload, but the let me think. I believe it's Archive of Our Own has all 3 of the the Pegasus Chronicles that Lee and Sharon Monroe wrote, and they are stunning. It's the Battle of Malachi and what happens to the peg.
We did that. We went through those the first one on the show.
Yeah, I've found the other 2. They're not that easy to find. I believe they are on that page, but I've never been able to get it to download properly. They're on some kind of a condensed thing, and I don't know how to open it up, or an EPUB, and I don't have that on my computer, which I should load. But I think I found them both on Archive of Our Own, which is cool.
Thank you much.
Outstanding.
Anytime.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime.
This is well, we will definitely revisit this, and like I said, you guys are going to come back on. We're going to do a whole show just with the 2 of you. This is just a cameo teaser. Thanks for taking the time out. You guys are the best, and Fran, thanks again for our drinks. Again, here's to you, and happy New Year.
When I caught back up with this and got back into the fandom and found you guys, I felt like I was coming home. So thank you for that. That was wonderful.
You got that. You got it. No problem. Anytime, guys. Again, thanks. We are now going to we have like a couple of minutes in between. Our next guest up is Glen Eric Larson, and we're also going to be doing a little bit of a trivia with him once he comes on.
While we're talking about that, you will need a second device. You can try to do it on your computer, but you may have a problem. But if you have a cell phone by, you can go to this spot right here, and right now you can scan that little thingy into your cell phone, and it will pop up the place where you need to be. And you'll need to pick Team Cylon because that's the best, and not the Colonials.
No, it's not.
You can pick either one, but I would suggest Cylons because they always win. Anyways,
they don't know. That's propaganda. That's propaganda.
If the scanner does not work on your thing, if you look down at the bottom, it says go to crowd.live, and then the whoops, it rolled through. The code is listed there as Alpha Juliet 3 Juliet Papa AJ 3JP. Just go to crowd.live, and you just leave it sit there for now until we're ready to go with it, and then when we do that, we'll you'll be able to answer it here, just like we did last time. If you weren't with us last time, it's similar to this. It's the same program. You're going to go in, and you've got only so many seconds to answer the question. And the longer you take to answer the questions, the less points they're worth. Some questions are worth more points, and some questions are not worth as many points. And there are multiple choice and fill in the blank. So you'll need to be able to type on your phone as well. So multiple choice and fill in the blank. So those are the ones you'll be seeing this week. Excuse me. And this week it's the questions are from the shows we have covered. If you've been watching IFB, you know which shows we've covered in regards to Man from Atlantis and the Larson shows and everything else that we go through. Automan, we did Automan the other week. So there's where the questions are going to be at. So that's so once again, got a couple more seconds here. Go ahead and scan that in. We'll get to it here in a little while. I'll put it back up again when we get ready to do it. But without further ado, Pete.
That's right. I just reading some funny stuff, some quick comments, Brigitte and just, Chris Marshall, guys putting stuff up, and it's just a lot of fun. Thanks for tuning in live, guys. I know that there's a few others of you out there that are just listening. If you if you actually put something up in the chat, we'd like to recognize you. Chris, LOL to you. Let me just send that back to you. In the meantime, I just wanted to mention that Dorian Keyes, the award-winning sci-fi writer, is going to be with us. He's going to be checking in after 11 p.m. at approximately 11:10 p.m. Eastern time for a quick cameo. Give us a brief update. He'll be dropping in. I just confirmed with him now, so we'll be adding him to the list, Chris.
Yep.
And yeah, it's it's all good.
Our special guest has arrived.
Excellent, outstanding. All right, I was lucky enough to have a quick conversation with Eric Larson earlier today, and we discussed a few things. Mediocre Modeler. We have several devices to set up because this is run a la Cylon. So 3 monitors and now an iPad for answering trivia. LOL. Yes. What did you expect? Did you expect any less?
You gotta have that.
Anyway, Tipsy Toaster, if we're
ready to go.
Let's bring him on. Oh, there he is. Eric, welcome to IFB. It's our marathon. Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping by.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hey. Cool.
Great to be here.
Awesome.
Sounds like you got the dog in.
It seems
somebody's happy.
Everybody's got. Yeah, you got the Daggets. Why not? What the heck? So Eric, we briefly we threw around a couple of concepts or ideas in terms of information. One of them that we definitely got to talk about is that ride. I think it's in Singapore that you mentioned, and I saw it. It was up online. You got to tell us something about that. And I know the Fall Guy is in production, and you're gonna maybe mention a couple of things that are going on with that. And how are you? How are things on your end?
Doing great. Yeah, a lot of things are happening on the Glen Larson front. Fall Guy is shooting in right now, and that's great news. Some of these shows that we have been in development for many years, and so it was great to see Fall Guy finally go into production. They broke a little bit for the Christmas holiday, and now they're back into the swing of things. It's going to be big. It's a $200 million movie. David Leitch. Yeah, it's gonna be a big film. And
That's
then
incredible.
what else? Yeah, you're talking about the roller coaster. The roller coaster has been there for a while. It's been in Singapore. It'd be great to see if we could get some attractions here at the Universal parks,
like they used to back in the day.
For now, you have to go to Singapore to
Eric,
get your
what is
Galactica fix.
What is your? I mean, I saw some of the pictures after you and I spoke. I saw it. I saw some pictures posted about that ride, and it's based on. It focuses on the new, the reimagined Battlestar, and I was blown away that something like this exists, and we support the franchise. And, we have a particular love for 78, but that doesn't mean that we don't support the franchise in its totality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why couldn't they do that here? What they believe that, there's not enough, that the Singaporeans are bigger fans than we are? What's the logic? Do you have an insight?
I know. We should start a letter campaign, but but yeah, it would be great. It would be great if we could get it back, get it over here. We had one years ago with the animatronics.
Yep,
it had a laser show, and that was great. I remember seeing that for the first time in a station wagon. My dad got to see it before they even opened it, and so that was really cool. Like seeing that in a station wagon. In fact, he even went on the roller coaster in Singapore when they first started it. But it's it's got a like a Viper Bay. Like when you're in the line, you see the Vipers. You can see you got the video footage of Adama, the reimagined Adama, of course, and the reimagined Starbuck. They get on the video and I guess talk to people in the line. So it's kind of interesting.
That's insane. That's insane. I can't. When you mentioned it to me earlier, I was like, "What are you talking about? How could we not know that this exists?" I mean, just even as fans, I didn't know. What the heck, man? That's pretty cool, though. That is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It'd be great. It'd be great if we could get these new movies. These movies made. But meanwhile, there are some things that people can do to get their Galactica fix, their Buck Rogers fix. I went to a Comic-Con, and they had a writer that's done a novella series of Buck Rogers in the 25th century, and it's got Tweaky in it.
Oh, wow.
In fact, he even signed it, and he goes, "Glenn, bitty, 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 bitty," on it. Thought that was kind of cool.
Did he know who you were, or were you there incognito?
Yeah, he knows me. But I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
And then also if you go to the Battlestar Galactica comics, the Dynamite ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are amazing because they have they look like the original cast.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Like, they have Athena, they have Apollo and Starbuck, and they look like the characters in the show.
Yeah, they really did a good job with those.
Yeah, we had a couple of the writers and editors from the
Maximum
various
Press.
Maximum Press from back in the day, like the 90s, and then we had
Realm.
J.J. Miller came from the new Dynamite. We had him on the show, and he was a big fan. We got to talk about the background on what his inspiration was for writing especially the last one that came out. The last one that Dynamite Press did was one of his, and he came on, and we did some charity stuff with Dragon Con. We raised money for pancreatic cancer, and he was very gracious. So was Dynamite Press, Eric. They gave us like a case of graphic novels for us to auction off to raise money, which we passed on to Dragon Con, and they raised thousands, I believe. So that was I
got one right here. I think this is a Dynamite one right here.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
It's a beautiful
That's
painting,
It looked
too.
cool. It looks like Starbuck, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome. It looks fantastic. Yes. So we've been on top of that, and we're big proponents of all the legacy stuff. We mentioned, you and I also touched upon some of the licensing, and the Playmobil was at New York Comic Con, and Chris and I we actually interviewed the representatives from Playmobil, and we showed off the Knight Rider.
The Knight Rider,
Knight Rider is still going on, and I believe there might be some production or something like that for Knight Rider. Eric, do you know anything about that?
Production for the toys or the?
No,
for the show.
The show.
Well, James Wan has been developing it as a movie.
Okay.
He's the guy that did Aquaman. So, yeah, they got some big people that are on these. Simon Kinberg is doing Galactica.
Yes.
As a movie. He's developing it. So,
like
I said, we kind of have to wait for some of these. So
we don't want to wait.
Meanwhile, you have to kill time with Playmobil Knight Rider cards.
Exactly.
I think 40, 50-year-old guys can play with a Playmobil Knight Rider card.
Are you kidding? I've got all the. if you see behind me, I got comics. I got everything I can find. Battlestar Galactica, or I've got the. I just acquired the cards for Knight Rider. So all of the cards that you would get in the bubblegum package, and
well, you know, on my tribute side, I show a lot of the old ones that they used to have, and people are like, oh, I used to collect them. I collected every single one of them. And I think that's great if there's companies out there that are still making these. That'd be great.
That'd be great.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, you have to find the ones that you're out there somewhere.
As a matter of fact, Eric, I was telling you that Chris acquired a collectible that was related to the Dart company. Came out with a licensed Battlestar Galactica 78 collection of cards, the non-sports card, and for, I guess it was the dealers would get, there was only 250 made uncut sheets, 4 of the cards, and they depict Ralph McQuarrie artwork, and he actually signed them, and the Tipsy Toaster there it is.
Oh, those are great.
Oh my God. It is so
cool. His paintings are just amazing. I've always been in love with those things. And my regret is that they didn't have the money to really do as much of the artwork as he had. Like the stuff he does of Caroline is incredible.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it is.
I get the all the was it the they had a special set of Battlestar Galactica pictures, or that posters kind of deal that he came out with, all the different ones. I've got that hidden away over there.
Eric, did you ever meet McQuarrie?
I never did. I never did. No. I mean, I went to the Van Nuys facility where a lot of the Galactica people were. That were at the old ILM headquarters. They still had, when I was there, they still had the Death Star. They hadn't moved it.
Wow.
They had the land speeder. They had basically everything. R2D2. It was all still in the Van Nuys facility, and
well, we've done early on, Eric. We did when we first started our show here on IFB. Chris and I, when we were younger,
we're still younger. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
Hang on, Pete.
This is the Wonder Bread cards, and then of course this is dedicated. I'm going to do a little thing here for my good buddy.
Oh yeah,
Chris the Tipsy Toaster.
Oh my gosh, I would. My Christmas wish every year is to interview her. And then
on the tribute page I have, people are always saying, "Oh, I had a crush on Marion Jensen," or a crush on Heather Thomas, and some of these.
Oh yeah,
pictures that we put up on the site.
Well, see, Eric, we being that I was a big collector, and the Tipsy Toaster, Chris also, he collected some of these as well when he was a kid. I still have my original set because I bought a box. We found, Eric, brand original card sets of these that were still in the wax, the wax for packaging, and they hadn't been opened. And I bought a few of those, and it still had the gum inside, right? So they were wrapped and sealed. And
did you try it?
I challenged Chris to eat it.
Don't do it.
And he did. It was awesome. We did it all on the show, Eric.
Yeah, we did it on the show. It was.
Oh my God.
It was nasty.
Awesome.
It was.
If
you could taste the museum, it tasted like dust. It didn't even congeal into gum. It was like chewing dust, and then I was like, okay, well maybe it'll squeeze together and become gum. No, it did not. It just stayed dusty, and it was mad. It was bad. It was
It still looked pink though.
It was
the
still
gum
pink,
still looked
but it was
pink. Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
nasty. I didn't die from it, but I might have wished death at the point I was chewing on it.
But you probably won't be doing it again.
Oh, no. I would not recommend that to anyone anymore. 40-year-old bubble gum is not tasty.
40-year-old original packs, sealed packs, and we split them between the two of us. So he got like 2 or 3, and I did 2 or 3, and we opened up on the show, and then of course, Chris was that type of kid that if you dared him to eat the bug, I bet he would. So he ate that thing, and I laughed. It was fun. We had a good time. A lot of laughs, Eric. A lot of laughs.
Yeah.
And I had mentioned to you that some of the other companies out there for like I believe it was the 35th anniversary, they had actually come out with 2 different sets of the 78 series, and they had autographs. And I think you may have posted an image of those. I have almost a full set of those autographs that came with those cards, including your dad. I have one of the cards your father actually signed, and it is one of my prized possessions since he's the man for all of this. So I was surprised though that you didn't get to sign a card. Were you aware of this stuff when it was going on, or no?
That he was signing cards, or?
Yeah.
I mean, back I was a kid, so I didn't really care about my father signing cards really that much.
The thing is that
he's
this
my
came
dad.
out,
See him every day, and
yeah, he's not a celebrity. No, this collection of cards.
And I'm not thinking I need to stock up on autographed.
You would
autographs from my dad, but
no, Eric, these cards came out, they came out, I think it was about 15 years ago, give or take. And, like in my mind, as a Star Trek fan, Eric, Star Trek fans and the companies that support the franchising, they went out of the way and they got like every single extra background actor that was on the set of every season of the original Star Trek, and they gave them cards, and they autographed cards, and they're collector pieces. And I was like, man, why didn't Eric get a card, man? We should put out a letter and get your card and have you sign a card.
I actually I signed it when I did the Spaceball episode of Galactica 80. Yeah. I actually signed a baseball. We signed baseballs for that. It was kind of cool.
So cool.
Felt like a real baseball player or something.
Oh, that's really cool, man. All right, yeah, we should do that now. No
but
kidding.
I definitely wasn't a very good baseball player. They auditioned me for pitcher and didn't go very well. When I almost hit the director, he knew I was not the one.
Next.
Boy.
And when I threw the
ball,
I threw like the winning ball. Everybody, all the gaffers were like, duck, duck.
Oh, man.
It was a dangerous set when I was playing baseball.
Oh, that is awesome. Well, Eric, you have well wishes from the Team BSG Viper and Carl Cullenschmidt. He's going to be on the show tonight later on, him and George Mellis. But meantime, he's
I think he still got his helmet.
Oh, I hope he is.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he says hello, and I know that he mentioned that you had been on in the Viper, that you've actually taken pictures in his Viper at some show that you'd been to.
Yeah, and I believe it was Dallas. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Yes,
it was awesome.
So so Carl and George will be on our show later on. Dave Francoeur has jumped on. Thank you, Dave, for joining us live. Appreciate it. And so Eric, did you have any particular favorite licensed toy that you got your hands on, either back in the day or now? Do you have any? I know you're a fan, and I see you have the lunchbox, and I know that you have some other stuff. But Is there any favorite that you have?
My favorite toy was the actual props, but that's a whole other.
Jealous, so jealous.
Oh boy.
My dad, when we were kids, I mean, see that we're talking about what you think is valuable. Back then, none of these really had much value to us. We just Dad was shooting McLeod, and he'd bring back like a police helmet from the show, and so I got to put it on, and I thought that was the coolest thing. So that was a great toy. Yeah. But yeah, when Galactica came out, we did get to all the original Mattel toys.
Oh wow!
That was really cool.
That's nice.
But the $6 million prop missiles, those were really cool too.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys keep any of that stuff? Is there anything in your closet?
That was it. A lot of people, when I say my father produced $6 million man, they go, "No, he didn't.
Oh,
He didn't produce $6 million man." But he actually did 2 of the pilots that sold the show.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
They did one before, and then it was after those 2 that they decided to make it into a series. But his direction was a bit different. It was more of a James Bondish. So he had missiles and all kinds of stuff, kind of like a James Bond movie.
I believe Darren
they were great to play with.
Yeah, of course. I think Darren McGavin was involved. Rob Baum, I'm sure you can jump on and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Darren McGavin was involved in the original pilots of the $6 Million Man, but never made it into the actual show. Yeah, it's all cool stuff. McGavin was in the first pilot film. There you go. Eric Paddon just confirmed, which is he became the Night Stalker. Carl Kolchak, a fan. I'm a big fan of Carl Kolchak. But yeah, I mean, this is all good stuff. At least there is life in our favorite shows. And, you being here with us, Eric, it shows us that, there is a bigger play in this. And, like I've told you before, we really appreciate you taking the time out. And it really does mean a lot to us. There is a little bit of interest growing. And, sometimes it's hard because we get, we're in a society, Eric, that is, what are you doing for me now? Like we're, like that instant gratification. And sometimes it's hard to wait, right? We want to, it's like, how long are you going to keep making us wait and stuff? But in the meantime, we're proud to be in the company of, creators of, the fan stuff here that we're doing. We're putting things out. Sean Shallow is one of them, and a lot of the other people that are with us. We were talking, fan fiction. We were talking with some of the fan fiction writers that have taken Galactica into and other franchises, and they write other things within that world and keep that going, and of course the social media groups that we're in, and a lot of those people are part of our network, Eric, and you coming on is really special. We really appreciate it.
I think we said it last time. If you would have asked me a couple of years ago if I'd been on with you, with Moonstone, with somebody that was on the show, I would have nah, that's never going to happen.
Someone was on the show. I mean, it's Eric Larson, man. Never mind on the show, but we would be like,
somebody on the show, somebody who's the son of their,
and you were in both series too. It's like, I remember watching. Yep. I was like, wait a minute. Imagine. I wonder, is that? Nah, never ever. What would it be? The chances?
And you wrote an episode of Manimal, right?
I wrote in a show called Nightman.
Nightman, that's it. Nightman. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was Manimal or Nightman. Yeah, I just had to order Manimal.
What's that?
I said you can't find Manimal on the streaming any platforms anymore. I just ordered it from Amazon.
They did have a company that picked up the DVD rights.
Yep, that's where I got it. Shout Factory.
And Automan as well.
Yep, I got both of them.
We did one of our last episodes, Eric. We covered Automan. We did a segment So that's what we're doing a lot of that. As 2023 rolls, as we roll through it, we're going to continue doing a spotlight on 70s and 80s television series, and we've done a couple now that are Larson Productions, and we talk about the lifespan and what the stories were like and who was in it, and what was it like watching them. Maybe we could coordinate, have you come on when we do another one. If there's a favorite of yours that we haven't done, it'd be kind of cool to get your take on things, whatever it may be, whether you saw the shows or you remember your dad doing something, and it would be kind of fun. So maybe you keep
cool.
that in mind.
Sure.
But there's a time for everything, and now I think we're going to do, Eric, is the trivia. We're gonna go with trivia. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's see. So
you haven't done so ready already. There we go.
Yeah.
So should we start?
Hang a couple minutes. We'll give them a couple seconds to scan it in.
We're gonna let everybody, Eric, get on to the site and get the app going. And let's see. And then we're gonna start it like we did last time. And if you remember, we had a blast, man. We had a bunch of laughs and stuff. So let's see. I just got okay.
Yeah, it's wild though. Even though some people are waiting a while for the Battlestar movies, some people aren't. They're making fan films. I've seen some fan films with CGI. That's pretty cool.
Yes. Well, speaking of that, Eric, we were going to bring this up at a later date, but since it's about that, I think it's an appropriate time to mention that we wanted to add a little bit to the legacy as well in terms of the fan films, and we are putting together our own short fan film dedicated, of course, to your father, Glen Larson, and it takes place in the world of the 1978 Battlestar Galactica. We've titled it The Stranded Warrior, and we have a collection of highly talented fans that want to do this. We're working with actual professional actors that when we told them that we want to do this to showcase the fandom, we want to showcase the abilities that are out, the talent that's out there, Eric. We got a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of support, and we're going to put together a short that we're going to be proud to have our names attached to it. And as we get closer to production, we're going to share it with you, and hopefully you'll get a kick out of it like we are, because we believe that Star Trek does it, Eric, and Star Wars does it, and if they can do it, and there's a lot of people that really are they're enthusiastic about it, and it helps the fandom, that Galactica deserves just the same. So we're stepping up, and the Stranded Warrior is a prequel to an episode that takes place back in the original. And so we've committed to it, and we have some original props that are being made, and we're moving forward. We're going to move forward with this, and we'll keep you in the loop.
All right. Some of my favorite episodes, and I think some of the episodes my father liked, is the ones where colonial warriors are left behind on the planet, and they, it's like a wild Shane like gunslinger.
That's the exact episode we're making a prequel for.
Okay, well, that's a cool episode. I think
that's awesome. It's the Lost Warrior.
Put a little highlight of that the other day.
Yeah.
Well, that's the one that we're actually going to be doing the backstory to. So we're gonna find out what happened to
how
why
Martin
Captain
ended
Martin.
Up there.
How he ended up on that planet, and that's the one we're doing. Believe it or not. And so we'll clue you in. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at
That's Red Eye.
ability.
Red Eye.
Yep,
Yep,
Red Eye.
that's right.
Yep,
that's the
All
one.
right.
That's the one.
Good
Cool.
memory.
So
There you go.
yeah. All right, good stuff. All right, so
right.
Tipsy Toaster.
I'm
are
ready
we
whenever
ready?
you are.
Okay.
So
Guys out there
turn
watching,
down you and turn up the
we're
other
doing-
side, because remember, I have to
Yeah,
to
you
launch
gotta-
it differently because there is a lag between our broadcast and Facebook. So
Yeah.
as you say it, I'll put it up.
Okay, so we're going to read the first question, and we're going to go with our trivia now. So it's 10 questions, everybody. All right. So you guys out there that are going to be playing, you got to pick sides, right? It's going to be the Cylons versus the Colonials,
Versus
and
Cylons
Eric
will win.
Larson's. No, the Cylons may not win again. They've already lost multiple times. So I think Eric is going to actually read off the questions, and then you guys pick the answers, and then we'll review and see how the Colonials are going to win again. So, Chris, are you good for?
I'm good. When
for
you start
Eric?
reading it and I hear it come up on Facebook on my phone, I will launch it on Facebook, or launch it because
Okay.
it's almost immediate.
All right, Eric, you're a go.
All right. BJ McKay is the main character in Glen Larson's BJ and the Bear. What does BJ stand for? A. Barry Jackson. B. Bobby Joe. C. Billy Joe. D. Brian Joseph.
Oh, come on, everybody. Let's go. So this is question number 1 of 10. And remember that there are sides. We're playing sides. It's either the Colonials or the Cylons. And it's going to time out very shortly. And then we'll post results. And who do you think is going to take this, Eric? You think it's going to go Cylon, or you think it's going to go Colonial?
I don't know. Should I be? I think I should probably be impartial. Shouldn't I?
Oh, so he's the council.
Good. Well said. Well, yes, the council. Well said, Eric. Very good. No problem.
You know I'm actually in BJ and the Bear. I'm in the
Yes.
Snow
Yes,
White
you
and
are.
the Seven Trucker episode.
Yes, you are. So there we go. That's why we made it.
I got to make up my own lines actually in that show.
Did you?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Well,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
was in a
Eric,
restaurant and they said just order whatever you want. So I ordered a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
that's why we made it the first question. But all right, cool.
All right. Ready to see the answers?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
All right. So this is what the breakdown was.
Okay. All right.
We have most people thought it was Bobby Joe.
Okay.
And a couple of different ones. Well, let's see the correct answer now. Ready? Here's the correct answer.
All right, Billy Joe.
Billy
Billy
Joe.
Joe. And how? Not that many people got the right answer, though.
No, not a lot of people got the right answer on that. Only 13%.
Oh, 13%. On which side, though?
Well, let's see the team. Looks like Cylons are in the lead.
No. Come on, you guys. Come on, man. All right. Okay. All right. That's fine. Let's go back now.
And it looks like
let's go.
Mr. Kaiser is the in first place.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go now with question number 2. Eric, if you would be so kind.
Yes. What show did the character Mork first appear on?
Oh, I love that. That's a great question. I, of course, know the answer to that because I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So A,
Yeah.
Mork and Mindy, B, Happy Days, C, Laverne and Shirley, and D, Alf.
All right, we got a few seconds to close the.
While that one's closing out, did you know? I'm sure you knew that your father wrote the theme song for BJ and the Bear.
Really?
Yes.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I found that out when I was researching it.
That's
He did.
cool.
He did music themes for a lot of the shows.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then the
Yeah,
actor
super
actually sang it.
Loud. Yeah, because that was his background. You know,
Yeah,
he started
he was-
as a musician.
Yes,
He
was
had
in the
3
band.
gold
That's right.
records actually before he became a producer.
That's
All
incredible.
right.
All right, let's do the reveal.
Let's see what everybody thought it was.
Okay.
Looks like everybody thought. Well, most people thought it was Happy Days.
Yes.
Nobody thought it was Alf. A couple people thought it was Laverne and Shirley, and one said it was Mork and Mindy.
Okay.
All right, so
And the
let's see
answer
the right
is
drum roll.
Happy Days.
Yes, of course. I remember the episode. Okay, let her rip. What happened? You
I didn't jump
froze?
the gun, right?
No.
You're good.
Yeah, that's right. 67%. All right, give us the rundown. Let's see who's are the Colonials winning again?
Hang on, I'm waiting for you to finish talking on the other end.
Okay. Go.
There we go.
Yes. Exactly where it's supposed to be. Okay, Colonials rule. Excellent.
Ooh.
Okay, good. Very good. All right, let's go. Eric, if
Okay,
you don't mind,
question
go to
3?
next question. Yes, please.
Okay. What was the last name of the Admiral character on Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea?
Whoa. Oh boy. That's a good question. Okay. Are there ABCs to this or no?
To fill in the blank.
Oh, it's a fill in the blank. Whoa, this is a good question. Man, I watched this. I watched several or many episodes. I could never catch it on its regular run, and it came out. I mean, syndication, of course. But I used to, when it came on, I caught it. I used to love watching this show. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea was really cool. And okay, did anybody answer this?
Yep, we had a couple people answer.
Okay, let's go. Click that button, and let's see what the answer is. There is a delay, guys. Oh, okay. James McCoy says Nelson. Oh, we're going to find out in a second. Yes, it is Nelson. See? Very good. Cartwright, Smith, and Kane. No. Let's see what the stat is now. Chris, can you pull up?
Gotta be patient. Gotta wait for it to talk on the other end.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Excellent. Colonials where they should be. All right. Eric, let's go with the next question, please.
All right. Question 4.
Eric Paddon's in the lead, by the way.
I know as expected.
All right. The series creators of Thundar the Barbarian named Okla the Mock after what 2 things? A, their mother's name. B, a university. C, the car sound his car made. D, a puppet on a TV show.
Whoa. I'd have to guess on this.
So there's 2 of them. 2 answers.
Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, this is good. All right, let's see. Wow. I'm not sure on this. All right. What?
Yep. It was UCLA, UCLA, and Fran and Ollie on the Puppet TV show was it's in my notes.
Oh man, that's incredible. So I thought it was going to be D, and
it is D. It's B and D.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because you don't get half points. All right. Oh man, let's see what the stats are, man. Wow. That was a tough one. I did not know what that is. Oh, let's see. Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, Kukla.
Yes.
Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. Thank you.
Yeah, Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. All right, I remember those. Okay. That's all right. All right, Eric. Let's let it rip.
All right, question 5. In the TV show Men from Atlantis, What government organization recruits Mark Harris?
Whoa, that's a good one.
You got A, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, B, Central Intelligence Bureau, C, National Oceanic Research Foundation, or D, Foundation for Oceanic Research.
Oh man, there's some trick questions, trick answers there. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, that's a tough one. You ever watch that, Eric?
No, I haven't seen that.
It wasn't on for that for long.
One season.
But I did. Yeah, one season.
13 episodes.
And it was like 13 episodes. Yeah.
Are you ready?
All right. Yeah. Drum roll. And
You want me to put it, or?
now we got it. It's D. Foundation for Oceanic Research. Wow. Okay. Anybody get that? Come on. Somebody got it. And I hope it's a colonial. Yes. All right. Perfect.
Here's the question.
Excellent.
13 episodes,
All
NBC, right. 77 to 78.
Yes. All right. Eric?
Okay, I think this is one I might know. All right. Q6 is, what was the first name of Desi Arnaz Jr.'s character on the Glen Larson TV show, Automan?
Ooh.
And that's a fill in the blank, I do believe. So.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, this we did a whole special on this last IFB episode, and we talked about Automan, and there's a really good YouTube short documentary on Automan, and it's very well done. We did watch. I watched it, and so did Chris, to do a little background prep for our show covering this, and it was a lot of fun. I watched a couple of episodes too.
I had cool information about how they, this was pre green screen technology.
Yeah.
So it's funny how they talked about how they used how they made the suit do what it did. It was a really good, interesting show.
All right. So as soon as you're ready. Yeah. Walter. You knew that one, right, Eric?
What's that?
You knew that one.
Yes, I did know.
Yes. All right. Let's see the stats when you get them.
Yes, we used to watch all those shows all the time. So even before they would release them on television, we were watching them.
Of course you were, man. That's cool.
Very
cool.
Plus we were the target audience, so it was like, what did you think? And you didn't want to walk out when a network executive was coming in, because then Dad would get in trouble. So.
Oh no.
Oh, so everybody had to sit and watch, of course. So you got to see
this.
Like
we walked out. That would be.
It was it was one of like one of the Universal theaters that they do the screenings.
Well, my dad had screening rooms at Fox.
Okay.
So we would watch all the shows in the screening rooms.
Nice.
In fact, we could get like new movies that we could watch. If we just needed like a week in advance or something like that, and you can get just about any movie.
Oh wow!
Wow. So, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. So, can you show us the stats?
I found this part interesting when I was doing the research for this. 13 episodes, only 12 of them aired.
Yeah, there's a 13th out there. I wonder if that comes with the DVD, if there is a DVD.
But John's in the lead now.
Okay, and you're not putting up the stats between Cylon. There we go. Whoa!
Just because we're winning. I don't want to make you feel bad.
Well, there's something wrong with that. You must be all right. All right, we'll fix that now. Eric, if you go to the next question, I think we're gonna fix this ranking thing.
Okay. So, what city does the post-apocalyptic show Defiance take place?
Oh, of course, that happens to be one of Chris's favorite shows of the modern shows, because we don't we're diehard science fiction and fantasy fans, so we're not exclusive to the 70s and 80s, although that's where we focus a lot of our time. We do like modern sci-fi. So I don't know, Eric, did you ever watch Defiance?
I have not.
Excellent show.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I liked it. I didn't get a chance to see the final episode. I have to go back and finish watching the second to last and then last is what I was doing. So I got to go back and do that. And do we have an answer for that? Do you happen to know what the answer might be, Eric?
Yes, the answer is, you ready? St.
Go.
Louis.
St. Louis. And yep, St. Louis. There's some people put Seattle. Okay, Trenton, New York, Cybertron, and Houston. Cybertron definitely not the answer. Okay, so what are the stats, man? Okay, and 506, a lot of points, and that should put the Colonials back in power. No, that's not correct.
That's totally
Cylons
correct.
should not be winning. Why are there two Colonials? Oh, there's a second and a third. I thought there was...
Somebody wrote in Colonials.
Okay. All right. We're going to fix that, because if you add those two Colonials, we'll be winning. So that's the way it's going to go. So that's all right. Eric, if you would, next question.
All right. In the TV show UFO is the name of a secret military agency that protects the Earth. What's it called?
Oh, that's good.
You have A, Shade, B, Shado, C, UFO, and D, Nupo.
Ho, ho, ho. Eric, I have to ask, did you watch this?
No, I haven't.
This was probably one that
All right.
it'd be harder to find because it was British.
Yeah, it was a British, and it was in syndication when it came over, and it was harder to catch than it was Space 1999. And as a kid, I got to watch a fair amount of television, and I did get to see some of the episodes. They're kind of, they're slow compared to anything that we had here in the States at the same time. It didn't run for long. And it was, I believe, it was really all in it was all syndication, because it did first run in England and then came over here, and so it was from, I believe, the early 70s. So, all right, let's get an answer. Eric, you have the answer?
And the answer is Shado.
Yes, that's right. So it's B, guys, and pre-1999. Other brother had the lunchbox. Yeah, Carl. See, I knew it was one of those a little bit before our time, but I watched it in syndication, so that's okay. That's all right. It's good. It's good. If you go back, there's some pretty cool concepts in there. Supreme Headquarters Alien Defense Organization. Thank you, James. That's what it stands for. And let's see. Maybe we'll get some stats up in a second. And let's see. John, of course, is up at the top with 576. And, of course, that should put, again, the Colonials should be winning. See, if you add number 2 and 3, we'll be winning, but that's okay. Eric, if you would, please, at the end, we'll fix the numbers.
No, we won't.
All right. So, Melody Anderson acted in all but one of these Glen Larson shows. You have A. A is Manimal, B, Battlestar
We're on the wrong one.
Galactica.
On the wrong one. It's Starbuck.
Oh, 9. Question 9. 9.
What's that?
9.
It's what agro settlement? Number 9, Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
sorry,
okay.
I skipped one. Okay, what? Just testing.
Yes.
What agro settlement on Caprica is Starbuck found as an orphan? 1. Agron. B. Umbra. C. Canaris. D. Scorpia.
What? Oh, it's a settlement. Yes, settlement. Okay. I was stuck on in my mind. All I was thinking was Caprica, but yes, it was a settlement. That's right. Okay, so it's done, and well, those are the choices that were made. We don't know what's the actual correct one, Eric.
And the correct one is Umbra.
Okay. All right. So that should put the Colonials in the lead, and that's all there is to it. So Chris, even if you put up the stats, I know that in my mind, John got it correctly, and I know that John, I don't know if he's playing for the Cylons. That troubles me a little bit. John, you're not helping the cause, but there's 2 Colonials. The second and the third is a Colonial. If you add those up, it's a winning score. So I don't know what
this one isn't the second. The one that says Colonials isn't moving. It says 0. So I don't know. Weird.
Oh, this is rigged. Okay, all right, never mind. I know the truth here, and I know that there is some kind of infiltrator and a traitor or in the Colonial network, and his name is Baltar, and so we're going to win anyway. Or maybe not, but okay. Right. Last question then, Eric, please.
Well, some of those Cylons can appear like Colonial warriors and all that. So.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, look at Galactica 1980.
That's correct. Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, now we got the right one. Melody Anderson acted in all but one of these Glen Larson shows. A. Manimal. B. Battlestar Galactica. C. Knight Rider. And D. BJ and the Bear. Which one?
She acted in all but one of these. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what the? Really? See, I know that Chris knows the answer. He knew this even when he was 11. He knew the answer to this, but oh man. All right. Time's up.
Got a guess?
Eric, did you know the answer to this before or not?
Actually, I didn't know the answer before.
Okay. All right.
You ready?
Yeah, please.
It is C. Knight Rider.
Oh, wow. It's Knight Rider. So she was BJ. She was in BJ and the Bear and Manimal?
Yes.
Whoa. Oh.
And everybody knows her from Battlestar Galactica because she was Amnesia.
She was in the Logan's Run TV show? What episode?
Yep.
I didn't rewatch the whole thing. Oh, wow. That's insane. Oh, boy. I got to go back and look for that. All right. This was our final question. Let's see how our players did. And we want to thank everybody for playing. And we want to also special thank you to our guest VIP on IFB, which is none other than Eric Larson. Thank you so much. And John, go ahead, Eric.
Well, one thing I was going to say is Lorette Spang, who was in Battlestar Galactica, played Cassiopeia. She was also in BJ and the Bear.
Oh, interesting.
She was in the episode I was in, actually.
Oh, wow.
Ah, very cool. Oh, Carousel. Episode 11. All right. Well, I got to look for that, Eric. Thank you for that piece of information. So Professor Paddon was typing in some details on the side in the chat, Eric. So that's when I mentioned Logan's Run, that came from the professor. So thank you for putting that up, Professor. And Eric, of course, thank you. And Lockhart did 2 episodes of BJ and the Bear as
And she was the Knight Rider.
Pogo Lil. I
She was a
lost my
Knight Rider,
crown
too.
from the Dragon Con quiz. Congrats, John. Yeah. You see, some things never stay the same, right, Stephen?
Yep.
Thank you, Stephen McCormick, for thank you, everybody, as a matter of fact, for taking part in this. And if you do the reveal, Chris, you're going to see that if it's all said and done,
The Cylons
that
are
should
ahead.
not be correct. There's no. All right, look, bottom line is, Eric, if you remember last time, the Colonials won, and the time before that, the Colonials won. So the Cylons win this time. We're still 2-1, and that's it. It is what it is.
It's all right. Cylons
Yeah.
have faster brains. And we don't
Okay.
cloud our brains with this trivial matter. It's all digitals and
Yeah.
computations.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you won 1 out of 3. You think that makes it why? You're impressive. The Cylons are not impressive.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about it.
Even Apollo says it in the show. This is the Cylons think are much faster than us.
Don't worry about that. Apollo knows how to blow them out of the space, out of the stars. Colonials don't drool. That's right. Eric, thank you so much for joining us on our marathon here. We all love having you on, and I know the fans love having you on as well. Last time you came on, we had just about over 10,000 views of that episode. We really respect you for taking the time out and stopping by and supporting us. And we look forward to having you back. The year is now young. It's 2023.
That's right.
I will reach out to you and we'll, you come back and we'll do some more of this. We'll have a little bit more fun. And we'll work around your schedule. You let me know. I'll reach out. And well, don't forget, please, that obviously in September, when we do our anniversary of the original Battlestar Galactica premiere, and of course the birthday of IFB,
And
that
don't
is
forget
always
the birthday of Mr. Larson was just
of Mr. Larson.
Yeah.
That's where I was going to,
Yeah.
of course. So
Yeah, we just
that's
had his
separate.
birthday was this week.
Yep, was this week.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do a couple of shows. So we do our anniversary show, which we dedicate to your father's memory, of course, and our birthday IFBs. However, we want to do something with you exclusively. So we want to have you back again at your convenience, because we go Thursdays live, as our fans know, and we'd love to have you back, Eric. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's been great.
Oh.
Thank you so much. And here's to you, sir. Fans for the fleet.
Here's to you, Eric. Fans fuel the fleet, and cheers. Thanks for coming on.
I didn't bring my cup, but I'll hear.
There you go.
Next time,
All right,
buddy.
thanks, guys.
All right.
Yep, take care.
Thank you very much, Eric. Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, all of you guys.
Oh man, so great. It's sort of like our thing. Eric comes on and we have great talks, and then we do a little bit of trivia. I think you guys got a kick out of it. We do, and I personally enjoy the fact that Eric has some comments here and there,
behind the scenes stuff that nobody ever knows.
Nobody knows, so it's really, really cool to have Eric Larson on our show and supporting the fandom. So thank you again, Eric. Really, really appreciate it, and thanks for taking the time to have our conversation early in the day. We talked a little bit about prepping for tonight. Guys, thank you for watching. We're doing the marathon tonight. IFB, Interfleet Broadcasting, Tipsy Toaster, and New York Pete doing our marathon 6-hour show. We're just into the 2-hour mark, and we have a guest, I believe, should be popping up any time now, from Non-Sport Update, right? And personally, I've been a reader and collector since I was a kid, and I've been collecting the Non-Sports Update for years, and a subscriber as well. And it's the only magazine dedicated to cards that are not sports cards, although they have a line of guidebooks and things like that.
I never got into the sports card. Friend of mine,
yeah, neither did I.
Friend of mine would always, he was a big. I grew up in Wyoming, and his father was in the oil industry, and they were from Texas, so they were really big Dallas Cowboy fans. We're talking about Roger Staubach and that time frame. I'm probably definitely aging myself, and Tony Dorsett, and he had all these cards, and he'd always talk about the sports, and I was like, yeah, I am not the sports guy. That's all there is to it. I never watch sports, unfortunately, but I will watch roller derby. But I don't watch the sports. I never did sports. I never watched them on TV. I don't think the only football show. There you go. That just says something. Football game that I would watch would be the one on Thanksgiving Day, which was always the Lions and the whoever. It was always the Lions and somebody. So that was the one we always watched on Thanksgiving, and that was just like a tradition at the house. And then other than that, I never watched. And maybe watched the Super Bowl for the commercials, but really didn't pay attention to the game. And not so much. But he would break out those cards, and then he would always, I would have some sports cards I got from somewhere or whatever else, and we'd trade back and forth, and I would get all of the Battlestar Galactica cards and the Star Wars cards and everything else he didn't want. And I still got them. So I still got them on a pile over here. Still has his initials on it, JD. Because we all put our names. I mean, we didn't think about they were worth anything back then. We just wanted to make sure we knew we were ours. So, you could collect. You wrote on the back. You freaking used a pen and wrote your name on it or whatever else. So I still have a bunch of those. Cowboys play Thanksgiving. Yep. There
you go. Well, interestingly enough,
go ahead.
We did collect, and we do collect cards, and it's kind of cool that we mentioned cards earlier. We're gonna have one of the individuals that are directly involved with covering, and they continue to cover and support the non-sports card industry. And so we're going to have the production manager from the magazine itself, and it's going to be interesting to pose some questions and talk back and forth about what the industry is about. So
it's going to be fun. I mean, like I said, I just recently started collecting some. You scratch your head. You're like, I wonder if they had cards for V. And sure enough, because I didn't collect them back then in Wyoming, there wasn't a whole lot of available. Right. So I started looking around, and I found a set of V cards. Actually, the first set of, other than Battlestar Galactica, the first set of cards, Star Wars and stuff I had when I was a kid. First set of cards I got was at Knoxville. And I found, I didn't know they had them, and that's what really drew me nuts, because I didn't know they had these. It was Knight Rider.
Yep. Yeah.
So I got the entire set of Knight Riders. Like, oh, this is cool. I said, wonder what other sets they had. Wonder what other sets they had. And then come to find out, they had V, which is another one of my favorite shows. So I went and found the V cards, and then most recently I picked up another one of my favorite shows was Magnum PI, and I did not know they had 2 sets of Magnum PI. So I was able to find those too. We need to go through some of those and show them off. But
we should definitely do that.
Those are fun. And then I just started looking around for other shows. I mean, I do have some Mork and Mindy cards. We had a Mork and Mindy question tonight. I had one or two of those. I didn't have a whole bunch. I bought like one package back then. But I had Mork and Mindy cards and what else was there? Oh my gosh! Of course, the Wonder Bread cards for Battlestar, and Star Wars cards are probably worth a mint from back in the day. Maybe, I don't know. They had so many
Somewhere,
of them.
yeah. Is our guest
so
on,
many
in the green room? Can you
I don't
tell?
see them.
No. All right. I just sent a quick text to see if maybe there's make sure there's no link problem.
Right. I'll check. Let me check the call center.
Yeah. Just take a quick look. And Steven says, I have Black Hole, Battlestar, Star Wars cards. I only have a few of the Black Hole. I got to be honest, I was slightly disappointed. I don't remember exactly why. I don't know if maybe the ending, some people have issues with the ending. It's a good enough movie, and I just didn't really get into it as much. So,
what movie?
Black Hole.
Oh, Black Hole is great. I like that one.
Yeah.
I love the robots, of course.
Yeah, of course. They have cards.
Maximilian.
Cards. Yes, Maximilian. There are cards for Black Hole.
I have to find those now. Damn it.
Oh, yeah. Harris, I am here. Maybe some link issues, but I am here. Okay. Harris,
he's not the call's not initiating. He needs to shut down and close everything out.
Yeah. Harris, if you could do a reboot so we could pull you in and have you come on.
I see him says sending out reply to initiate call, but it's not coming. It's not reaching his computer.
Oh, it's not reaching your computer. I don't know what that's about, but if you would do just
somewhere else.
Yeah. So if you just do a quick reboot, maybe that should fix it.
Close everything out and then open up if it's Apple, Safari. If it's not Apple, then Chrome.
Chrome, yeah. All right, perfect. He's on it, so very good. Carl, Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Yes, I have those.
I had Close Encounters cards.
Tron cards.
What?
Whoa. Yeah.
No, another one I'm gonna have to look for now.
Yeah, Carl, you just yeah. He's gonna have to go get him. I think the storybook version seemed to make the film seem more ambitious. Only years later did I see that there was a sizable amount hewn away. Oh, Rob, that's interesting. Maybe we should look into that. Maybe we should spend Black Hole.
Oh yeah, and the cards are different than the movie.
The storybook version. Yeah. No kidding. Maybe we should look into that because the Black Hole was a pretty good movie when it came out. So let's.
Very good acting. It was really.
Yeah. That'd be kind of cool.
Exciting and dark. It was dark for Disney at that time.
It was very dark for Disney. It was especially when you figure out what actually was going on and how Maximilian was and the manipulation. First Disney film to get a PG rating. Yeah,
wow.
That's right.
I didn't know that.
That's right. Yeah, so like you said, Chris, it's really a lot of fun that we're able to kind of tap into the the bigger picture of what Battlestar Galactica is, and we're able to get people like Jean-Pierre Doliac that came on the show, and Terrence McDonald that came on the show, and of course the fan fiction writers like Fran Severn and Professor Eric Paddon, and then of course everybody else that's built around or built up the Battlestar Galactica community, including the admins and stuff, whether it be Sean Shallow and Battlestar Bulletin Board, or Mediocre Modeler, or Paul Rodder that comes in, who's Commander Kane, and he's well known in all of the circles, new and old franchise, and we've come together, and all of you guys that are watching us live now in our 6-hour marathon, thank you so much for supporting and being here, and the fans that are watching around the world, thank you for watching with us. We appreciate you coming on. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, cool. So let's bring on our next guest. Thank you for taking the time out. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Harris, we have mentioned, non-sports card collecting on our show many times, and I'm a fan of your publication, and I am a subscriber, and I have been
I
for
see.
years.
What I want to know is that I gotta get that publication from you, because I see a Firefly thing up there. I didn't know they had cards.
Yeah.
I'm new to the non-sports card collecting. I collected some of the stuff when I was an older kid, but it was mainly just Battlestar. But lately, I'm discovering there's other shows from the 70s and 80s that I loved so much.
Yes, lots of classics
that are available now, and I didn't know they were available at the time. And it was like, oh my gosh, that they had a card set for that. So my first, like Knight Rider, I didn't know they had a set, so I found Knight Rider, and I found a couple of other different ones, and then I found some specialty things I just started looking for, and I came up with something really weird. But I came up with this, which is a 200. They only made 250 of them. The card company made it for Battlestar Galactica, and it's actually signed by the author, by the artist.
That's
Prof. McQuarrie.
very cool.
That was I did not know it existed, and as soon as I found it, I was like, "Well, I gotta have that."
Yeah.
Those are some weird things.
Boy.
You just come across. He's like, "I didn't know it existed."
Yep. Great art.
Oh my gosh.
Harris, tell us a little bit about your role and the magazine itself.
Okay, sure. Well, Non-Sport Update started in 1990. It was originally it was a family-run publication. We're based out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and it was me and my parents who ran it from the start. We ran it for 25 years, and at that point, we sold the magazine to Beckett Media, which is now Beckett Collectibles. We had a very successful run. My parents, are getting kind of up there in age, so we kind of felt it was the right time to sell, so we sold it, but the magazine continues. We're on our, 30-something year anniversary now, which is quite a milestone in print these days. It's kind of like 100 years in print. And we've always been solely focused on non-sport trading cards. Like you said, there's actually one other publication that does exist, but it's quite different from ours. We've always covered new and old cards, whereas the other publication really focuses on older stuff. And we're kind of like the only glossy that exists. And every issue comes out with trading cards inside. There are sample promo cards from several other manufacturers. We have a price guide inside the magazine. We have articles on new and old releases.
Wow.
That's about it. It comes out every other month. And like I said, it's the Bible for non-sport trading cards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, Harris, what are you a collector?
Yeah, that's how we got started. Probably like many of the people listening right now, I started with Star Wars. In 76, I guess I was 11, and that was the coolest thing ever. We bought a box of Star Wars cards, and I just needed one set, and it came out with 3 sets. So, excuse me. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thought I had turned the ringer off. Anyway, I had 2 extra sets. So what are you going to do with the extra sets? We put an ad in one of the sports card publications, and we got, 50, 60, 70 orders, which, for an 11-year-old kid was kind of like amazing.
Wow.
So kept having to go back to the store and buy more and more and more boxes. My parents helped me out, and we sent cards all over the world. And that's how we got started.
Wow.
That's how we got started. We were actually dealers for many, many years until we started the publication.
And do you guys host your own show?
We do, yeah. We even though we did, like I mentioned, we sold the magazine to Beckett. We do run a show that we own. It's the Philly Non Sport Trading Card Show, and that is now held in Oaks, Pennsylvania, which is right outside of Philadelphia. We run that twice a year. The next one's coming up May 20th and 21st. Got to get a plug in there. Yeah, at the show, there's like 80 tables of non-sport trading cards, new and old. We do have some manufacturers that come and exhibit, and we have artists who come and exhibit, and people love it. And that's been going on, actually. That show's been going on continuously twice a year since the 80s. We did not actually start the show. There you go. But we bought out the promoter many years ago. It's, I guess, probably been 10 or 15 years now that we've been running the show. And we still do run that as a family-run business.
So, full disclosure, I have been to 3 of those shows over the years, and I have met your folks. And the first time I went, I dragged my son with me.
Okay.
And he was, I believe he was like 8 years old, maybe 9. I think 9 years old. And your mother was very, very gracious, and she actually gifted him his first box of non-sports trading cards.
Okay, cool. And what was that?
It was Lost. It was one. I don't. Yeah, it was. I believe it was like season 2 or 3 of Lost.
Okay.
And my son has a very deep respect for trading cards. He's very particular, but he does have that respect, and he does collect. And I think I should, that's why I want to mention the kindness of the kindness of your mom, and the fun that we had at that show was a good bonding moment, because who doesn't like trading cards? I mean, whether you're sports or not. But I did want to mention that. It was very cool.
Okay.
So you just pass on that my grateful appreciation to your mom. Meantime, where do you see the industry, Harris? Where do you think it's going?
Well, it's been pretty stable for the last number of years. We're lucky that we have several what we call major manufacturers, but certainly wouldn't be considered major in sports. But we have some larger manufacturers, and we have quite a number of smaller manufacturers. And it's a healthy mix right now. It's nice to have like Rittenhouse Archives, who's doing a lot of the science fiction trading cards, and we have Cryptozoic and Topps, who's now owned by Fanatics. And then there are, like I said, there's quite a number of like artist-driven companies. There's R.R. Parks Cards, who's doing quite a lot of different things. So I think it's good. Sports cards and non-sports has really seen a bump through the pandemic. Maybe coming down a little bit now, but the pandemic kind of, if it was good for anything, it was kind of good for collecting, because people were inside with a lot of time on their hands. And, so
you're right. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you, one of my loves is The Prisoner, and so I took some time and I did exactly like you said. During the pandemic, I indulged a little bit, and I was able to pick up a couple of boxes of The Prisoner cards, and we picked up some Smallville cards for my son, who's a Smallville fan, and I continued to collect Stargate Universe and Battlestar Galactica, and of course Star Trek autograph cards. Harris, are one of my passions. But going to the show, I got to tell you, going out to the shows that I did go to, it was great because it was a good mix of dealers that represented, the old time cigarette and tobacco cards as well, and not only the newer stuff. And it's definitely a place for those of us that are on the East Coast to definitely visit. What is one of all the things that you've been involved in terms of the the non-sports cards, what was the most valuable card that you actually were involved with personally?
I can think of a couple. We were lucky enough. Well, we used to run auctions ourselves. Again, as a family-run thing that we would run through the magazine. They were all consignment auctions, and we did auction off. There was a rare Star Wars promo card that was not released, and there were only a few of them out at the time. I think more have gotten out there since, but we were lucky enough to auction off one of those, and I don't remember what it went for, but when you think about it, just being a 2.5 by 3.5 inch piece of cardboard, and it went for $500 or $1,000 or something like that, and it was only 10 years old or something at the time. It was kind of amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. And another thing that we auctioned off was a president's card. Now that one was older. I think it was maybe from the 30s. There was it was kind of a promotional set in its day, in that I guess you got a card with, I think they may have came with caramels or something like that. And you got all the different presidents, but there was one that they held back. And if you collected them all, you could send them all in. They would send you them back with the McKinley card, President McKinley. He was the rare card. And so there were hardly any of those that existed. And we did auction off one of those. Now, I think, let me see, I did look this up in the meantime. I think that card has gone for let me see if I can, I don't know. I had it somewhere, but it's gone for, since then, it's I don't know, thousands of dollars. We didn't, we didn't see that kind of money through our auction, but I think it's changed hands a number of times, and maybe there might be 2 or 3 of them out there, and it's worth quite a lot.
Oh, that's very, very cool.
Yeah.
I just don't see a bunch of kids in the thing. Do you have a McKinley?
Yeah, exactly. It's not quite a Boba Fett, but whatever.
No, but amongst the collectors, that is something. Which cards are actually the more popular cards that are out there now, in your opinion?
A lot of the things that we've said, Star Wars continues to just be very popular. There's a lot of Star Wars releases. There's a number of Star Trek sets. Believe it or not, Outlander is pretty popular.
Really?
That's one that kind of surprised us at the beginning, but it continues to be popular, and it's something that Cryptozoic Entertainment has released. And I think they've done maybe 4 or 5 sets and a premium set as well, and those are very popular. There's very loyal fans for that show. They just did a Lord of the Rings set, which we're years past Lord of the Rings, but that was pretty popular. So I would say all the key sci-fi titles.
So Harris, let me I had this one question just actually kind of dawned on me now.
Okay.
So, not to put you on the spot, but I just thought of how difficult would it be to get the licensing to do a set of cards?
I guess it would depend on the title. Some, you can get if you have the money to spend. They're quite expensive. Some are harder to find because you have to actually, like if it's an older title, you may have issues finding the license holder of that set. I hear stories about that. But if it's something that's on TV right now, of course, it's probably easy to track that down. And you just have to crunch the numbers. It's going to be expensive, and I don't really have any input onto that, but it's doable. And I think doing a trading card series is if the licenser doesn't really know what they're dealing with, they're in for a surprise, because trading cards are harder than a lot of other licenses if you think about it, because you're going to need at least 100 images, one for every card front if it's a 100 card set, and maybe one for every back, and then you're going to need to. Most modern sets today, have costume cards, so you need to track down costumes, and you may need to get artists to do artwork and things like that. Compare that to something like a T-shirt license. You need one image on a T-shirt, So trading cards are quite difficult to put together.
Wow, that you just put a very good framework on some of the ins and outs just in what you just said, because to
Right.
try to get that all done, like you said, like there's the costume cards, never mind the autographs that would be involved, so there's a
Right.
lot of moving parts. We Chris and I and a lot of our fans still collect Battlestar Galactica. Do you have any insights on the franchise in terms of the cards?
Not really. It's been a while, I guess, since we've had our last Battlestar set, and but Rittenhouse Archives has done several of them in the modern day. But I don't really have too much insight into that right now. We need a new series, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do. We really do. And not only do we need the series though, but more importantly, Harris, we need to make sure that that they take advantage of the whole marketing idea of the cards themselves, because there's a lot of good movies that are out there that you would say, heck, where are the cards?
I know. We say that all the time.
Yeah.
I wonder.
There's no Avatar cards.
What?
Correct.
You would think they would just be
all over.
Yeah, they actually did. Pops did announce an Avatar set for the first movie, but whatever happened, I don't know. But it never came out, and there was no talk at all for the second movie.
Huh.
Wow. Let me ask you this then, Harris. In terms of some people still believe that certain high-end and certified comic books can still be an investment. Are the cards investment quality, or is it something, I don't know? What's your take on that?
That's a great question. It's something that we kind of fought for a while in the magazine, but there definitely are two different kinds of collectors out there. There's the old school kind of collectors that we were, which is, we didn't really care about grading or investing or that, really even back in the day, we really didn't even care that much about condition. We just wanted to make sure we had everything.
Right.
Yeah. As time has gone on, now it's more important if you're in the investment kind of end of things, that you do have good condition. And yes, there is definitely an investment angle to it. There's a lot more non-sport cards being graded these days than ever before, especially, the older ones or high-end autographs. So I guess the long answer to your question is yes, there's definitely an investment potential.
Interesting. Harris, you mentioned the magazine. One of the things that I get it, like putting together a magazine, you have to find the perfect balance between, how much can you dedicate to, the actual, grading, right? And the actual, it usually, I always found it to be almost, 50-50 in terms of, you're putting in the list, and the list is by far nowhere near what type of lists of properties that you could actually put in here. So you'd have to, I know that it changes from time to time versus articles. And for me, whenever I got your magazine, it was like, I want more articles, and I know that there's a formula that has to be, there's like that balance, that perfect balance. But for me, it's like, man, I want to see more in terms of the writing. Some of this stuff that's in here and the people that you get to write these articles are short and sweet. They're good, they're right to the point. I would want more of that. I know that it may not be possible, But is there another place that we could, possibly, go to that you're involved in for more insights and more articles, so to speak, on non-sports cards?
Well, we do publish more articles online on the Beckett.com website. That's
Okay.
mostly focused on new releases, new announcements, and things like that. Ryan Cracknell writes most of those, so he's really up on the latest, and you're going to find out things there probably first. I think that's on Beckett.com. Beckett's always maintained two websites. So the one you're looking at right now, which is Beckett Media, which is where you'll find Non-Sport Update for sale or all the other titles that we do. But then there's Beckett.com, which has a news component, and you'll find stories there on sports and non-sports.
Excellent.
So I would say there, but that's really good input.
Excellent. Also, I wanted to know your take on the collector guide. I will confess that I have been super interested in picking one up, not for the sake of grading or valuing my cards and my collection, but just because I wanted to know more of what's out there. It's like Chris was saying that he's been exploring a catch up of I guess cards that that he didn't know was out there that he wants to get. And I was thinking,
Right.
I've always thought to myself, if I get that price, if I get the collector guide, which every year obviously changes one way or the other, what's actually in it? Is it complete or not? Can you give me like a rundown on what we would get?
It is fairly complete. When we actually started the magazine, it's almost funny these days. We were able to almost list every series that was released, and that was 30 some years ago. We could almost list them all because there weren't that many, and because there were, if there were inserts, there was one kind of insert and they were stickers or something like that. So the listings were 1 or 2 lines long. Nowadays, with 25 different autographs and 18 different promos and 50 or 60 sketch card artists and things like that, there's no way we can list that in the price guide. So the price guide, it used to be, we started having problems at one point, and then you almost had to throw your hands up in the air because there was no way you could cover it. So then, the books have been coming out, and of course those are books. So we're able to cover much, much more in those books. And there's also, Beckett has an online guide too, which of course, is an endless resource there. But there's much, much more covered in the books than we could ever cover in our 30 page price guide in the magazine. I wish we could cover it all. We would need 100 ads to do that kind of thing.
Oh, of course. Then, so I am now committed to actually getting one of those. And I to be honest, I believe that one of the reasons I haven't to date is because I would probably find sets that I would need to then have, and so I was like,
yeah, I know.
I know. Chris is gonna. He's gonna.
I saw the front cover of that magazine for the first time today, and I'm like, "There's a Firefly set."
Yep.
Oh crap.
Harris, I've delved into. I am a fan also of a franchise called Warhammer 40,000, and
Okay.
they recently teamed up with Panini out of Italy that does the the stickers for the soccer and all that other stuff. They've come out with their own card series. It's a total of 500 cards.
Wow.
And yes, it's 150 for the base set and another 150, which includes other mini sets. and then so that brings it to like 300, and then there's like another, like, chase cards that I think total whatever. So how close do you guys monitor overseas cards?
Ooh, yeah, because I just saw, like, it's funny that you say that, because I just looked up a couple of days ago. I was looking for a set of cards for Airwolf. Well, there are no cards for Airwolf in the United States.
Yeah, I guess we have our hands full with U.S. releases. We do cover a few UK-based releases, but I will say that most of the stuff that we're covering is US-based. It's just so difficult. There are so many cards.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when we write a story about James Bond or something like that, we may, cover some UK cards or something, if there's a UK component or even Australian, whatever, we may bring that in. But for the most part, the price guide is mostly going to be American releases. And by the way, where was that release? I'm not familiar with that release. Where was that release?
Airwolf. It was
the one that Pete mentioned.
Oh, that's this. That is Warhammer 40,000 Dark Galaxy. This is the trading cards.
The trading cards, were they US or were they?
No. This is English. These are UK.
Okay.
Out of Panini, who's of course in Italy, and
right.
So,
and Panini actually has a big component here in America too. But they still can make a lot of the stickers in Italy. That's cool. That's very cool. How close are you to your 500 cards?
I'm very close to finishing up the base set of the 150, and I have about 20 spread out on the other ones. So let's say I'm about close to 175 out of that gigantic number of cards. But in England, they seem to be very much into their soccer and other cards, right? So I think it's driven by the soccer cards and the sticker cards, the albums. They come out every year, and just like our baseball cards. And so they're very familiar with the whole Panini concept. And then so this franchise, they started with a sticker book, and really well done. And then from there, they launched their trading card, which just came out, and it's very, very cool. So there's.
By the way, now that you mentioned that, I don't know if you saw this, but 60 Minutes did a really cool story on Panini just a couple of weeks ago, and it was specifically on what you're talking about, on the sticker albums and collecting, and it was really well done. So, and I believe it's on YouTube. So.
Oh wow! I definitely going to look that up. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy to see that on 60 Minutes. We don't get a slice of 60 Minutes too often.
No, never mind. The sticker cards that are out there, but not. I mean, they exist, like you said. They exist here. The cards and this one particular thing that I showed you, the Warhammer stuff, is not licensed, I guess, for distribution in the United States. So Panini US doesn't have that. So I have to get everything from the UK. But it's incredible. Harris, we're fans. We're collectors, and our followers are also. And we would love to have you come back and just do a show with you and put up our cards and show some of the things. And which sets are your favorite, your personal favorite?
Well, of course, I have a thing for the original Star Wars set, since that's what kind of got me started. Something a little newer was I love the Star Wars Galaxy set that Topps did in the early 90s, because it was so original and so cool. They did original art for that. It was the first time we got to see original art. We were so used to the movie stills, and here came a set with original art, and it was great. And in that vein, I love the first Marvel Masterpieces set too. Joe Jesko did all the art for that, and that was really something too, because all the art on Marvel sets usually was pulled from the comic books, and this was all original art, and Joe's art is just phenomenal. I've always liked the Mars Attack set too.
I figured. I was looking at behind you there, so that was one of my favorite movies.
I have the repro of the original Mars Attack. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
We have a quick question.
The only movie that we've ever had, flipped from a trading card set into a movie, unless you count the Garbage Pail Kids movie.
Oh yeah, the Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah.
Don't count, but...
Which we have a question from our news anchor John One, who is going to be on our show later. He had reached out to you originally. He says he's asking, which set would you like to see made?
What set would I like to be made? I don't know. I mean, we never ever got a. This is kind of not what we've been talking about. We've never gotten a Seinfeld set.
Nothing wrong
back
with that.
in the day, I mean, we had so many people asking about
Mork and
Seinfeld.
Mindy, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, we had Mork and Mindy. I don't know why we never got Seinfeld. We never got Friends. We never got some of those comedies.
Cheers, didn't they come? They did have a Cheers set, didn't they?
No.
Oh,
Cheers. They did. There were some comedies. There was like they did. What was that one? What was the one with Steve Urkel? I forget what that was.
Oh boy. Okay.
Not All in the Family, but
whatever that was. They had cards for that, but no Seinfeld. So go figure.
Yeah. I know the Three Stooges, Harris. They came out with cards for them.
Yeah, they had Three Stooges. Yeah, there's been a lot of comedy sets over the years, but never Seinfeld. I love For All Mankind right now on Apple TV. That's such a great show.
Yeah.
I don't know that it has much viewership, but that would be an awesome set of cards.
So if I was to do what do you think? If I was to do an independent movie and I created cards for it to bolster the advertisement or where else, would that be a good investment?
That's a good question. I don't know. You got to, the movie's got to get seen. I think you got to worry about the movie first, and then the card profit. Your card riches will come later.
The riches, card riches.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Hey, lay on the floor and do the butterfly in the cards.
There you go. Yep, there you go.
Harris, do you actually are you at the conventions? Do you do the non-sports card?
Yeah, I'm there every time. Definitely.
Oh, you are? Excellent.
Yes, I am.
We almost went to the last one, I believe was the May one. The May from last year, I believe.
Yeah, May from last year. And then we had another one in October. But
yes,
you should come to the next one in May.
Okay. We as a matter of fact, now that we have you, I was going to reach out and ask if we could set up some interviewing at the show. We would love to have the participants, dealers, yourself, go around and do some interviews and do some live streaming. I know that everybody that's out there that collects cards would enjoy that, and we could maybe get some additional interest from those that might be skeptical or not know what the show is about, and maybe we could get you some others to come out. But nonetheless, we would love to cover it. So maybe we can.
We'd love to have you. Yeah, let's do it. We'd love to have you.
All right. So, Harris, if you're around prior to the show itself, let's reach out. We would love to have you. We'll dedicate one of our programs prior to the show. We'll dedicate it to non-sports card collecting, and we'll bring out our cards. Maybe you have something that you can show us.
Sure.
We'll put up pictures and we'll talk about what it's like. My experiences. I have pictures from attending some of your shows, and I think we'll enjoy that. We'll have a good time with that.
That would be great. I would love to do it.
Outstanding. Well, thank you so much. Happy New Year. Here is to card collecting, and
fueling that
we'd love
fandom
to have you again, and we will see you at the con.
All right, sounds great. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Okay.
Cheers. Take care.
Well, Chris, we had talked about going to the show. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, it is.
But that is really something.
Somebody wrote on,
not to mention,
I think John Van Gostein wrote on here, this says that there were Space Above and Beyond cards made.
No, there were not.
Please tell me that's not true.
No, there were not. No, I think he meant, like, I guess making those cards. When he comes on, we're going to talk to him because
if they got those cards, I got to find those too.
That would be, yeah, no, they never made.
I'm going to be broke.
But yeah, it's kind of cool, right?
I can't pay for that and pay. Never mind.
No, anyway.
And did ever see a C-3PO card that was had a rather racy image?
I haven't heard about
that one. I'd like to see that one.
Yes, I heard about something about that. We can ask him next time he comes on, and we should then, I guess, Chris, now that we have the green light to cover the show, let's mark it down on our calendar and we head out there and we have a good time going to the show itself. I think it'd be a lot of fun, and we have Von Babasin. Babasin is coming on. You guys should remember him from our previous show. He'd been on twice actually, and we did a 40th anniversary of The Thing, and he was involved in special effects not only for The Thing, but he's done a lot of different movies, including he actually did work on Battlestar Galactica, the Cylons especially. He'd given us some stories of when they were putting together the armor for the Cylons themselves, themselves rather, and the techniques and the processes that he had been involved in, and that was kind of interesting. Not kind of, it was fascinating. And so he is going to be our next cameo guest appearance. And he's here. Excellent. All right, cool. Well, then let's bring him on, man. And hey, Vaughn, what's up?
Chris and Pete and Chris, can you hear me?
Outstanding.
Yes,
sir.
yes, absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you coming on.
Gosh, more than my pleasure. Are you kidding me? This is wonderful. Love you guys.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm COVIDing, but I'm pretty much over it, I think.
That's good.
All right, good.
I haven't had a negative test yet, but I have no symptoms, so other than a little bit of tired, but whatever.
Okay, that's all right then. I'm glad to hear that you're okay.
If you're a little bit of tired, then I've got COVID too. I got to go get checked.
That's about it. I swear I've been sicker in my life. I have to admit.
That's awesome. All right, that's awesome that you've been sicker in your life, but it's awesome that you don't get that off.
You had sent us a really cool picture, and I sent it over to Chris, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to bring that up because I wanted you to comment on this.
Yeah, boy, what an honor is that. I mean, here's the two creative geniuses, John Carpenter and Dean Cundy, and me. And Joe Hart is there, too. Joe Hart is the head of Thing Nation, and so he's also got a little picture in there as well. But my goodness, to share the screen with such two just absolute legends is such an honor for me. I can't even tell you how wonderful that is.
That's so cool.
John Carpenter.
They had aired a Zoom interview at the beginning of the showing on the big screen in June, which I have to tell you, I think that's so amazing that The Thing in June actually made it to number 9 in the top 10 box office. It never did that on its original release, but 40 years later, it actually broke into the top 10. That was such an honor. I thought that was so cool for John and Dean both.
That is awesome.
Yeah, isn't that cool to release a film 40 years later and have it break into the top 10? To me, that's just absolutely legendary. So cool.
Oh boy, that is.
I would love
really
to talk to John Carpenter. I mean, he's he's got all of my favorite movies. I mean, he's got The Thing. He's got They Live. I mean, all of the Escape from New York. All those fantastic Christine, all those fantastic things.
Fog.
Yep.
So
Oh yeah,
Fog was amazing. That scared the snot out of me when I was a kid.
Oh my God, The Fog. Yeah, one of my favorites. Absolutely. So Vaughn, what? How do you keep yourself busy these days? What are you up to?
Well, I don't know if I had mentioned this last time, but I have made contact with a jazz bassist educator in the University of Northern Colorado. And he has taken a deep interest in my father and his work, and wants to actually write the definitive book about Harry's life. And I am going to collaborate with him in regards to that. And we will jointly write this book as I continue to seek the funding and to produce the documentary. That actually would like them to go hand in hand. I think it'd be great to be a joint release of a DVD and the book. It'd just be wonderful, I think. But I've been talking with him every week. We have a joint session on the telephone, and we discuss Harry's life and career, and I keep throwing him curveballs he's just not even prepared for.
That's awesome.
It's so much fun.
Could you, like, some of our people haven't seen the episodes where we talk about, can you tell us a little background about that documentary that you're trying to make?
About Dad himself?
Yeah, your father and who he was and why you want to do a documentary.
Well, he was a legendary bass player. He was schooled at North Texas State, which is probably the finest jazz college in maybe the world, most certainly back then. And he left college in '42 and went on the road, immediately hooked up with Charlie Parker. No small person there, I'll tell you.
No
and hooked up with a band, the Bob Strong Orchestra, that took him into New York in '44. And once he got there, he took the city by storm. He was immediately known almost overnight by the biggest band leaders in New York. He started recording. His first big one was with Gene Krupa. As a matter of fact, I have a magazine from 1945, a Metronome, that says that Gene Krupa discovered my father, which is pretty legendary. I mean, Gene Krupa is considered one of the greatest drummers of all time, along with Buddy Rich and Louis Bellson, which my dad also played and recorded with. So he hit New York by storm and played with some amazing band leaders, but decided that the weather wasn't really up to his snuff. So he ended up relocating to Los Angeles in '46 and became one of the definers of West Coast jazz, what you would call West Coast jazz. He helped invent what was later to become the bossa nova in early recordings in the early '50s with a Brazilian guitarist by the name of Lorendo Almeida. They formed a quartet and did some of the earliest fusions of Brazilian biorhythm and modern jazz that were ever recorded.
Wow.
And many historians acknowledge the fact that this was the true birth of the bossa nova. So that's one of his most instrumental contributions. He's also the first bassist in jazz to play cello, to play pizzicato cello. He actually picked the cello up in his lap and plucked it like a guitar, and formed later on in his career. He actually formed a group he called the Jazz Pickers that were centered around all picking instruments. Had a bass, had a cello, had a guitar, and so he kind of experimented with other voices, added a flute sometimes, added vibe sometimes, but it was a very, very unique sound in jazz. Popularly known, Oscar Pettiford also did the same thing about 3 years after my father, but he was considered probably the strongest cellist in jazz history. But in '53, Oscar and my father got together and did a recording that was heralded 5 stars in Downbeat, one of the most unique voicings in jazz history. Duet cellos with piano and drums and a bass behind them. So the cellos could just free themselves up to play full-on melody and solo, and it was just one of the most amazing recordings in jazz. So
fantastic.
Yeah, he really deserves some recognition.
Yeah, he does.
I've run into so many people who agree, and I've heard so many people say they're excited to see my documentary.
Have you started crowdfunding yet?
I've tried. Well, I was actually sponsored for 4 years by the New York Foundation for the Arts, which is kind of the ultimate crowdfunding, but it just didn't work out. So that's a consideration, certainly. I think now that I'm working with Brian Casey, the jazz educator I had mentioned, he's been traveling the nation working with me to represent Dad. Last year, 2022 would have been my father's 100th year, his 100th year on Earth. So there was a time when we were able to go to a variety of different organizations and present histories and honor of Harry, and it was really cool. That the International Society of Bassists was one of them, and we went also to the Eastman School of Music in New York, and so I'm hoping with some increased recognition coming toward him that I will open more doors, more avenues to getting that all together. But I still work feverishly over here on my IMAX, scanning all the little bits and pieces I can find of his life, and photographs and articles. And I now have over 200 albums in his discography, dating back to the first albums in 1944. So it's pretty significant. I find them on eBay. It's wonderful. eBay is a wonderful resource.
eBay is like the largest garage sale ever. You know,
that's it. That's
so
exactly
awesome.
it. So Vaughn, congratulations on hooking up, because we didn't. Last time we spoke, you were still searching. It was on another level, and now you've actually moved it up higher.
Yes, I have.
Are you ever gonna? Does that mean that you're gonna travel to the East Coast at all, or no?
I certainly hope to. Definitely. I mean, there are some interviews I would like to grab at the Jazz Institute, at the Lincoln Center, and there are some people there who know of my father, and I think would contribute greatly to the discography. I mean, the documentary.
Well,
you have to keep us in mind. If you give us advance notice, we would definitely like to have dinner here in New York City.
Wonderful.
And we would love to take you out and talk things out, and it would be a great honor to have you.
Careful, Pete. When you say New York, I'm going to take you out, that means a whole different thing.
Yeah, you see, Vaughn. You see where it goes. It's people that are like, I mean, yeah, all right.
Oh, yeah, come on to New York. We're gonna take you out.
Vaughn knows better.
That's good to me.
You're the one that's got to watch out. You, Chris, are the one that's got to watch out. Vaughn, we really appreciate you taking the time out. I am very, very pleased to hear that things are moving in a positive direction on behalf of your father's legacy. And we want you to come back, and we want you to talk more about all of this that you're working on, and then we'll pick some more chords on some of your legacy in terms of your background and your history working in the film industry.
Yep.
Some of the guys put up some questions relating to The Thing and some of the remake stuff, which we'll hopefully discuss at a future episode. We'll have you back. We'll give you advance notice, and we'll have another show like we've done before, and have you talk. And we enjoy your company. And thank you so much for taking the time out. And Happy New Year, Vaughn.
To you. Happy New Year.
Thanks for coming, guys. Always a pleasure to be here with you.
Yep.
Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
Happy 2023.
That's it.
Absolutely. And so we'll be in touch. We will with your help. So I'll reach out to you, and we'll have you come in on a Thursday night, and let's talk shop.
Thanks. Great. Sounds good.
Thanks,
All right.
Vaughn. Thank you very, very much.
Chris and
Appreciate
Pete.
you coming down.
Yep. Take care. Thanks for coming back.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. So, I mean, you know, he's just full of energy. It's so much fun when he comes
Oh my
on.
gosh, he's a great person.
Yeah, it's so cool we got him. And it's humbling that someone who's, you know, a Hollywood professional on his level, that's involved in a lot of different things, not to mention, you know, generational, that has no problem with taking the time out to do this. I had
Yep.
mentioned it to him. It as a side note, he had posted something, and I jumped on and just mentioned that it would be kind of cool if he had time. And he said, Pete, no problem. Absolutely. I'll come on the show with you guys. Just tell me when. And that's he, you know, you could tell the type of person he is. Cool dude. And we really, really appreciate it. Von Babson, who is an FX guy. His career has been, you know, all over Hollywood. Yep. Movies and TV and stuff, and we really appreciate that. Thank you, Von Babson, and we'll have you back on the show. Thank you very much. Yeah,
if you missed his last interview with us, the 40th anniversary of the thing.
Yep, 40th anniversary of the thing. You gotta watch it. Yeah,
it was great. So, you know, we put some pictures on there and some video on there, which we had to fight with YouTube and Facebook later on because we had to say it's fair use, and we won. But you know, so we go on there and you can watch some of the videos, and he actually talks through how they did specific things. It's in a great interview. It's so much cool stuff behind the scenes that you didn't know.
Oh yeah, and it was he shared some really cool pictures that were basically exclusive to IFB. They were never published before, and so publicly. And he was gracious enough to share those with us, and we had a really good time with that. So thank you, Von Babasin. We really enjoy having you on the show, and I know that you guys out there watching also enjoy. Right now, as if you guys have been following us, you know that today is our 6-hour marathon. And I just want to thank everybody that's come on the show and everybody that's watching with us and everybody that's going to watch later on. The Von Babasin 40th anniversary is a show that's several thousand have actually watched that episode. We've had a tremendous.
That was after we finally got it released from Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah. And so that was kind of cool because we, a lot of people around the world watch that. And so we want to thank you for that, guys. And for everybody that watches us, now and later, thank you. Fans feel the fleet. And now we're going to have a mediocre modeler. Kelvin's going to come on. There he is. Hey, Kelvin, what's up, buddy? Oh, we got audio.
There he goes. He's back now.
Okay, gotcha.
How about that?
There we go.
Yeah, now we got you.
Was the ON OFF switch in the OFF position?
Man, I'm telling you right now, having a Cylon on staff is fantastic. Trying to do all this by yourself, I'm like, why?
It's the other way around. Having a Colonial on staff is fantastic. Colonial slave.
Oh my God.
It has been
Kelvin, thank you for coming on. I was saying that amongst the thank yous was a thank you to you for pitching this. You wanted to basically interview us, do a segment, a mediocre modeler segment, and interview Chris and myself. And we've only done a couple of interviews, so this is kind of cool. And we're going to pass it over to you, pass the torch to you, Kelvin.
I think we should have him introduce himself first.
Yeah,
okay. So that's kind of part of the issue. I was going to try and live stream it at the same time, and that just didn't pan out the way I dude, you got a spare Cylon? The question would be, you got a Cylon in a closet that you could spare? Nobody wants to know the answer to that.
You might need an IL series. I mean, it depends.
Yeah.
You know?
But see, what I can do is, I think I'm just going to go ahead and record it and go from there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit my record button, beep, you know, beep, and then I'll start my music, which you can't hear the music. It's great music. and this is basically what I'm doing before every show. I'm just like, okay, get psyched up. Let's go. And then you go, hey, welcome again to another episode of, well, which one are we doing? Not media and more. Okay. We are with a couple of my buddies from Interfleet Broadcasting. Let's switch over to that camera. There you go. Hey, Pete. Hey, Chris.
How's it going?
How you guys doing?
Outstanding.
So, you guys have been doing the Interfleet Broadcasting for what, like 3 years or so?
This is 2.5, yeah.
3.
Yeah, so we're into the third year.
Yep.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you, you guys are actually a pretty hard interview, especially if you're someone who watches the show. You're both so open and honest. You know, I mean, and you talk about everything all the time. So it's kind of hard to come up with questions, because if you're paying attention, you talk about everything you do all the time. So it makes it a little bit difficult. It makes it a little bit difficult to come up with questions for you. But I did come up with a couple of interesting things. And then we're going to put you on the spot, because we're going to, since you guys do us the trivia, I came up with some trivia questions for you guys.
Hey, let me get my browser open.
Oh boy.
Get my browser open.
Okay.
I don't know if you're, I don't know.
Oh, this is good. Excellent.
Actually,
all right.
One of the questions for your on the other trivia, I knew the answer because it's part of one of the answers to my trivia. I was just like, oh, I got this one. I got this one. So
what do you want to know, Kelvin?
Okay.
Well, first I'd like to start off with, hi, my name's the Tipsy Toaster. I enjoy long walks on a concrete or preferably non-wet area. Don't like anything that kind of thing. I'm not in a relationship at this point in time with any other Cylons. I am looking for a cute IL series.
All right. Enough. Banana wacky. All right. So,
well, can I first back up just one step? I did not get to do the toast because I was out procuring the things that I was going to do the toast with, and I couldn't decide. So we have two choices. I'm going to let you guys make the choice.
Oh, perfect. Right. Okay.
Yes. We have Ace's Pineapple Ale.
You know that's going to be Pete's one.
Yeah. Well, or we have Strongbow.
I don't
Strongbow.
know.
I just got Strongbow today. Are you kidding?
Ready to run back and get some. Go back and get it, Pete.
Did you see the show? The episode that I did? I actually, when I went to London, I bought a Strongbow pint glass.
No, I missed that.
Yes, I brought one back. It is so awesome that you got to drink the Strongbow. And the next show, I'm gonna use that glass, and I'm gonna toast to you since you're drinking Strongbow.
Okay, well, just for your.
Yeah.
Oh, we know that.
That's a beautiful thing.
I'm going to run to the refrigerator now.
Or the bathroom. One.
Come on, Pete. That's still your first beer? What the hell? I'm on my second.
Oh, come on. I've been drinking some coffee, too, in between.
Oh, dude. Coffee and... Oh, Luke.
Yeah. You know.
To you both, to IFB, to the fleet,
to the fans,
to mediocre modeler, and media and more. Here's to you, Kelvin. Thank you. So, Kelvin, I am prepared to be put on the spot. You got I know that you've been working on something. So, what do you got?
So both of you have kind of a military background, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that's ingrained in you. I meet military guys out in the field all the time, and they're just so polite, and it just captures so much of their personality. How has your military background influenced your love of science fiction, or sci-fi in general, or even just Battlestar Galactica? Does that come into play when it comes to?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Fine. Thanks for talking.
I'll do the long answer then, if Pete's going to do the short one. Yeah, I think the military has helped me appreciate some of the science fiction I listen to and read. I read, or I should say, I listen to a lot of books. I do a lot of driving for what I do in regards to going back and forth to specific locations here in DC, and drive home every other weekend, which is a 4.5-5 hour weekend drive. And I listen to a lot of military science fiction, and that helps me. The military piece of it helps me, like, I know how that's going to work out, and I really get into the book, and it makes me see the same things that I do, especially since I was in the Navy. And a lot of the military science fiction books are, like Black Fleet and even The Expanse, and some of those things were actually military, got Navy terms in them, and it's got Navy things in it. And I can imagine those, it makes me think of those things, imagining them in the future, imagining the military in the future, imagining what would it be like to be in the military or be in that type of book or that story in regards to the military. And I think, it's a great thing to be able to connect those dots. Some people don't have that privilege to be able to connect those dots, and it's a brotherhood. I mean, when you were in the military, you had your brother's back, no matter what color he was, or what race he was, or how old he was, or how young he was. You always look at that, and I think it's important to see that in a story, and it's important to see that in science fiction. So, like Battlestar Galactica, for instance, definitely a paramilitary book, but sometimes that military thing bugs you a little bit, because you look at it and go, okay, well, they're referring to this guy as a flight sergeant, but I don't see any things on his collars. I don't see anything there. Sometimes the military piece will actually be detrimental, because you're looking, because you're going to be looking at it in a military type form. I don't know. Like, they would never approach the admiral that way, or they would never, those are the kind of things, and just those kind of things, just that's kind of a detriment to it. So that's my long answer to a short question.
So, Pete, do you have a longer answer, or are we good?
Well, no. The thing is that growing up, I gravitated heavily towards, the any of that the military sci-fi, military shows in general. One of the things that always stayed with me watching the original Star Trek, Kelvin, was when they talked about the academy, going to the academy and going through their initial training, which to them, going to Starfleet wasn't basic training, but it was going through that program and graduating, and there was a camaraderie that went with it, and there was this level of expertise that they all gained. And I admired how Kirk would mention, that was an instructor, that he was famous, or how they had all gone through this one particular institution and how that made them who they were. And I realized that that's real, that exists. That's not just sci-fi, it's not fantasy, there are academies, there are institutions like that, and that they would obviously foster what I got to see on television because that's where they got it from. They got it from reality. You know, it wasn't, Star Trek didn't create West Point. Star Trek didn't create Annapolis or any of the other academies. And that stayed with me, that concept of, you know, going to and being a part of, and the respect for rank. Sometimes, you know, it's not about always respecting the individual, but you would always respect the rank, you know, regardless. And if it's a person that merits your respect as a person as well, they're going to earn it. And then in my mind was always, well, wow, that would be somebody that you look up to and that you would follow into fire. And so I was lucky enough that I got to do that, right? I got to officers basic. I attended Norwich University, the oldest private military college in the United States, where ROTC was created. And then I went to Army ROTC at St. John's University. And then eventually, after a long period of time, I was commissioned eventually. And, you know, it was a special day, that day when my father pinned me with my lieutenant's bars. And being that he had been in the military and his father before that had fought in World War II, it was a big to-do. So my experience, and then, you know, going to another academy after that and graduating basic there was a whole other, you know, after the fact. I continued on in federal service, and so everything that I watch, you know, especially sci-fi, since I love sci-fi, Kelvin, you know, it's you can't help but, you know, see it through that, you know, through those glasses. You're like, oh, okay, I can identify. And if it's done right, like Space Above and Beyond had, you know, it wasn't perfect, but that's
Right.
you know, that's a really good example of how there's, you know, this camaraderie, right? And in Battlestar Galactica, the colonial warriors are, you know, Herb Jefferson said the way they had been explained to him was that these guys are Navy SEAL pilots. So they can actually,
I've never heard
you know,
that
they can
before.
fly the aircraft, but if needed, they have not just basic, you know, escape and evasion training, you know, so that they don't get captured by Cylons. They can actually operate as like a special forces operator. And so, you know, when I watched Galactica, I was like, these guys are a lot more serious, Kelvin, than your typical X-Wing pilot in Star Wars, right? They were, you know, when you put them on a scale, you're like, oh, this is kind of like all fluff and funny, and you know, it's like that, you know, right? And then you watch Galactica and you're like, whoa, these guys are fighting for survival, and they're all, you know, graduates of an academy on Caprica. And so I saw that stuff and I gravitated to all of that stuff, and I really enjoy it.
They're parachute trained. They're, you know, they went in, was it the Living Legend, and they attacked the base, and, you know, but they have to wear the black spandex type leather suits.
Right.
But you know what? I didn't have a problem with that. I think they look good. I mean,
yeah, it was, you know, so they you know, when the attack on Arcta, they had like a list of what their specialties were, whether they had gotten, you know, the cold weather training, whether they had done this or done that. I thought it was really cool. So, you know, so the, you know, my military background, Kelvin, has colored a lot of my life, you know, big picture.
So that
was a longer answer to a short question.
Hey, I'm thinking, man, 45 minutes. Can I fill 45 minutes?
Oh yeah,
we're 13 minutes in. We're on question 1.
Yeah.
So what was kind of fun, you guys were just talking about The Thing and everything, and I wrote a note down. Horror and sci-fi always tend to, you know, stand really close together, and with the military bend in there too, does the military bend lean you more closer to the sci-fi than the horror? I mean, sometimes it crosses, like in Aliens or something like that.
Yes.
I just know I'm not that much of a horror fan.
I'm not a big horror person either. I mean, the thing's about as horror as I would go. I mean, but I'm not a big, I had a problem when I was growing up. You would go to the bookstore to buy a book, and you went into the science fiction section, and there was so much fantasy there. I'm like, it's not the same. That's not. It's not the same. That always burned my britches when I got there. I mean, I was like, what the heck? I'm looking for a science fiction book, and in between all of the science fiction book is the Lord of the Rings and all this other stuff. And as a kid, I refused to read anything fantasy because I wanted to read science fiction.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fair enough. So in building IFB, what has been the most, what's been the most disappointing thing you have found, and then what's been the most rewarding thing? So, Pete, let's go with you first.
All right. Yes. I will tell you this. This is a good one. We've learned, Kelvin, that I'm going to say it this way, that we've gotten numb to the idea of celebrities coming to us, not us approaching them, but they come to us. We've had multiple celebrities come to us and offer their time to come to the show. They've vocally, in front of others, in front of witnesses, have said, "Oh, I will definitely come. Oh, yes, I am going to promote. I'm going to do." And we have multiple celebrities that have done that multiple times on separate occasions and have just disappeared.
Yeah,
so that's the biggest disappointment. But I think we've grown kind of used to it now. We take it with a grain of salt. I think Chris and I have come to that conclusion that it's not real until they're actually here on the show.
Yeah, that's fair.
The greatest thing that we've gotten, Kelvin, is there's a couple of things that come to mind. One of them is yes, we've gotten celebrities. When Chris first came to me, and you already know this, but for those that don't know, is that I pitched this to Chris as a podcast, because I have a bit of a radio background. I co-hosted a show on Nexus Radio with an AM local bandwidth here in New York City, which means hundreds of thousands of people probably could have listened in. So I was okay with just doing a podcast. Chris convinced me to do the streaming show. He's like, "We're going to stream it," and I was like, "All right, well, let's go. Let's record it like something like you do, Kelvin. Like, we'll record it and we can edit it." And he's like, "No, we're going to do it live." I was reluctant, and Chris just convinced me to do it. I have no regrets. But on top of that is Chris has actually reached out to people like Terrence McDonald, who is a multi-Emmy winning writer in Hollywood on TV, and he wrote Battlestar Galactica, and we got him on the show, right? Chris reached out to Jean-Pierre Dorliac, Academy Award winner, and we were like, I was like, he said, what? He's coming on the show? Those are like the high points in that respect. But I'm going to say one other thing, and that is that Battlestar Galactica, this one season show, Kelvin, and we can debate whether or not they had a movie, right? Because they released the movie as part of the show, and then they released it afterwards to raise more money. But okay, so Battlestar Galactica technically had a movie, but it was really the right. Okay, this Battlestar Galactica 1978-79 has created a show that you're on interviewing us right now, Kelvin. I have my best friend now, Chris Moore, friends like you, Kelvin, right?
Oh yeah,
all the people that are watching us now, that's one of the biggest highs that I've gotten, and it comes from the love of a show. So that's my answer.
What was the question? Just kidding. No, I'm with Pete. I think the highest point has been meeting the fans. I mean, I always say, you know, it's cool to go to a comics or a Comic-Con and meet the actors, but you know, when you meet these actors and when you finally get a chance to sit down and talk to them, they're like, hey, it was just a job for most of them. Whereas you turn around and you talk to some people who live the fandom, who make the Mandalorian armor, who makes the props, who goes and dresses up at these cons. They live this fandom. They know so much more about it than most of your actors do. And I think that's so special to meet those people, to meet other people like-minded like yourself. I mean, it's so much, you know, that's the high for me. It's great. I mean, sure, we can meet all these people, but you know, and of course the lows are meeting gatekeepers. And you're familiar with those. It's when you meet somebody who has got their idea of fandom and no one else can have any other kind of fandom. Nobody, you know, that's not in, you know, that's not in character. That's not in whatever. That's the, you know, that's the wrong color. That's the whatever. I mean, I hate people that poo-poo on other people's fandoms. I mean, and I've seen that a lot. And that was a very big eye-opening experience for us when we first started this. I would say an extreme eye-opening experience. We were like, wow. I mean, we would just blown away with some of the stuff that happened to us in the beginning.
Was that based on reimagined versus classic?
No, that was based on we control the fandom and you don't. Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
You guys are new into this thing, and you need to report to us, and you need to, you know, and that really was not a good thing to happen to us. I'm not going to mention who it was or what it was. It's down the hill. It's actually improved much since then. I'm not going to say.
We're going to have a conversation about that off air.
Yeah. So I would say that was the biggest downfall about starting this whole thing was and at that point, I think some people would have quit. Some other, the lesser people would have quit at that point and said, you know, I don't want to deal with this. And luckily, you know, we were strong enough to keep going forward with it. And I say this to everybody out there who's a fan of any show. Don't let somebody else dictate what your fandom is. If you like it, then it's yours. If you want the Mandalorian to wear pink armor, then be it. So be it. That's you. You know, if you've got a story in your mind that you think that that something happened in a different universe, that's you. You be you. You do what you want to do in that fandom, and you will find other people that will find that amazing. You'll find people that want to, you know, add to that, and you'll find friends like my best friend Pete. You'll find friends. You'll find people that you do, and then you'll get to points where, I mean, I never would have thought I would have written a movie or at least a short film with somebody. And now we're looking to actually make a Battlestar Galactica short film. And that's mind blowing. And then you run into people like yourself, like, you know, how are we going to do this? And we find other friends that are like, I love that idea. Let me help. That fandom, that unity, that grouping, that just like the brotherhood on Battlestar Galactica, the people who, you know, the people who get together and make things happen, that's the fandom. Don't let anybody put you down and say you're not, you know, don't let it happen. You do you, and you keep going forward and don't quit. And even though Hollywood is like not working with us right at this point in time, you know, fine, we'll do our own thing, but we're going to make it happen. We're going to keep those fans alive, because without us capturing more people, your fandom's going to die. It's going to go away. You know, if you don't capture more people and get more people to watch it and get more people involved and get more people excited, it's going away. I mean, we all have a shelf life, and we're, you know, sooner or later, your time is up. And then if enough people go away, then some people quit it and go to something else. And that's and it happens.
We've seen it.
Yeah,
We've
we've
seen
seen it quite a bit.
I'm you're talking about expanding the fandom, and you guys are definitely going that way with the Stranded Warrior. I know it's killing you not to be able to talk about it, because I know
Pete's the
when
one
I'm working on the helm,
me in. I'm like, Pete, let me put this on the no.
I know. When I was working on the helmet, I'm just like, this is so cool. I gotta show somebody. I can't.
Oh yeah, and there's
so
much
yeah, I know you're dying.
Yeah,
you're dying.
I can't wait.
It's going to be fantastic.
Oh yeah, it is.
So
it'll be fantastic.
So here you go.
Even if it's not fantastic, it's going to make us happy.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Well, anyway, we'll come back to it. Okay, so if Battlestar Galactica never aired, what do you think your favorite TV show from that era would have been?
Well, that sucks.
Wow, that's a really, really
I know what it is, but I don't want to admit it.
Okay.
All right, so wait a second. You mean like so?
It's got to be that time frame.
It's got to be 19. Yeah. It's got to be
78,
what?
77, 78,
76.
Okay, 77, 78. And if Battlestar Galactica hadn't aired, what TV show would have substituted?
TV show or movie?
Yes,
it has to be a TV show.
Either.
TV show.
No,
okay.
Either. Just go either. Because I mean, look at us both. That era was so ripe with sci-fi.
Oh yeah, it was selling.
I love you. Yeah. Josh, you had Star Trek, Star Wars, and Galactica.
Yeah,
and those are the main ones from that part. So
the big three. Now it's the big two.
Yeah. Well, I did have a question about being in the dark times, but I didn't want to bring everyone down.
Well.
The medieval Dark Wars. So it would have been Star Wars. I mean, because that's one of the first shows I ever, first sci-fi shows I went to see was at the drive-in theater, was in Casper, Wyoming, was Star Wars. And I saw it at the drive-in theater like 4 times. And then I went and watched it at the theater when it came back around to the Rialto Theater in downtown Casper. Watched it like there 3 times. So I went to that show multiple times. So, but Battlestar was a much different animal when it came out. So, but it would have had to have been Star Wars, unfortunately, because I had the Star Wars characters. They had the merchandising. They had all the stuff. I think that would have been what I would have fallen back on at that time. Would have gone? The question is, would I have gone this far? Would I have gone to the point where I put a podcast or a video thing together? I don't think I would. I mean, I'd be a fan of the show. But I don't know.
That's hard to say, though.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have been that much of a fan. I don't know if I would have been, what do you call it? I hate to say it this way, Bible thumping, or I guess book thumping, and everything else. I want to know if I would have been that far. It'd be a good question if I could turn back time. I'm starting to sound like Cher, but what would happen? I don't know. I would, but that would probably be the show.
Okay. Do you agree, Pete? Do you have a different answer? Or
I'll tell you that my sci-fi list, my top list is always Star Trek TOS, and then the Night Stalker, Kolchak the Night Stalker, and then it was Star Wars. I was a big Star Wars fan until Battlestar Galactica came.
Yeah.
So then Battlestar Galactica is on the top of my list for what it is, and it supersedes Star Wars. So if Galactica had never come around, I mean, I was in the 501 for years. And then it kind of, it died out a little bit. There was like a big lull in between with the 6th movie and what was happening, and work took precedence, and I had to back out of the 501, and that's why I'm not in it today. And it's a different fandom, Kelvin. It is a different group of people that are involved. on that level. Like our level for Galactica, there's the Star Wars is different, the Star Trek is different, the Galactica is different, and I would imagine that the brown coats from Firefly are different.
Ooh, yeah.
Stargate universe, or rather Stargate and their thing. I bet you those guys are different. I've never really interacted with some of them, so I don't know, but I'm sure that they're different. So it would have made a difference in how things are, 100%.
Okay. All right. So my buddies and I always put ourselves in the roles of the characters, in the sense of, like, when we're getting stuff done, like maybe I'll take the lead where I'm Han and he's Chewie, and then in another situation it'll be reversed. So do you guys follow that kind of things, or are you solidly, say, we found out recently, like, I am solidly an Apollo type character and he's solidly Starbuck? I mean, where do you find yourself in the Battlestar Galactica, character wise?
I'm Apollo and Chris is Starbuck.
I might agree with that, although I'm Cylon. But anyways, the only reason why I would agree with it because
there's a movie right there.
Yeah, because Pete's definitely the Apollo straight level headed. Hey, this is what we need to do, and I'm the guy who's in the corner smoking a cigar, going, "Woohoo! Let's go do this now!" And hey, let me talk about this, and let's do. Yeah, so I could probably agree with that a little bit. And it's probably why we get along well too, by the way, because he grounds me and I take off running. I should have done the take off running.
Right.
And he's like, you can slow down. Hey, wait a second. Let's keep our this is the direction we want to go. So, but look over here. It's cool. We need to buy one. We need to buy 10 of those. No, stop.
And you know what? I think that would be my impression of Pete. No, stop. And see that kind of
chain on the Cylon.
that probably kind of negates my next question, which was, what character would you like to play on Battlestar Galactica if they could pull? Oh, okay.
Lucifer.
Okay.
Great.
No, you're not. He's not serious.
Lucifer would be fun.
It would be fun.
Yeah. I mean, not much facial expression. I mean, come on. But he had a great sense of humor. I love Lucifer. He's like, oh, Feldenkrais. I'm going to think you're going to blow a blood vessel, or you blow a circuit, or I think you call it blood vessel. He was the comedic, the
comedy relief. Yeah,
the comedy relief. I mean, he was the grounding piece for Voltar. He's like, give me a break. That was your idea.
So I guess we're going to get into a couple of rough questions for you here.
Sure.
So let's say you're the executive producer of Battlestar Galactica. They tell you have to eliminate one episode of Galactica. What episode would it be and why?
I know.
Whoa.
All right. I know mine. No, mine right there.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let Pete think about it. Yeah, Pete is struggling, man.
It's the Discover Earth. It's the one with the freaking the dancing and the
the Experiment in Terra.
Yeah, Experiment in Terra. That's not Experiment in Terra. That was It's Discovers Earth, or whatever. It's the one with Mantooth, and they land on the planet, and
yeah,
it's the two dancing guys. They kill me.
Ray Bolger
great job. I mean, these people were legends of dance and legends of singing and legends, but that episode really sucked, in my opinion. Now, the other episode I get rid of would be anything killing Red Eye. But anyways, that's
I'm going to pull Pete. All right.
But I didn't like that episode as much. I think the rest of them were good. I loved every episode. But there's some episodes you look at and you're like, nah. And some things I would gotten rid of that I didn't like. Some things that really bug me. And it's one of the shows, the episode we're doing a fan film based on, and that's the Lost Warrior. I don't believe the Cylon would have said "uh-oh." Every time I hear that, I'm like, ugh, that just irritates me. And then the Galactica 1980, just whatever. Although I did enjoy seeing the human Cylons crash there. I mean, that's the first view of human Cylons, so I can say that would be the episode I get rid of. Galactica, or the Galactica Discovers Earth, I think is what it's called.
No, Greetings from Earth. Greetings from
Earth. That's it.
Yeah, I know the text line is going Greetings from Earth.
Yeah, yeah, the Android one.
Pete, yeah. You've had a lot of time to think about it. What you got for us, buddy?
They all kind of like fit into, they're one, it's the show is made up of all of this. It's like a pearl necklace, right? Are you going to take it apart and take one out? And it's like, now,
all right, you got to pick one, Pete. Shush.
Pete, I'm just going to tell you right now, if you don't like this question, you're going to hate the next one. Right?
Oh, this is good then. I like it. Well, I never. All right, so the cop out would be Greetings from Earth. It would be a cop out to say, all right. I'll twist my arm. I guess I could say that if you fell asleep and you never saw that one, all right.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay.
Look at that. He agrees with the Cylon.
Yeah, okay.
The Cylon was right. So, I'd say, Pete. Cylon was right. Okay.
You're probably gonna need more time to think on this one. So
Pete
Chris, just be ready. Yeah. Okay. You're still the executive producer of the show. You have to kill one major character on any episode, except Baltar and Count Ibley. It could be any character. Who would it be?
When you say a major character, we talking reoccurring character?
Yes. It could be anybody. It could have been. It could be Green Bean. It could be anybody. Anybody that aired in any one of the shows.
A real big character.
All right. Okay.
Jolly, so Green Bean. Those people weren't really major characters, in my opinion. But
that's why I said any character, because you could, I can see Pete going, Green Bean. He's not important. He can go.
All right. So I'm gonna tell you my take real quick. When I was a kid and I was watching it, I did not enjoy Boxy only because he took away from focusing on the rest of the story. I wanted to know more about the Warriors. I wanted to know more about the Galactica. And when he was on, it was like, oh my God, I didn't hate the character. I just was like, I understand, it's good to have so there's a kid, right? Because otherwise there'd be no kids. But I want to know more of the rest of the story, and it's okay if he takes a back seat. Tell me more, because I'm getting caught up in that side conversation, and so I was always bothered by that. Not that I wanted and then when he was gone, it was like, wait a minute, the dynamic did change, and I know that later on I found out that Richard Hatch fought to keep Boxy because it kept him as a father figure, a real father figure, different than his than Commander Adama. It's like he really has to, he adopted Boxy. He's got a kid, and it makes him, he's this father now with a kid and that responsibility. And so, but that's why I didn't enjoy Boxy in the beginning. I was like, I don't want to hear that storyline. I want to know more about what these guys are doing. So that's my answer.
Space the Kid. Okay, got it. Kind of dark, but okay. Chris?
Well, there he goes. Yeah.
Well, no,
he
could just
in the
be,
freaking...
he could be in school, man. Put him in school. Let him stay in school.
He's got him in an airlock. He's frozen body floating by the Galactica right now.
No.
Little frozen body, little scream out of his.
I need you to go down there and change those couplings. Chink.
Oh, how'd that open? Oh, is it cold out there? Oh, okay.
Oh,
I didn't think his eyeballs were supposed to do that.
And who you killing? Let's hear it. Come on, Chris.
Hey, we're talking major characters, so I'm okay with Boxy. I guess, I don't want to be a cop out and say that, so I'm going to skip Boxy. I might have said Boxy, but you said it, and I'm going to be very unpopular when I say this one.
Oh, come on! I'll say it.
I'm going to be very unpopular when I say this one, but I would have gotten rid of Cassiopeia.
Oh,
I don't.
Really?
I don't believe she added to the storyline as much as she could have. Now, if they wrote her into the storyline much better, I think it would be okay. But suddenly she was a social leader, and then suddenly she's now a medic. And to me, that was always such a jump. I got it. I read the book, and they tell us in the book it says about social leaders are like a homeopathic type thing. But I don't believe she added to the storyline, and she took away from me seeing more Athena.
See, I knew it. I knew it. I'm just like, you're just bait and switch.
You're waiting for it. You're waiting for it.
I got to see more Athena.
Honestly, I thought you were going to go with Kane. That's why I was just
I would have gotten rid of Kane too, but he was such a major piece of the story for that. I believe Kane should have been jailed.
All right, enough.
Yeah,
Stop.
I believe Kane should have. Everybody loves. Oh, he lived. He did whatever. No, he disobeyed orders. He was totally. He endangered the fleet. He was horrible. He was a horrible person.
No, he was not.
Yeah.
I think this kind of leads into the next question. Do you think that you could have written an episode better? Well, this kind of answers that question. That you would have written Kane's story differently.
Something else. But
I don't know. You needed a bad guy in that, and Kane was a good bad guy.
Yeah, well, he wasn't a bad guy, but that's beside the point.
He was. Don't tell me he wasn't a bad guy. Wait, we're going to have a fight now. He was a bad guy. He shot down a Cylon tanker, and he shot down all these other things and made them go hands-on on a dangerous mission. That he's a bad guy. He's dangerous.
Yes, this is the mediocre model sowing dissension in what was a really good union of friends.
Oh, no, this is great, man. We never get to talk about stuff. I mean, we allude to it, and we
talk about that all the time. We laugh and giggle about it, but he knows my opinion on it. And the Cylons,
we go back and forth.
The Cylons should have been written, and I get it. It was 1970s, but they were at that point in time they were considered, scary. But I think the Cylons could have been written better in regards to not just the bumbling idiots that they kind of played them out to be.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
I would have written it to where the Cylons would have been a much greater threat and foe, and I think I would have kept with the Art Larson's original idea and made them, kind of a lizard thing in armor, and kept it that way instead of robots.
You could almost say that's kind of the direction that they went with the Borg. It's a little bit more of a menacing threat.
And then I think
mechanical menacing threat.
And I think the Second Coming, the Cylon was there. It was a actual Cylon from the lizard type Cylon, which somebody mentioned earlier, and that's one of the things I always thought. And I love the fan fiction. I think the V crossover could have been Cylons. Really easy. That could have been an easy Cylon crossover. I think that's it.
Well, I
Kelvin,
guess we got. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We've run out of time, and I enjoyed this very much, and I would love to. I'll tell you what. I think this is pretty cool. Why don't we do this again on our regular show, and we dedicate a whole show to it, and we just do this your way, and we'll do this. We'll do this again. Do like a whole show like this. I think it's cool.
Well, because that means I get to come up with more trivia questions.
All right, that's fine. That's awesome.
What was the trivia question? Quick.
The last question was, do you think that Battlestar Galactica ever jumped the shark? That was the last question.
Oh, let's come back to that. Jump the shark.
Did they ever jump the shark?
I don't understand the saying.
No. I would say no.
What's jump the shark mean?
I don't think.
Okay, there was an episode of Happy Days where they went to California and Fonzie got dared to jump over this pit with a shark in it. And from that point forward, every show that has a ridiculous plot or whatever, they use the term jumping the shark.
Right, so when they totally kill the storyline. Like it goes so.
That's where Mork from Work came in.
That it just kind of kills it. But all right, we'll come back. We'll talk about this again. Kelvin, thank you for interviewing us.
You sir are awesome.
Time. And we enjoy your show as well. So make sure that everybody knows Mediocre Modeler, and you're branching out and you've done some other shows. And there's Mediocre Modeler, and there's a couple of other. You just put up another one, and you finished up Andor. And yes. I watched
Andor and Obi-Wan.
And Obi-Wan, and you were brutally honest, and that's cool because you just gave it.
I agreed with everything you said.
Well, good.
I think
but I'm not a Star Wars fan, so
it's worth. Yes, you are. We're all Star Wars fans. But anyway,
stab that thing, kill it.
Bottom line is, thank you so much, Kelvin, for taking the time out and for helping out with the Stranded Warrior. You're our prop master, and you've made some great things.
And if you haven't seen his outstanding work, go over to Facebook and the Stranded Warrior, and you'll see the unboxing video of that. Tremendously cool helmet.
We got Battlestar Galactica Cosplay was asking about your helmet, and they did not see the final product with the lights and stuff. So hopefully they'll. We'll
I threw them your way. Sorry. Yeah. They're like, hey, how do the lights go in that thing? I was like, oh, you need to talk to Mediocre Modeler.
Okay, I must have missed that one. Okay, I'll check it out.
Kelvin, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Always a pleasure.
And, we enjoy you coming in and helping out. You've actually filled in for me a few times, and it'll come up again in this new year. But Happy New Year! Thank you, and here's to you.
Yes, sir.
And
you are awesome, sir. You
Thanks,
fuel
Kelvin.
the fleet.
You're my buds.
All right, here's to you. Thank you. Excellent. Take care, Kelvin. Till next time.
Guys.
Take care.
All right, so we unfortunately had to cut that short, but I would definitely want to bring that up again. John Repper, I believe, is in the wings or in the green room, and John, thank you for your patience. John Repper is a big fan of Battlestar Galactica. He's a super fan. And he's also a supporter of IFB. And he's been watching the show and interacting with us from the beginning. And we wanted to share his knowledge and his background. And so we asked him to come on, and I think he should be waiting in the wings. Do you see him?
Nope, not yet.
Where is he?
I don't see a connection request either.
Okay. So we actually have John sent us up a bunch of stuff, guys. So he's been, like I told you, he's been a big fan of Battlestar Galactica and science fiction from the beginning, and he was also at a lot of the anniversary conventions. and he was able to document them and photograph them. And so he's put together a really good collection of photos from the I believe it's the 15th. I think it's the 15th anniversary of Battlestar Galactica, where they brought everybody, where Fran was at as well, who was an organizer of that convention. And so John was there, and he sent pictures, and we're going to have him on the show separately. And his time slot is now. So John, if you're out there, you need to, I don't know what's going on. I know it's kind of late, but if you can, either send me a message or let us know. Hopefully you're not having issues, because following John, we're going to have another one of our supporters and fans, Chris Laskowski from Australia, is going to be on here as well for a cameo. He's also a really, really big fan of Battlestar Galactica and science fiction, and he's attended conventions and shows all over the world. And Chris has met him. Correct?
Chris is early. You want to go with Chris?
Yeah. Let's
bring
bring
on John's
Chris.
here.
John's here. Sorry, Chris. Hold on. We're going to bring John up. We have a couple of slides that we want. There he is. There's John. What's up, John? Welcome to IFB, man. Thanks for coming on. Oh, love the helmet, man. We're going to feature only a very, very small part of the exclusive pictures that you shared with us. We want to just kind of establish the fact that not only you're a major Battlestar Galactica fan, and you're wearing the shirt from the reunion. It was the 20. Okay, it's the 20th yarn. Yep. And you sent me a whole bunch of things regarding your collection of collectibles, Galactica and science fiction, and of course your personal dedication and your cosplay, but also you documented the 20th year anniversary convention, or the 20th anniversary convention that you were at, and you did one heck of a job putting that together. So we're gonna have you come back to and be a guest on a future show, so we can talk just about your experience, and especially since you have all the pictures that I have all set up in a slide deck. But for tonight, John, we're gonna bring up some of those pictures. Chris, do you have the slides of John's? There we go. So this is from 1982.
Look at that weird hair.
That is so cool.
I'd kill to have that much hair right now.
Look at that. That is so cool, man. So, tell us about that.
Yes. That was in Jacksonville, Florida. Yes, there was a shrine building downtown Jacksonville, and it had some statues of sphinxes.
That is so cool. So you made a helmet out of paper mache and fiberglass. That's incredible.
Engravings on the wall.
Oh yeah. And what's the next picture, Chris? We have some other angles, I think, of
Yes, homemade.
Unbelievable. So cool.
Got the white belt too.
Yeah. And I believe we have one more. I think we put together? Yeah.
2 more.
There he is. John with his buddy Kevin. Whatever happened to your buddy Kevin, John? He's still in touch with him?
He's still here in Jacksonville.
Is he wearing your jacket? John, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I talked to him tonight.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Cool. Oh, fantastic.
And this is this is you now.
More modern.
That is Halloween of 2022 there on screen.
Outstanding. Oh, that's so cool. So you've graduated from just being a regular Colonial Warrior to actually being Commander Kane. I love it.
Yeah, I think first time I met John was at Dragon Con.
That's right, 2018.
Yeah.
John, are you coming to the? Are you going to be able to do Dragon Con this year?
I hope to come to the next con, but I'm not certain yet.
Oh, we hope to meet you there.
Okay, fair enough. But listen, bottom line is, John, we want to thank you for supporting, and we want to thank you for sharing all your pictures. And this is just a teaser, right?
Yep.
This is you just coming on, and us wishing you a Happy New Year, and thank you for being a supporter of Galactica and IFB. And we're gonna slot you into an actual show, one of our Thursday lives. And we're going to have you come back, and you know what? We're just going to do John Repper on IFB, and you're going to be our main guest. And this way we can go through all of your stuff. And there it is. Ah, love it.
Right.
Love it. John, thanks a lot, man. Again, this is just a cameo. It's a teaser of what is to come. And we thank you. Have a great new year, and we'll talk soon. Have you come in, and you'll be our only guest for the night on one of our Thursday shows.
All right. Thanks, John. Here's
Thanks,
to you, brother.
John. Yep, here's to you.
Okay. Thank you. Fans fuel the fleet.
Fans fuel the fleet.
Fans fuel the fleet. Outstanding. Look at that. I love it, man. I love it. John's a good supporter. He's whenever he's on, he's up chatting it up. Really love it, John. Thank you so much. Our next cameo guest is Chris Laskowski from Australia, who I'd mentioned just a second ago, who is also a big Galactica fan and a listener and supporter of IFB as well. And Chris, I think you've met him as well.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, first time I met Chris was All-Con down in Dallas.
Oh, that's right, All-Con. Sean Challow was at the 20th anniversary reunion. And Chris, welcome to IFB. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit of a static and echo, but not too bad.
Okay, maybe it's my speakers.
Coming to you live from the future.
Yes, Chris Laskowski is in the future. He is in tomorrow. We appreciate him taking the time out, and he's
there we go.
Always,
how's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better.
Yep. Yes, we can.
Yeah, it must be the speakers affecting the microphone.
Yeah.
That's better, much better. But Chris, thank you very much for watching the show, supporting us, and we appreciate you coming on and chatting it up with us. When was the last time you attended one of the conventions?
The worst one, All-Con 2020.
Yes, the con that didn't quite happen. We were so set to do a bunch of things, and it just fell apart very, very quickly, unfortunately. But that's one of the things that I wanted to highlight was that, you're a fan that actually takes your love on the road, and you go out to these, whether it's in the United States or otherwise. Yep. And that is admirable. So
you throw your money into it, and plus you've got. I think that you showed me the rifle for the first time. It's the first time I've ever seen anybody create a rifle for the Battlestar Galactica. That was amazing.
I call it my Viper survival kit, and it's a conversion from a pistol to a carbine, which I first got the idea from Black Star Squadron. Someone mentioned they wanted to make a carbine, so they started designing rifles and so on. And since I had my pistols, which were modular in design, I decided design the parts to fit the carbine. Or made the carbine parts to fit the pistol. So it's easily convertible between pistol and carbine now.
That's awesome. Plus, I think you also correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure the Viper handle, you created that for a group of people. That was at Team BSG.
Yes, Team Viper.
Team Viper. Yeah.
Or Team BSB Viper, whatever. Yes. George got in contact with me after I posted. I designed the grip, and he said he was interested in it. And I said he wants to buy one. I said, okay, no problem. So I made one up for him and sent it to him. It was supposed to debut on what was it, Comapalooza 2018. But he never had time to install it.
Oh no.
And the next time I saw it was in what was it, Galactic Swag in I keep forgetting the towns.
Them darn American towns, they all sound alike.
Houston, that's it. Yeah, I can name any Australian town, but the trouble with Americans. Yes, I've been seen Team BSG Viper about 3 times now. So.
Awesome. What's your next outing? Do you think?
I don't know. It'll be a while yet because of my age and health.
Yeah.
Unless I win the lottery, I'll visit Dragon Con.
There you go. The Dragon Con would be great. I'd love to have you at Dragon Con. It'd be great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to see Team BSB Viper all decked out.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it'd be really, really cool. It would be a treat to meet up with you in person. And so hopefully you do win the lottery, Chris. But in the meantime, we just wanted to let you know that we appreciate your support. You're always
you're always on.
Watching.
Yeah,
you're always on. Yeah, you're chatting it up with us. The community loves your support, and we do too. And so thank you for that. And that was why we wanted to make sure that since you're a passionate fan for science fiction and Battlestar Galactica, that you come on and we got a little cameo from you. And in the future, let's work out later in this year. Let's work out a date that works for all of us, and we'll have you back on. We'll get some pictures. I want to show some of the work that you've done and some of your costuming.
Definitely show you some of the rifle stuff.
It's amazing. We would love to see that work. So let's work that out so we can have you back.
I do have it here.
There you go. It's always close by.
Okay. For years, I wondered how they recharged it. How were those cylinders used? So I designed my own.
Okay.
So, unscrew the top, the back of the gun comes off. It fits in there, and you turn it on.
That's cool. Yeah, we definitely have to get you back on.
Yeah. You gotta come on and show us that. And we definitely have to see this.
I think I grabbed the wrong battery.
Cool. That's okay.
I definitely
gotta check that out. That is so cool.
That's cool. And
Chris,
and that's once again, it's the fans creating solutions to problems that they saw on the show.
Yeah.
There you go.
Awesome. Ready to go.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's got stun mode.
You would have thought they would have put a stun mode on that thing too.
Yeah.
Something they
there
didn't
is
do
a
in
stun
the show.
mode.
Yep.
There is.
Yeah, they did. Twice.
Yep.
Starbuck used it in
Greetings from Earth?
No. Experiment in Terror.
Yeah, that's it.
Remember we landed and the Alliance was coming, and he said he made a record saying, for the record, my gun, laser is on stun.
Yeah.
So that was one. And I think the next one was in Galactica 80, where Dylan used it to try to blow up the missile, the V1 rocket, V2 rocket.
Oh,
that's right.
I try not to remember those episodes.
Yeah, but it happened. All right, Chris, thank you so much for coming on, man. We appreciate it. And like I said, we're gonna have you on as a guest on a regular show, so we could take all our time and talk all about the stuff and put up some really good pictures of your props, the things that you've made, and pictures from some of the conventions you've been to, and do some justice to your love for the fandom. So thank you very, very much. And
again, another fan fully complete.
Here's to you, Chris. Thank you very much, man.
Take
Happy
care.
New Year.
Bye.
Oh man, that was so cool.
Yeah, like
right? He's created. Yeah,
he's created a solution to something. Is like, where do these charging things go?
Yeah. Oh, that's really cool, man. Yeah, definitely wanna do the definitely want to have him on and then focus on some of those props, get some pictures on. And in the meantime, we have Brian Chan will be coming on in a couple of minutes, if not now. Mediocre modeler. Yeah, Chris is awesome. Absolutely. Mike DeBrown is just in time for weapons debrief. Yes, exactly. Of course, that perfect timing, Mike. Thanks for joining us. We're on our marathon run. Paul is with us, and Carl, and let's see who else. Baz was on for the longest time, and I think Fran is probably somewhere out there. Lola, I'm sure. John Van Gostein and Tiny Bean will be on later on. And believe it or not, we're at we're 4 hours in, Chris.
Hey, and we haven't dropped off Facebook yet, so I guess we're on the 8 hours.
Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. We're gonna push it right to the end, and
we're gonna go all the way to 8 hours. Great, sounds great.
Yeah, that's not happening, but let's see. Yeah. So our next guest is gonna be.
He's here, by the way.
Okay, good. Let's pull him up, man. I got. Hey, Brian, what's up, man?
Hey, Pete, how's it going?
It's going, man. It's going. Thanks for joining us, bro.
Of course.
Brian is you're an actor and you're an associate producer on Once a Week for Life, and you and I we did the first part of the feature length movie that George Zuvalos is executive producer and director acting in, and you and I had a scene together with Durkan Tulane, who's known for Walking Dead and The Librarians, Blacklist, and a slew of other things. So he brought a lot of clout to the scene that we were in. But what'd you think of that? I know that you're taking this acting seriously. It's I think you had told me that you told me that this is something that you're now seriously pursuing, and of course you're an associate producer, but you're also you're doing the acting part. So tell me about that.
Yes, sir. I mean, to begin with, it was when I was reading stories to my kids. I would just make up all kinds of crazy voices, just really get into the idea of just animating the book for them, And as my wife watched me, she started to say, hey, look, I think you really need to get out there and do something with your talents, So as that went on, I just started thinking, what can I possibly do? We saw a casting for an extra background for a Marvel movie. Turned out that I missed it by a day. But when my wife said, hey, why don't you look it up again? I looked it up again, found out that there was an acting showcase that was coming to my area, decided to go out and check it out. And then that kind of started me on my journey,
Wow. That's cool.
So yeah, a big support from my wife, that's one of the things that I think is great in our relationship is that we try to support each other through what we know really just drives us and we're passionate about. And when I got on with George, it was wonderful. He really took me under his wing and just started to kind of carve out this part for me. And after that, just I knew that this was a guy who I wanted to follow. I wanted to be there to learn as much as I could from him. When I got on with you guys, man, I saw how everybody looked at him and really saw him as this person who they wanted to be loyal to. I was like, man, this is great. This can't be a better way for me to kind of break into acting than to have a group of people who are so passionate about the creative process.
Yeah, it one feeds off the other. So when you're involved in a project that everybody's into on, like that, there was one night that we had to get, it was shoot or die. We couldn't come back to, and it was, we had gone way into the weeds in terms of our shooting schedule. It was freezing that night, and you'd already, you and I had done our scene the day before, and you were there purely for support. And
yeah,
it was, dude, if you weren't there helping out, I don't know if I don't know if I would have gotten out of the car to finish out that last scene, man. Because you were like, I mean, you didn't have to be there at all. Like even though you're an associate producer, you don't have to be on set for, the extent of time that you were there for. And I understand that you had driven down and you're dedicated, but it was like below zero. And you were outside in the elements the entire time, and you did whatever it took to finish getting those scenes shot. And it made a difference. And it's important for the people to know, Brian, that when you're involved in a production like this, every little bit helps. And when you're passionate about things, and you're passionate about this, and that's why it's going to be successful. But
yep.
I want you and I have talked a little bit. I want to know what else you're doing, because you're involved in some other things as well. So there's a new project that you're also involved in.
Right. I think I'm going to go out and shoot this Sunday on that, actually. Somebody is up in the area that I'm from. So he's probably about, I would say, 45 minutes away from my hometown. And in Mansfield, Pennsylvania, he is shooting a movie that is going to be a horror movie. But if you know this director, he shoots horror movies that have a bit of humor, a bit of how would you say? It draws you in because he tries to come from every angle with it, I suppose. So Brett Piper, who has worked with Trauma Entertainment, he called me up actually and said, "Look, I'd like to find some local talent to work on this." And so he ended up putting me in a part. He had a choice between a detective or a doctor. And I said, "Look, I've been doing detective for a while, so you might actually want to put me on for that." And he was like, "No, let's try you out for doctor."
Okay.
So I'm pretty happy about that too. I get to expand my horizons.
Dr.
Right?
Dr. Chan, please.
Agent Dr. Chan. Oh, that's so cool, man. So very, very good. Break a leg with that. So this is, so all of a sudden, we're going from, the project Once a Week for Life, a feature length movie, to now you're working on a horror. Is this going to be a proof of concept, or is it an actual feature length, or do you know?
I think the way he goes is he just goes balls out and shoots a feature length to begin with.
Oh, wow.
He's been in the industry for, I would say, 40 plus years or something like that.
Yeah.
So because of that, he understands exactly what he wants to craft. And he just needs the counterparts to come together for him to be able to add his special effects, right?
Very cool, man. Oh, I like it. So we are, we're actually committed to once a week for life, which will hopefully wrap in a few months. That should be completely in the can, and then you're going to be doing this horror movie. So you're doing all kinds of stuff. It'd be kind of cool, if the horror project, if you can come back, Brian, and when you obviously when it's at some later level or another stage, we definitely would want you to come back and talk more about that project. It's part of our wheelhouse in terms of being sci-fi, horror, fantasy things are always a big part of IFB. And then eventually it'll all come full circle, and we'll get together with George Zuvalos, and we'll talk, I guess, about once a week for life, once that grows to where it has to go. And there's a couple of steps before that's finished, and then we'll see. There's a lot going on with it, and it's going places very, very fast. But for now, I think you're moving, man. You're moving in the right direction.
Moving on up.
I kind of feel that too. At one point, I felt so stuck. I was doing all the work, and I wasn't getting any kind of feedback or callbacks or anything like that. And now, after meeting George, meeting you, meeting Brett Piper, I've really started to get feedback and cultivating and just a direction of how I should act this part, act that part. Not every part's going to be acted exactly the same, right? So it's really nice to see the vision that people have for the parts that you're going to do, and what you can do to really bring it out of yourself and bring it to the screen for him or for the person who's directing.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, agreed. No questions asked. So Brian, I think that again, once you move through this other experience, we want to have you back and tell us what it's like to work on that type of a genre movie, the horror element, versus Once a Week for Life is a drama. Our scene was a police procedural scene, was dramatic, different than what you're going to do with the horror. Yeah. And and your character was the man out, and you had to try to prove, your character had to prove himself. So there was a lot of emotion that went into that scene, and we'll see where that ends up. You know how it is. Sometimes you could shoot for an hour to get like a minute or two. We'll see where that ends up. I know we'll be on the screen. I don't know how long, but working on a horror film is going to be different, a lot different.
True.
And I'm curious. I'm very curious, Brian. So we want you to come back to IFB.
I am too.
Open door. You
Wonderful.
just let me know what works for you, and we'll have you sit down and we'll have a lengthy conversation. This is just a cameo appearance, just to kind of break the ice. But then we'll have you back.
I'll have Brett debrief me on everything that I'll be able to share and not share.
There you go. So, what can you talk about?
Because that's the last thing you ever want to do. You don't want to piss off the director. I know that.
Exactly.
Remember that, Pete. I mean, thanks a lot.
That's correct. So thanks, Brian. Thanks for taking the time out. I know it's on the late side, and I know what it's like, but thank you so much for coming on the show. And you're now welcome. And let's work on your next interview with us, and we'll make it a lengthy one based on, like you said, you debrief and then you come back to us. I think we'll have a good time with it.
That would be wonderful. And, I do want to introduce myself to Chris Moore. Hi, Chris. I'm Brian.
Hey. Hey, I'm the voice on the phone.
You're also doing, you're the voice on the phone, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's me.
I've seen your IMDb a little bit.
That's me. I know. Hey, like I say, I've got a voice for the phone.
Yeah.
But I don't think we really introduced ourselves much, except for over Zoom calls and stuff like that. I've never
great meeting you.
Shaking your
I
hand,
can't wait to probably get back up with you again. Maybe we'll end up on a set again.
That sounds great.
Maybe I won't be.
Maybe
I won't be voiced this time. Maybe I'll be in real person.
Yes, a disembodied
either way
voice.
is good,
That's
man.
right. Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Outstanding. Thanks, Brian.
All right.
Have a good one, man. Let's stay in touch.
Yeah, of
Take
course.
care.
Wonderful to see you, Pete. Wonderful to see you, Chris. And have a great evening.
Yeah, you too.
All right.
Take care, Brian. Thanks. Brian is super talented, man, and he's very dedicated. I was very, very happy and lucky that he was on set while I was I'm line producing for Once a Week for Life, and I was cast in a small part next to Brian, across from some professional actors. And it was a learning experience, and
I had
Brian
a great time on the read through with him. I thought he did very well on the read through.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I had told him to come on, and then he had mentioned that he's going to be working on this other project, so I thought it'd be kind of cool to open that up. In the meantime, now it's time for a very, very good friend of ours and a big supporter of IFB. Someone that was a previous guest we've interviewed.
One of our very first guests, actually.
One of our very first. Not to mention, we've also been interviewed on his podcast.
Yes.
So Owen Cotter from Sci Fiction is here with us. He's at a convention. What's up, brother?
Hey,
Happy New Year, man.
We're doing good here in New Orleans, Louisiana, at a Arcadia video game bar. We're here for Fan Expo 2023. I got to show y'all guys this. We got a classic Frogger video game.
Frogger.
Love
Oh,
it.
you got a Galaga too over there.
Galaga's my favorite. I
I
wish I had all the quarters back from Galaga.
Oh man, they have the quarter machines here too, man. Come down here and play all you like, man.
I can't afford it anymore.
I watched I watched one of your I don't know if it was live. I think you were live casting. You were talking about getting with some talent. You were going to head down to the convention, and I spotted that.
Yes.
How did that go?
Yeah, we're down here now in New Orleans live down here now. So we've been doing a weekend today, today.
Oops. New Orleans has wonderful cell networks.
He's live from that venue.
Yep.
And Owen is
there
doing interviews. He's back, and he was.
He's back. He's gone. He's back. He's gone.
He's gone.
He's back.
He's in.
He's back.
Out. Oh boy.
He's like Frogger. He's jumping in and out.
Yes, he's jumping all over it. It's inspired by the video games. Owen, who did you interview for Sci Fiction?
We actually got the voice of Bowser and the voice of Princess Peach from Nintendo's Super Mario.
Ah, okay. That's actually a game I'm old enough to know I've played.
On that. Yeah, OG Nintendo as well.
Yeah.
All the Nintendos.
Most of the time, my daughter mentions a game, and I'm like, no.
Tomorrow, they're going to have some of the actors from Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Anson Mount and Ethan Peck. And our friend Rachel Pizzolatto is going to be moderating Devlin, who did Independence Day and all the good movies like Stargate. He's having a new sci-fi channel TV show. They're going to show an exclusive clip.
Cutting a little out of there. I don't know if you can get a better signal. You can barely.
Down there tomorrow afternoon.
Cool. You're cutting out of there a little bit, but I think we got most of it.
So Owen,
that should be
we
pretty
need
cool.
We're gonna set up a date for you to come in, and we're gonna do a follow-up interview.
Yes, indeed. Might get a little better signal out here.
There you go, much better.
Yes, there you go. So yeah, we tonight is our 6-hour marathon, and you have been a big supporter of IFB. You came on
Yeah.
back in our first year. Actually, you're one of the first guests that we've had, and we wanted to thank you and appreciate your support. It's
Thank
the
you
new
guys as well,
year.
man. I appreciate you guys as well.
Oh, well, likewise, and we wanna make sure that we announce that you're gonna be coming back, and we're gonna be
Yeah,
doing a full interview. We'll do a full catch up, in the springtime. You and I we'll be in touch, and this way we'll sit down and we'll do a full interview with you,
for
and you'll
sure.
tell us what's going on with sci fiction, and we'll exchange info, and fans enjoy your show as well. So
For
thank you
sure.
so much.
You
Keep doing
guys
what you
have a
do,
beautiful
man.
night. I appreciate you having me
All
on,
right.
guys.
You take care.
Feel the fleet.
Absolutely.
Fans feel the fleet.
Here's to you.
Here's to you, Owen.
All right. So, there's Owen Cotter from Sci Fiction. He covers a lot of conventions. He does a slew of them.
I don't know how he lucks out and gets to all those. I don't have enough time.
He does.
I got a job. I can't do it.
As a matter of fact, Owen also gets to do San Diego Comic-Con, and he gets a lot of really good convention interviews. He's been involved in panels as well. So he's definitely a friend of ours and IFB, and we thank him for his support. And it was kind of cool when we did his podcast. He is a podcast as well, and
That was the first time we got interviewed, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was the first time. So it was a lot of fun, and so that's Owen Cotter. You guys, if you get a chance, you stop in, check out his work. He's on Facebook and YouTube and the like. And our next guest up, guys, is Mr. Joe Carabeo, and he was on. We interviewed him at New York Comic Con. And we also had him come back on our show, and Joe has a lot of things in common with us. He's got a wrestling background, produced some backyard wrestling and that series, and he's a photographer, producer, filmmaker, and he also is. He's in the business, full time, so that's also his day job. However, one of the other things that he does take his time out to do is he directs the Awesome Con, which is in Washington, D.C. He directs their film festival, Chris, that you and I have been to.
Yeah, we've been to it before. It's really cool to go see some actual shows, movies, shorts, that actually people spend their money and their time and their talents on, and you get the great you get to see the great ideas that they come up with, and you get to think sometimes, I can do this. Sometimes you get really inspired by seeing some of these videos, and I think partially we were inspired by some of the videos we saw at the Awesome Con there last year. It was like, maybe we should do a fan film. So kind of one of the reasons why we started thinking along the lines where we're at.
2 years ago, when we went, Chris, I remember seeing some of the shorts that were there were phenomenal.
Wow!
What the heck, man! I was like blown away. So we'll see. Joe, let me just check real quick, Chris.
Okay.
Joe had told me that he was going to be on, and so I have no reason to doubt, but we'll just do a quick check here and see if there's any change in status. I'd gone through to him, and let's see. Okay, send link. That was taken care of. Von Babson, thanks so much. He had a good time. Thank you, Vaughn, for coming on. And let's see. I sent you a message. Okay.
We also lucked out, and we had an opening from 11:10 to 11:15, and I got Baz. I sent him all the stuff and everything.
We do. So Dorian is coming on at 11:10.
Oh, you didn't tell me that.
I did.
When?
I told you he's coming on. We had a last minute. He's coming on.
Oh, well, great. So
I announced it early.
Now we're double booked.
First thing on the show. We
now I'm double booked.
Now you double booked. So we can have both of them as long as you didn't give him number 2. We can have both of them come on at the same time.
What did I give him?
Yeah, we can have them both on. It's not a problem.
Well, I gotta find out if I gave him the wrong number.
Yeah. So just so you know, I gave Dorian number 2, and if you gave Baz anything else, we'll have them both on at the same time.
Or I can send Baz a quick message.
Okay. So yeah,
I gave him number 2. Hang on, let me send him the other.
All right, so they'll be give him number 3 or no. Doesn't matter.
3 or 1.
Well, Chuck and Chris have 3 and 1, just so you know, and they'll be coming on right after.
Okay, I'll handle it.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so they'll be coming on. Let's see. And then no, Lola, you're coming on at 11 Eastern time, so you're good. Everybody's good. Can just hear you over the forge. All right. Well, sounds like we have everything in hand. We're waiting for Joe Carabeo. If he can, he told me that he would try to make it. He was not 100%, Chris, but he was. He said that that he would pop on between 10:35 and 10:45. So just keep an eye out for him, and he should
Want to
be
move
around.
Baz up? Maybe I can get Baz on.
I just don't know that. Yeah, but we don't know if Joe's actually going to come on.
Well,
That's the
Joe's on
problem.
what?
Joe was on 3. He's on 3.
So Baz is listed for number 2.
Okay.
I gave him the stuff for 2.
All right, so have him on. So bring him on.
I'll throw him a text to see if he can come on.
Okay, cool.
That way,
And then see if
they do show up, then we can double talk. That doesn't sound right. Double talk, double interview. We can speak over top of each other and have a whole lot of fun.
Okay.
So Baz says he's
what
on
happens.
his way.
We get loopy when it goes to 10:37.
No,
not yet. You're not loopy.
I'm fine.
Yet?
I just started a cup of coffee. My 35th anniversary cup that I don't like to use much because it just wears off. The stuff that they put on the outside wears off so much.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I got this.
Got
this one, The Big Bang Theory. I got this at the Warner Brothers Studios when I did the VIP tour. I got it. Yeah, and I got it. This is a long time ago. I've had this for years now, and this has taken a beating. And I did not think that this would hold up, but it has. So this is where I have my Java.
There's an interesting one. I haven't seen that one before.
So all good stuff. We've had nonstop, guys. We really appreciate you tuning in. Right, we started with Battlestar Bulletin Board. Sean Shallow came on, and then from there we had Fran, super fan Fran Severn, who is her and Professor Eric Paddon, who are both early fan fiction writers, from back in the day. And we had a nice conversation with both of them, followed by Glen Eric Larson, and we did some trivia with Eric, and it was really a treat to have him on. It's always really, really fun. And, one of the guys who I would never have expected, the son of Eric, of Glen Larson, who is a child actor and who's involved in, the productions, the Larson productions. I would never have thought that he would, bother with the fans like he does. He's vested, he's interested. He's a sci-fi guy, and he comes on the show and supports because he respects the fandom, and he knows that what he does, what we do, what we like are are driven by the fans, right? If you don't have the fans, you're not going to have a successful anything, franchise or otherwise. And it's really cool when we have them on, and we really appreciate them. And then after that, we had a guest that we hadn't had before, representing the non-sport card industry, right? And a magazine that is familiar to many of us, especially myself, since I do collect cards, non-sports cards. Harris Toser, production manager, who is heavily involved in the magazine as well as the collector industry, and he's also involved in a card collecting convention that I have been to, and Chris and I looks like we've gotten the green light to be able to go and cover like we had discussed, which was kind of cool the way that played out, because Tipsy Toaster and I had we toyed with the idea of reaching out to the convention people and asking for permission to get to go there and cover the show and put it up and share it with you guys. And lo and behold, he tells us, Mr. Toser says, yeah, sure, you guys, thumbs up. So it looks like we're going to be doing it. The next show is in May, and it's in Pennsylvania, and they have a new location from where they used to do it. So I think Chris and I are going to make the trip. We just got to make sure we take a pocket full of money, because there's always some really cool stuff to get in terms of non-sports cards. So for those of us that collect, it's a show just for that. And I think we're quickly moving towards Tara and John. No. Oh no, Joe, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
All right, cool, man. I was gonna give up on you, but then I said, you know what? I think the Intercontinental Champion is gonna end up getting here. So here you are.
It's a good thing you didn't give up on me, because I wasn't giving up getting back on here.
Nice. I just didn't know, man. You may have they may have done a pile driver on you, and then a double suplex, and I don't know, leave you out for a count.
You know what happens though? I no-sold it, and I kept on going.
Awesome. Joe, how the heck are you, man? From the last show to now, it's been a couple of months. What are you up to?
Man, I got some... We'll keep with the wrestling theme, because I think it's pretty interesting what's happening now with me. So they've been hinting at it a little bit, but there's this all-female wrestling company. Well, all the whole roster is female, so it's all female wrestling company called CCW. The promoter and owner is based out of Northern Virginia, but he runs shows in New Jersey and it's capital, so the Mid-Atlantic area. And so we're probably going to have a collaboration. I won't run in, but I might start helping out, shooting the promos and help doing character development.
Oh, cool.
Soon. So I wouldn't say it's a dream come true. I want to see how this all plays out, but I think it's going to be very interesting.
You get that? Maybe it's too good to be true type thing.
You know what I mean?
A little scared. It's a little too good
Joe,
to be true.
Are they going to be doing any of this stuff in the New York area, or is it going to be all just where's it going to be focused?
I believe Jersey is the New York area, right? Is that sort of count?
More or less. I was kind of hoping that you it was going to make it creep its way more into New York City, but Well,
you know what? Here's the thing, though. Just like anything, once you build the buzz and that demand is there. I mean, this is really cool, because you don't really get a lot of like independent wrestling companies that are all female based and have the. I've been paying attention, and they got some of the greatest wrestlers, female wrestlers, just wrestlers in general on this.
Okay.
That you can see. And they got a big tournament coming up, big things. I mean, I hate saying this, and I hate alluding to and saying this phrase, but big things are happening. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see joining my world and my profession and adding that to a wrestling company, like the cinematic, the filmmaking, the character development, the stories, and just seeing what happens when you mix this, because I love working with characters. I love working with professional wrestlers, especially. And I think this is a really cool thing that's going to happen in the next few months. So yeah, exclusive for you guys.
Sounds like a live action Glow.
Yeah, it is. Like live action Glow.
Wait,
Joe, you have
not live action?
you have a home, and you have this our community and our resources are here for you. And we would love to collaborate with any kind of promotion that you guys might need. It's almost strange in a way to say how this what we do and how wrestling and the whole convention, sci-fi and comic book and all that, it just kind of mixes together well. It works well together, and a lot of our fans are into wrestling like I am, and so we're here for you, man. If you need a platform to just get the word out and maybe get some whoever wants to come on with you and talk about it, let's do it, man.
I'm pretty excited to see where this goes. It's always unique too, because I'm working on another film called Kira versus Everyone, and there's a big fight like at the end of it. Like I really I like to bring the violence a lot of times, and the look, like the visual images I'm using for references when the people get bloody are like professional wrestler images of like when they have the crimson mask. I was like, listen, I go to the makeup artist. I'm like, it needs to look like this. They need to have that crimson mask. It needs to look like that.
Oh boy. So I don't know. Could it be let's see some of the good ones, Joe. Let's think of Dusty Rhodes and Greg the Hammer. Who else? Some of those classic, all busted up, right?
Roddy Piper in my case.
Yeah, Roddy Piper.
It's so crazy. It's crazy because like growing up and you get those wrestling magazines, like if I was looking at Pro Wrestling Illustrated and I would see the pictures, and usually, like it was just newsprint, so it was in black and white, right?
Yeah.
But like the faces were all like jacked up. I'm like, holy crap, this is what people are doing on the indies, getting that messed up.
Ric Flair.
I was going to say Ric Flair, yeah. Pretty boy.
Yeah. So there's a lot of good pictures out there. Some of these classic wrestling. Pat Patterson was one, and there's a slew of these guys. I remember seeing Billy Graham, and I even saw Hulk Hogan get busted up and open himself up once.
Okay,
with Andre the Giant. So yeah, very cool. Roddy Piper. Yeah,
it's fun because I think there's a saying like in wrestling that's like the color red means green.
Yeah, this is true, man. This is true.
I do wonder sometimes though too. There's some like Flair. It's like you don't gotta bleed every match, man.
Yeah, that's his signature,
run out.
Right?
Yeah.
That was his thing.
Keep some blood.
Snooker, Jimmy Fly Snooker. That's right.
See, this is how I know a wrestler is about to get into their bleeding era. It's like when they dye their hair blonde, when it gets blonde, like you got to have the blonde hair for the blood to look really good.
Yeah, it doesn't show well in dark hair, no.
Yeah, no kidding. Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, oh boy, Macho Man, that's another one. Well, Joe, look, we want you back.
Before he goes, I want anything new on how's the submissions for Alcon going?
So I'll just go through the list of a lot of stuff I'm doing. Like, so yeah, we got the I'm working with CCW. I'm filming one of my next films and probably in February, and then hopefully another one after that. I just met with the cinematographer Kuni Owi, who's I'll say a world-renowned cinematographer, but he's also one of my great friends. We this is the first time we've ever actually worked together, but we've worked in the field. And I think this is going to be a great opportunity for all of us just to show who we really are. So yeah, making films. Awesome Con, the submissions are happening right now. It's not the early bird, now it's the regular bird submission. So submit. That Awesome Con is happening in June, so get your films in way before then. 3 days of films. Amazing audience. We can pack in there like accumulation of like 1,500 people will watch your film. So, and this is a real audience. You know, this is the audience that will give you that real reaction, real people. So Awesome Con is a great place to submit your film. Who knows? I might be also working again with the DC Shorts. It's another great film festival that happens in the DC area. So yeah, I'm always just trying to be in there. I'm always working on films. I also released my second Astray book. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I have it right here. And also we got some stuff. I'll flip through it real fast.
Hang on. Let me get a full screen on it first. Let me get a full screen on it and hit the record button.
Yeah, no. But yeah, we have I got Astray number 1. Oh, you want to flip it? Let's flip it again. You want to flip it again? Maybe not safe for work, but
there we go.
Boom, done. All right, cool.
We'll flip number 1 too. We'll flip number 1 as well. Might not be safe for work. Whoops.
There we go.
Cool.
but yeah, both of those now are on sale on the Astray Production shop. You can get both of those. They're all also signed by a select few of the models in there, so they have touched it. You can feel their presence on these books. I think these things are awesome. I'm always going to make that. My photography world still lives on. So yeah, and also I'm still writing comics with the Curl Studio. I write a crime book, a friendship crime book called Black Magic Tales, about 2 friends who want to make the world a better place, so they start doing inspirational crimes.
Excellent. There you go. All right, cool. All right, Joe.
How long you guys been doing this all day?
No, we've
6 hours.
since
No, just
6
hours.
So 6.
That's a lot. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. And
they won't let us do it more than. I tried to talk him into a 12-hour, but
yeah, no, not happening. No.
Look, I got a life, man. I got a life to do this.
Exactly. Joe, I'm gonna reach out to you so we can try to figure out a good time that works for both of us. We want you to come back and be our guest on our regular show, so we can really do a deep dive.
Next time, I will be on time.
You're fine. This is live, man. We're used to this.
This is live, bro. We're gonna do a deep dive, bro. We're gonna do a deep dive. We're gonna spend, the show. You're gonna be the guest on our show. We're gonna do a deep dive. We're gonna talk it all out. I know you're gonna have a lot more stuff to talk about. Thank you so much for coming in. This is just a teaser of what's to come. Break a leg, bro. And we will be in touch. We have a platform for you, so we're here for you. You just keep us in mind. Wrestling is cool, and let's go for it, man. Happy New Year.
This should be the place where I do exclusive announcements.
There you go.
That'd be awesome.
We're okay with that. We're definitely okay with that.
Absolutely, let's do it, man. Let's do it. Pile driver all the way.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna extend my time a little bit. Here's the thing with the CCW thing is they haven't revealed it yet on their platform, but this platform is where the reveals are.
There you go. We like it. All right, let's do it.
You guys have a good Friday night. I'm gonna go watch some pro wrestling.
There you go. Now. Studying. You're studying for the next part.
That's right. That's right.
How is that shot made?
All right, Joe.
Look at this shot. Yeah. All right. Good night.
Here's to you, buddy.
Yep.
Good night.
Fans fuel the fleet.
Happy New Year. Fans fuel the fleet. Outstanding. All right. See that, man? He just brought the energy, right? That's for the round 2. That's for, that's for the 3 count, right? He's bringing it for the 3 count. So that's it. It's all about a title match. All right. We're going to intercontinental champion, right? Because he's not a heavyweight. He's intercontinental champion. So it's all good. I'm energized. Let's bring them on. Right now it's Tara and John. And Joe, thank you so much. We're going to have you back. We're going to talk wrestling next time. We're going to take deep dive into all your work. And looking forward to seeing you at Awesome Con. Is the rest of our team here?
Yeah, they're here. I just don't have them on one. There we go.
They're on one.
I don't have them on one layout.
Oh, you don't have them on one layout. Okay.
I had to pull somebody off one. as many people as we've gone through tonight, we go from one layout to another.
There we go. Busted. Tara and John are on and in the house. So
actually, John looks like he's frozen.
He is frozen. No, he's not. He's doing that.
He's in deep concentration. That's all. John's in deep concentration. We'll get back with John later when he's not thinking so hard.
Tara, what's going on?
How's it going, guys?
It's going. How are you?
Fantastic. Apologies in advance. I am not usually up too late, and I have a kitten that is bouncing off the walls of this room right now. Well, I keep trying to shoo her out, but she's like, "Oh, what's that? What's going on?"
John's back.
How's it going, guys? I got to close up for a minute there.
Happy New Year, John.
Happy New Year, guys.
Tara.
How are you?
Happy New Year.
Good. Tara, let's start with you. Let's get some insights from your end of the corner of the universe.
Oh, thank you. I've just been, thinking about 2022 as a whole and what the things I loved the most. We covered so much stuff this year. I went back over like every note I made of every time I was on, and I said, "Ooh, all right, we covered a lot of good stuff." And I'm thinking my favorites for the year. And I'm thinking my top pick for movie of the year is Maverick.
Oh, I just saw that the other day.
Yep.
Did you now?
Very good.
What did you think, Chris?
I liked it. It was
good. Yep.
I was expecting it to be more oriented around the specific actor, but he seemed like he shared the spotlight very well.
I thought it was great. I did. Gotta admit. Good stuff.
Absolutely. It was one of those, like, this is the reason why you go to the movies kind of feel, and
I saw it on Paramount Plus, so I don't know if
me
too.
I saw the movie theater. It was great.
Yeah, I can just imagine on the big screen that it was really just outstanding at the end of the day. Bigger things. I really adored Everything Everywhere All at Once, which has a lot of Oscar buzz behind it.
Yeah.
That was pretty outstanding. I just saw The Menu. I don't know if you guys have seen The Menu yet with Ray Fiennes. Just hit HBO Max on streaming. John, you know what I'm talking about?
The Menu?
It's called The Menu. It is a comedy satire horror film, and it's about like upscale restaurant dining and obsessive foodies like myself. And it goes quickly off the rails.
I gotta see this.
Oh, you are gonna love it. I watched it twice in the last 48 hours, and I was like, "This
Soylent
is
Green."
Soylent Green.
Yeah, sorry, Soylent. I kept expecting that to come up. John.
I'm going to see this.
Somebody's gonna mention this. Oh my gosh, and it's
Okay.
a fantastic cast. Yeah, it's still in theaters, I believe, but it just hit streaming on HBO Max. A lot of fun. TV, I'm sure I'm not going to say much that you guys don't already expect. Andor was fantastic this year. Strange New Worlds, Picard, of course. Can't wait for the next season. My other side pick is 1899, which Pete, I know you were watching with me.
Yep.
I really loved it.
It got too
I think
weird.
it was I was gonna say, I think it got a little too niche, weird-ish, and it lost a little bit. But I am weird and niche, so
what the heck?
So I loved it.
Cool. Tara,
and I heard it's not coming back next year, so I'm bummed.
Yeah.
No?
No
big loss.
Yeah.
No problem.
The guys who made Dark made that, and I was surprised. I was watching 1999. I'm like, that's it. I'm done.
I love
Tara,
Dark.
Thank you.
Dark was so
Dark
much
was
fun.
great.
For doing what you do. We really appreciate it.
Look forward to the next year with you.
We're looking forward to the next one. We're going to communicate separately and follow up on the Stranded Warrior.
Yep.
So there's we're
moving quick on it.
Follow up on that. Mm-hmm. So I will be contacting you for that, and we're gonna be pushing that forward. So we're looking forward to the new year. Thank you so much for staying up. We are going to let you go.
Take care of your kitten.
Yes, we want to make sure that you know that we really, really appreciate you being part of the team, and look forward to another great year with you. And it's only better with your help and John's help. So thank you, and let's keep doing what we do.
Yep. Fans for the fleet.
Yeah. So John, what you got? You sent up a couple of slides, man. So kick it.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. We got Wednesday season 2 has just been renewed. I thought that would come back. I'm glad it came back. It was a pretty good series.
I liked it. Yeah, I liked it a lot.
They just renewed it for season 2, which is good because I really enjoyed it. You know, it was better than the Monsters remake. That was horrible. But I'm looking forward to it. There's some really good cameo actors on it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more kiddish, but it really wasn't. It was really well done, and it was good. The actress that played did an extremely good job.
Jenny Ortega played Wednesday, and
she did a great job.
Catherine, the mother, she played her mother.
Zeta Jones.
Yep. And the father too. He was spot on for Gomez. I really enjoyed it. You know, for the director who did that, he did really good. You know, I was waiting to see a Johnny Depp cameo, but maybe next season. So that's season 2, so I'm happy about that. They didn't cancel this show, so
good. Finally.
What else you got for us, John?
We got another one. A couple weeks ago we were talking about bad B movies, so I had to put this on for next week.
Oh my gosh!
This is Winnie the Pooh, and it goes crazy because it's like Christopher Robin left them in the forest, and they grow up and they went crazy, and now they go on a killing spree. So that's good. You know,
Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
The next movie coming out.
That's coming out this year?
Yeah, it's coming out next week.
All right. On what?
I think it's coming out on streaming or movie theaters. It's probably going to come out on streaming.
Oh, my God. That's crazy.
Yep.
So
that's
a check. I gotta see that one. I can watch a bear on cocaine. It's actually a movie about a bear that finds cocaine and goes out and kills people.
Oh boy. What's that? What's the last one you got for us?
And the next one, this is going to be good. It's on the Sci-Fi Channel, February 1st. This is called The Ark. And it's a space exploration film. Earth is going out to send people to explore planets and colonize them. But they had to go in suspended animation. So they have like 2 years flight, whatever. But something happens to the ship that these people on. It explodes and people die, and they have to try to survive on the ship. And they wake up a year before they get to land on the new planet. So they try to survive in space when the ships have like a catastrophic event to it. So that looks pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
February 1st on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Interesting. Well, John, thank you for putting that together. It's way shorter than you usually get, but this was a cameo thing. It's a New Year thing. So thank you for coming on. Thank you for what you're doing, and we're looking forward to 2023, and just keeping up the work that we do. I think we all enjoy it, and we appreciate you being part of the team. Thank you very much. And let's just have fun, man.
Yeah. Let's have rock on. You guys doing a great job. That 5 hours, got 1 more hour to go. So keep on going. It's great show so far. Really
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. Take care.
Good night. All right. So we had our team on, and Lola should be next up.
Yep.
Is she? Yep.
No,
let's go.
not
Lola at the Copa. Dorian is out there. He's listening, man. He's waiting for his slot. He's got a time slot. So let's get Lola up, and then right after Lola's going to be our unofficial fact checker, which is Rob Baum. So we got a couple of more lined up before we go into that last stretch. We got some Baz is with us. Good. We're gonna be doing a really cool. Lola's up. Let's do Lola.
Gotta find her. Hang on.
Lola's at the Copa, I think. That might be a problem. We'll see if we can. She's on. Hey, Lola, what's up?
What's up? I'm tired.
Well,
you're tired.
Welcome to the
Should
show.
take an earlier
Thanks for
time
staying
slot,
up.
right?
Yeah,
Thanks for
next
staying
time.
up, Lola.
You guys forget. I think I'm the oldest one on IFB. You know.
I don't think so. You don't look.
I
that
don't
old.
think so. But thank you so much, Lola.
56.
You've been.
No, I think Pete's got you beat. No, just kidding.
Yes, absolutely.
He's close.
Yes, I am. You're getting hellos from all around, Lola, from Eric, Paddon, and everybody else. Thanks for being a team member.
People.
You know, a lot of I just want to put this out real quick. I don't know. Nobody probably knows outside of us that when Chris and I first started IFB, the one person that we would reach out to, and we did on many occasions, that was always there for us was Lola. So we went to our first convention and we were having some issues, and you know, we were like, who can we call that can get on with us and find out if we're broadcasting? And I was like, you know what? I think Lola will be on. And yes, Lola was there. And then there was another time, I don't know what the heck, something else. And we call Lola. Lola gets on. She's like, all right, I'll do it. No problem. I'll get on. So we've relied on Lola behind the scenes a bunch of times. Lola, Happy New Year. Thanks for being an IFBer. Tell us a little bit real quick about what you're doing. You're a writer and you're doing some stuff. Tell us.
Well, right now, my unofficial name is Major Terra Viper. I fly on the Battlestar Trident. We've got Commander Hawk. She flies on the Battlestar Saturn. And, of course, we're looking for the Galactica and Apollo because they need help. So I am a warrior, but I also been working on the bridge lately. I'm learning to, you know, hit the red button and tell everybody to get out. I also have 2 squadrons that I'm in charge of. So that's neat for me because I'm learning so much. And I'm learning from Lieutenant Commander Viper, who is also my husband. And he's really teaching me how to play the game and get pictures on and stuff like that. So for me, that's neat. I do want to say I am probably the most obsessed person in the world for Battlestar Galactica. I watch it every night, every single night, except the night I was in the hospital, the week I was in the hospital, that didn't work. But you did say I've written 2 books. One is Space Messiah. Doran's Publishing was interested and wanted me to make some changes.
Really?
But my book, which Chris, you have not read, but Pete has, and Pete said he read it twice and he said it was kind of icky. But I've changed it a lot.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Well, icky's a word for me. But anyway, I've done a lot of changes.
She's interpreting your wording.
Yes, I created the Kabolian language in my new book.
Oh.
So I've rewritten it, and we have Kabolian language that, you know, Apollo can speak to his father and the 5 other people that's in the circle of 7. And his whole purpose by the Ship of Lights is to go after Ible and kill him, because people think Ible is the devil. The devil is inside of him. Uh-huh. So if Apollo can kill Ible, the Ship of Lights can pull the devil out, and Apollo does what he's supposed to, but he screws up, and I won't say any more.
But don't give it away. It sounds pretty good.
Everybody says he's dead. It took him 3 years to find Ible, so he's not dead. So everybody out there, Apollo is alive.
Excellent. Excellent, Lola. Thank you very much. And where can they follow where can they follow you doing all this? Where is it that you guys are on?
Well, I really love that you guys even asked me. You've got so many wonderful people on there doing so many marvelous things.
Like you.
That it's
like you, yeah.
But they're amazing, and your show's amazing.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
That's why I follow you, and I love being from the Copa.
Her name is
Outstanding, Lola. Take care.
And you're off the Battlestar Saturn, so if anybody else gets a chance, this is the
get over there.
And if anybody wants to get into it and be a part of it, we kill Cylons in the new group is Chitane,
Yeah,
and we even ran into some vampires.
Yeah, I'm not gonna join. You're gonna kill Cylons.
Well,
I'm not there. Yeah.
Lola, we're looking forward to seeing you back on the show so we can talk about your writing exclusively and your world building. And we also are going to meet up with you at Dragon Con. So here's to you.
This bucket list.
That's it.
Lola, here's to you. Happy New Year. Have a great year. We'll hear more from you. Thank you so much for being a team member, and wish you all the best.
Thank you for inviting me. I loved it. So it's my 5 minutes of fame.
Take care.
Bye-bye. I'll watch the rest of you, so don't go away.
Thank you very much. All right, that's so cool. We haven't had, I don't think officially we've had Lola actually on.
No,
but she's worked on
she's
stuff
helped
with us
helped us
before.
do some work, but that's
Tremendous.
about it.
We have Rob Baum should be out there somewhere. Rob, now's your chance to come on so we can talk to you for a few minutes. Because Rob wanted to say a few things. Rob checks in regularly with me, and he did want to recognize there's some of his coworkers or former coworkers, and some of the places that he's involved with or that he's been at. He wants to do some shout outs. I believe they're also supporters in one way or another, and he wanted to come on and recognize them. And so I was like, yeah, of course. And he wanted to just get on and say a couple of words, being that this is a cameo and a way of getting everybody on board. Rob is, of course, our unofficial fact checker. Rob Baum has been with IFB for pretty much the beginning. He says he's trying to access No Dice. Give it another shot, Rob, because we can bring in on. I think I made it work with my iPhone. All else fails. Because we had gotten you on. Remember, Rob, we were going to do an audio thing with you, if at all possible, and it was kind of working last time. Let's see, real quick. He's on a number one, guest one. Yeah. Are we able to, is he up?
Working on it.
Okay. So
I think Chris came on early, so Rob Baum. Yeah.
Okay.
So disconnect Chris. Hey, Chris, if you can hear me, go ahead and disconnect right now. Somebody needs to use that line first. And then come back in a couple minutes before you're supposed to come on.
Yeah. That's the problem. We only have a set number of lines, and that's why
I don't have enough money to buy the other 4.
Yeah,
it's only $500.
Yeah, that's all. So anyway, Rob, you want to try that again? You'll probably be able to get on now. Let's see. And then if we can, wow.
I see red.
Too many screens, man. Holy mackerel.
Okay.
We won't.
Welcome to my world.
Oh boy. And
Rob
then
Baum's logged in. Caller's made initial contact, and there he is.
Cool. And so, Rob, are you on?
I think he is. Hang on. Wait. Don't start talking yet.
Okay. I just thought maybe.
I got to get everybody set up.
Okay.
Now we can talk.
Oh, cool, man. Hey, Rob, what's up?
I got to turn his audio on. Now we can talk.
Hold on. Audio. All right.
Now we can talk.
All right. And lower third if you can. Rob, audio check.
Check. Yeah, I can hear you. If that.
All right. Yep.
Good.
Gotcha.
All right. Hey, Rob, welcome to IFB. Thanks for coming on. You've been you're our unofficial fact checker. You've been doing our stuff and checking us and thank you for all that. We had discussed the fact that you wanted to do some shout outs real quick to some supporters out there.
Joe Field and the Flying Colors Comics in Concord, California, and my former co-workers at 783 in Lafayette, California. That's a a retail establishment.
All right, cool, very cool.
And also
Rob, what?
Mine from Boston. He's hosted a show on 10:30, and he actually interviewed Richard Hatch many years ago.
Oh, cool.
Oh, outstanding. Very cool. So Rob, I know that you're a big Battlestar Galactica fan amongst sci-fi, and you've been to conventions. You've done some interviewing, and you're big into the Star logs and the fantastic films and the magazines, just like I was. As a matter of fact, you sent Starburst. Yeah. You'd sent me some stuff. We have had conversations about Galactica and the like. So we just wanted to thank you for coming on. It's our New Year's show. So happy New Year to you. And
to you
let's set up a future interview, Rob, where
thanks
we
for
can
being
have you come on.
the fact person. I mean, I love getting the facts.
Yeah.
But just for the record, as far as interviewing people, I did interview Richard Hatch a handful of years ago because he did film a low-budget movie in Philadelphia, which I gather that it probably fell by the way. I don't know what became. It was a film called Renaissance, but I guess that there was another film called Philadelphia being shot around the same time, and so I gather most people have probably heard of that one, but not Hatch's film.
Weird. I've never heard of it.
Yeah. So,
well, the film circuit festival, but I guess it's not on any streaming services. I don't think it's even on YouTube.
Interesting. That's fascinating. Rob, we want you to come back, and we want you to be on one of our regular shows so that we can dedicate some time to teasing out background information, your convention. You've been to some of the reunion conventions. You've been to some creation conventions. I think we could have a really good discussion on all this stuff. And so let's do that. Let's set up a night that you can come on to a regular live broadcast. This is just a quick hello and thank you, and a happy New Year, Rob.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and looking forward to it, gentlemen.
All right.
And I hope you enjoyed.
Yes, I got mine.
You guys a copy of them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's
yes.
on my shelf.
Thank you, Rob. You take care. And like I said, we're going to have you come back. We're going to do a nice show, and we'll reminisce and talk, because you have a lot of really deep cuts on some of this stuff that we will have a good time with. So thank you again, Rob, and happy New Year.
Looking forward.
Yep.
You
Take
too.
care.
All right, so that is very, very cool. Finally got Rob
Finally got this meeting. I mean, we always see him on the thing, and it's great to finally put a face to the text.
Yeah, I got it. I got to
put
tell
a
you,
face and a voice to the text.
Yeah, I've been, Rob keeps up with me, and he's very patient. So when I get a chance, I have had a few conversations with him, private conversations on the side about, all the stuff that we talk about. And that was kind of cool. I'm glad that he was able to come on. I believe that you might have Dorian Keys on.
Not yet.
Not yet? Let me see.
You believe wrong, sir.
Okay. Well,
I do have Chuck on, I think. But
all right.
I don't see him, so I'm not sure if I have the audio on him or not. But
okay.
And Chris, if you can hear me, you can log back in now if you want to, because nobody else is on that channel.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, we'll wait for Dorian to show up on channel 2.
All right. So yeah, so
Chris
we're
is
juggling.
connected, okay.
All right, Chris is up. Cool. Who else is up? Is Chuck on?
I don't know. Oh, yep.
Okay.
Looks like he's on audio wise. Chuck, can you hear me?
I think Dorian is on.
Dorian? No, I don't see Dorian.
No.
Nope.
No.
Hey, Chuck, can you hear me? I hear you, but you can't hear me.
Or is it Chris? Who's on? Which it should
Chris
be.
is there. I can see Chris.
Okay, so Chris is on 1, and Chuck should be on 3.
Yep.
Well, look, we wanted to. So
I hear Chuck,
Davenport,
but he does not hear us, evidently.
Okay, so that's not good. However, we did want to. Okay, so what do I have? Are you guys still on? Yes, we are on. Okay, Dorian is around. He's floating. However,
I think I saw his.
Make sure.
Chuck, try again.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
We got you. We got you now. All right, we're waiting on somebody else, so just stand by.
All right, so we're juggling, and that's kind of like
we're hustling,
sometimes, yeah, and hustling. So that's okay. In the meantime, let me take this opportunity to introduce. I've mentioned mentioned some of our extended family and team, and that of course includes Chris Marshall and Chuck Davenport. They put together that intro that we have where the Battlestar, we're flying into our ship and flying over the Battlestar. So
Carl,
you're
early. Carl, you're early. If you want to, I don't know, Carl, if you can step off just for a couple more minutes because we're waiting somebody else to going to come on there.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, but anyway, idea is that Chris Marshall and Chuck Davenport are part of the IFB family, team members that are doing CG and are also, big fans.
I don't see.
They're involved in a variety of Battlestar Galactica related.
Dorian's trying to get him on.
Okay, so
there we go. All right, bam.
You might have all you. Oh, hey, what's up, Dorian? Long time no see, bro. Yeah, so cool. Hey, Dorian, we I brought up the fact that you were hoping you were going to come on, sci-fi award-winning author, and you have all these different projects going on. Give us insight on what's new. What is going on with you? Dorian, are you there?
Check.
There's a little bit of delay in here, so
Okay.
from here to the screen that I'm looking
Go
at.
for
So I hope I'm still on.
Yeah, you're on.
Tell us about your book stuff, Dorian.
I don't want to. I don't want to create a feedback on both screens. I'm sorry, and I have.
You're fine.
Okay, so
book-wise.
Okay, so what I've been doing lately, since the last time that we spoke, this was already in works. The new book that I published secretly, because first draft, second draft, third draft, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, I actually managed to get a hold of the laptop that I was making music, so that was project number 2. And then the third project that I had was the comic book. So that was project number 3. And then the previous project. So I had about 4 projects that were just going on at the same time. So I was trying to keep up with all of them at the same time. And actually, these are the same headphones that I produce the music. I couldn't find another set of headphones.
They're fine.
So the book actually took about a year and a half to finish, and in between the research that I did and then the back and forth with the editor and the publisher, the more people get involved with the book, the longer it takes, because it's a back and forth. And the book is about 63,000 words long. So it takes a little while to go through it with a fine comb and then, bring it back. And now I have to do the same thing. The idea was spawned in 2020, 2021, and then it came into fruition in 2022 as current events. And based on the works that I was reading, which was Orwell, Philip K. Dick, I'm missing the name of the next author.
Bradbury?
Brave New World. I forgot the name of the author right now. Huxley. So I tried to mesh all those works into one to bring them up to date. One of the
one of the things that I personally kind of didn't like is that 1984, it's an unfinished story. Oceania seems to be a boiling point by the time the book ends. And I didn't really like the fact that Orwell, it was not his fault. Orwell passed away after that book, but kind of didn't push it to the next step and just see the result, what people had to say. And so that's what I wanted to project with this book. As this book follows the story of essentially a refugee. He moves from one planet Earth, to Mars, and he eventually moves to the third planet where the story takes place, Series 3. Now, all of these advances have been made possible by technology, the robotics, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. And my basic premise is that as far as humanity goes, and as far as we've seen, we tend to take old technologies to the breaking point and exploit them before bringing it back. As far as we've seen, that's what we've done so far. So that's what happens in this story as well. They take the technologies, artificial intelligence and robots, and they do good with it. They explore space, they build in outer space, but they also do things that humans would not necessarily agree. I believe even in real life they would not necessarily agree. Like mess around with the way humans behave. So Earth ends up getting destabilized. Mars, same thing happens in there. And then by the beginning of this book, the main character has moved on to a third planet, and he's kind of seeing the final plan of what the system has in mind. And by this time, the system is almost completely automated and makes cold, calculated decisions for people. And in preparation for this book, I also researched like actual scientific papers and experiments that were done. One of the most famous ones was the mouse utopia experiment, which is a real experiment done in I forgot the year right now. They took a whole bunch of mice and they put them in a pit, and they saw how many they could make. Unfortunately, in all the experiments, that failed.
Wow.
It was not a lack of space. It was things were too easy, I think. And it just broke the society, and they're broke. And
wow.
I obviously that's not going to happen with humans. I don't think I can't see.
You
that
never know.
with
When the AIs, Cylons will take over. The Cylons will win.
Right. I can. So far, from the first readers and some of the people that I actually trust in reading, that I know that they have read a lot of works, they have enjoyed, and I'm happy to see that the themes that I was going for have projected, like they have read those themes. So
it's good stuff. Dorian, we're gonna have you come back. It's been a while, but we need you to come back, and we want to work through all of your work and how you've evolved through the different stories, and then the books, and how you've gotten to this point. And we're very proud of the work that you've done, because you were with us when we first started, and you've gone places, and we're very happy for your success. So we want you to come back. Let's set up a date that works for you, and let's do this. Let's have a real deep interview. Let's talk story building, world building, and let's talk about your style of writing and what it takes. So congratulations, Happy New Year, and
Thank you.
come back to us, please.
Will do. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, take care.
Absolutely, Dorian. Thank you so much. Dorian was a award-winning author, science fiction author that was early on.
He's one of our first
guests. Yeah, one
too.
of our first guests that came on.
I was the guinea pig.
So, yes, you were. And look
or was
at you
it
now.
the other way around?
Look at the success. You did something right, my friend. You did something right. Because look
you're
at you
doing
now.
great.
So,
But look
thank
at
you.
you. I follow your show every chance I get. I just,
That's awesome. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Dorian. Like I said, we're very proud of you. Happy New Year, and please come back to us.
And keep making music. I keep listening to that while I'm at work.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's another thing we're going to talk about.
All
All right,
care.
stay safe, buddy. Stay safe. Yeah,
Have a good
Dorian, man. It's incredible. It's incredible, his journey in writing. And so we want to definitely take a deep dive. In the meantime, and these are all just cameos, cameo appearances, and teasers for future shows that we're going to be doing, and catching up a little bit with some of our past guests. And of course, like I said, Dorian is an award-winning sci-fi author, and now has published a few works. In the meantime, we should be ready for Chuck Davenport and Chris. I hope that we've been able to maybe iron out. Yeah, we're good. Holy macaroni. We haven't seen you guys in a long time. So, and to have you all here in one time is phenomenal. So, Chris, thank you for coming on. And then Chuck, I think we have you on the background as well.
Yep.
Hope so.
Yep. Yes.
Oh, yes. Fantastic. So, Chris, what have you been up to, man? It's been a while since we met up with you. What's going on in your part of the world?
As you can see, I'm still kind of enjoying the Battlestar Galactica genre.
Heck yeah.
As much as
Pete,
look
at his shoulder. We talked about this the other day.
Yeah, we were talking about that, man. So perfect.
We're actually going to put one of those on somebody on the movie. So you beat us to
absolutely. It. Very cool.
Yeah, but took a little hiatus earlier this year, but got back into the swing of things with the CGI piece. I'm not an animator. I'm a model, but Chuck is the animator. So we've been working as a team for the past year, actually past 2 years, on all kinds of projects. We've done amateur versions of like the Scorpion ship fleet yards. Let me get that right. Yeah. Scorpion fleet shipyards. We've done different variants of Battlestars. We've done classic Battlestar models. We've done new stuff. And we've done a whole lot of fan-driven designs as well. And it's just been wonderful working with Chuck. Just when I think wow, my stuff is good, Chuck takes it and just makes it look even better. And all the artistic stuff that he does for the animations, it's all him. I feel like I'm a supporting cast member to Chuck right now.
You guys make a great team.
We couldn't do anything without the models you make. I can't make anything that looks better than a lump of clay.
And
here's
honestly,
the latest from the duo that I got just a little while ago. Ready?
IFB, Death Squadron Attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, are you happy, Chris? That
no, there wasn't an explosion at the end. I was somewhat happy, but there needs to be a nice explosion at the end, and maybe some human parts flying in the atmosphere.
Don't take him seriously. He's out of his mind. He's loopy because he's up so late. But Chris and Chuck, man, you guys, you bring this other element to everything that you do, which is not, it may seem simple to you guys, but when you get to see this, those of us that are not making it, see your results, it's really, really cool, and it's awe-inspiring. And I've kind of mentioned this earlier, that, we see a lot of what Star Trek fans have done and Star Wars fans have done for their genre and their franchises. And when you guys step up and do these things for Battlestar Galactica, it kind of like puts us on the map as well. It's like, oh, Galactica fans have done well for themselves, and look, here's some of that talent out there. So it's really, really cool. And I think if you haven't heard it before, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm totally jealous.
I never
wish I
claimed to
had.
be a
I
pro
wish I had
this.
that. I wish I had the talent you two have. There's so many times I look at something and say, man, I want this to happen, and then like, I can't do that.
But you guys are doing it.
But we're fans just like everybody else, and that's the motivation, is just for love of the game for all this. We're not asking for money. We're doing this for just the fun of it, and it is fun. It's and honestly, to model all this stuff, I have to do a lot of research. I have to go through a lot of clips. I have to go through a lot of episodes. I have to go through a lot of fan observations. And in that journey, I've had the privilege and the humble honor of talking to a whole lot of the original creators of all this stuff. And, I would like to just say publicly, thank you, Doug Drexler, for your advice. Thank you, Douglas Graves, for your advice. Thanks, David Morton, for your advice. He's the guy who designed most of the Cylon stuff that you saw on Battlestar Galactica Blood and Chrome.
Wow.
Just phenomenal professional artists. And all of them, everyone that I ever reached out to, they all replied, and they were all nice, and they all gave out, professional guidance on how to make the projects better. So
that's fantastic.
That just adds to the fan experience. Not only learning about it, learning how to construct it, but getting tips from the people that originally did it for the show. And they're not being, what's the word? I guess hoity-toity about it. They're real humble people.
Standoffish, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm better than you, kind of thing. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's really good to hear. I didn't know that. I mean, that's great. And then,
guys, are you guys going to be at any future conventions?
Yeah, I plan on being at Awesome Con this year.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see you there.
I have lots of people pulling me to Atlanta for Dragon Con, so we'll see how that goes. Almost threatening me to go. It's like, come on with us, or something bad's going to happen with.
A black van is going to pull up outside. It's on the late
Chuck,
September.
what about you?
Or late August.
Well, you guys all have those East Coast conferences, and it's a little hard to get to. I have some problems getting away for a time, and there's some expense involved in all of that. I'd love to see all those guys and like being there. Now, if you ever come to the Emerald City here in Seattle area, well,
that's on our bucket list.
That could happen.
That's on our bucket list. We want to go.
It is on our bucket list.
And
so
we're probably not going to make it this year because of the Stranded Warrior stuff, but we definitely
we're definitely we're gonna make our way there. Chris, we will catch up to you at Awesome Con for sure. And gentlemen, thank you for taking the time out. Happy New Year. We want you to come back. We're gonna have you come back so we can do an actual show. And we'll work around your schedules, and this way we could take a deep dive into the fandom and the CG, the things that you do for for fun as well, like you mentioned, but just in general sci-fi. I know that Chuck, you're into a lot of different things, including Highlander. And I'm a big Highlander
I watched
fan.
that Highlander. That was great. I loved it. I didn't know there was such a fan film out there. I was like, somebody actually did a fan film with
that's cool.
That's freaking
great. He does a whole bunch of them, and of course I lost my head in that one.
Yes,
I met Christopher Lambert and Adrian Paul, so we'll exchange some stories. Chris, it's been a while. It's been a long while since we actually met you in person, but we'll rectify that. Awesome Con. We'll have another phone call offline very soon.
We're gonna have a production meeting, and then we're gonna have
we're gonna talk
special effects
Stranded Warrior.
meeting.
Yep. So guys, thank you very much for taking the time out. It's late depending on which coast you're on, and you took your time out, valuable time from your families and your personal things there. And thank you for that. Keep doing what you're doing. Happy New Year.
Please keep doing what you're doing because we're loving it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. we definitely love it. So we'll catch up and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks. I'd love to talk to you guys again.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. 100%.
Definitely an honor being with you all on the mid-watch.
That's it. That's the mid-watch for sure.
That's right. Thanks, Chris.
All right, y'all
Take
have a
care.
great one.
All right, so guys, we're getting close. Thank you very much for coming on and being patient with us. We've tried to keep things running on our schedule. Our last guests for the evening are Carl Kullenschmidt and George Mellis from Team BSG Viper. We were graced with these.
Hey, Carl, you're feedbacking a little bit. If you can.
Carl sent this. Carl and George Mellis sent this.
George, you're feedbacking a little bit. I think too. Somebody's feedbacking.
George, you're feedbacking.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. George, you're feedbacking. All right, hang on.
A little bit of an echo.
There we go.
Okay.
You fixed it. Or you went off. One of the two.
All right, so we're gonna round out our marathon. This was not quite Chris Moore's dream. His dream was to do this for like 24 hours or 48 hours or something, but we've been on for almost 6 hours, and our last two guests. George Mellis and Carl Kullenschmidt from Team
Baz
Viper. And Baz. Excellent. So you got Baz on as well?
So yeah,
down under?
Well, he should be coming on shortly. So
holy macaroni.
So we got
either
both,
way.
We got both Viper teams.
Both Viper teams on at the same time. That's incredible. That's crazy, man. Is everything gonna like implode? Oh my God, this is so cool. So we got 6 more hours. No, Jeff, we don't. But maybe next time.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. We don't know if we're going to get kicked off
There's
Facebook.
Baz. I see Baz.
Because
Okay.
there's an 8-hour, from what we understand, our research shows that there's an 8-hour limit before they cut your feed. So we want to try to get our last guests on, including Baz. So
we got everybody but Mr. Mellis is off still. There he is.
Where's
He's on now.
George? Okay, George is up. All right.
Looks like we got everybody.
Guys, we got everybody. Holy macaroni. Look at this.
Look at all these
We
Viper
got
people.
everybody. And we have Baz from Australia, from down under, and Carl's there in full Galactica gear, Colonial Warrior helmet and all, and George's got his jacket on. Fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you for being on the show, and thank you very much, Team BSG Viper. Thank you for
the Christmas present. Yes, mine's right.
Yes.
There.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Absolutely, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Thank you for coming on the show, guys. Baz,
thank you.
I don't know, have you actually interacted with Carl and George before?
I've chatted to them on the side a few times. Yep.
Oh, fantastic. All right. So old friends just getting together. Happy New Year, by the way, to all of you. Thanks for taking the time out. We're looking forward to meeting up with all of you someday in person, even with you, Baz. So tell us a little bit about where you're at with, oh my God, look at Baz is just showing off the Viper. Yep. Carl, George,
You're almost
what's up
done
with
yet?
you guys?
Carl's like, hey, well, we already finished ours.
So what's the deal?
Wait a minute now.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Wait a minute now.
Are you talking to me?
You're still echoing a little bit.
Yeah. So
George,
Carl,
I'm gonna
take
mute
the
you
lead,
out
man.
when
What's the deal?
When we
What's
talk,
going on with you?
I'll unmute you.
Well, I mean, we're doing upgrades on the Viper right now. George is redoing the cockpit section, and we're doing some structure integrity on the wings to make it lighter, easier put together. But we're looking forward to, after the Corona fiasco, we're looking at getting it back out in the cons. And we're pretty much secure for all con in March.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I've got to go up there and I've got to preview the room that the Viper's going to be in, but I don't think there's a guest list on it. But once again, what you guys said is fans fuel the fleet, so we're going to get the Viper out there for the fans.
There you go. That's awesome.
And you know, we're anxious to get it out there for people to see it. Where we're kind of rusty and get the crew together, get that bugger on the road, and then maybe we're looking at Fan Expo also in the middle of the summer.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we discussed about that, but you know, in works, in talks, but things are looking promising.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything back from Dragon Con, have we?
Dragon Con, yeah.
No, I've tried contacting them. It's the problem is, where do you put something that big in Dragon Con?
Yeah, they got space for it, but they just don't have space for it. If that makes sense.
It makes perfect
It's
sense.
always full. There's space for it, but they filled up that space every year with the same people and the same things, and they don't want to get rid of any old things to put new things in.
Right.
So
just take your own building.
Yeah, there you go. Just put it out in the parking lot.
Carl was saying we're upgrading the Viper. Now, classic Battlestar Galactica fans will know what this is.
Oh yeah.
Now I need to get it calibrated, but it does work, and we'll eventually have a fully working Cora in the Viper.
Oh boy!
Everybody needs an AI. Cool. I mean, I always wondered what happened in the original series of Cora. I mean, she was there, and then she never was in another episode. I mean, that would have been great to have more information on Cora and have her fly more stuff.
Maybe he downloaded her.
Yeah, he downloaded her to his room.
There you go.
Little AI in the bedroom. Okay.
But you were talking about Chris.
You know.
Yep. This is the joystick that Chris made.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah, Chris.
And what's cool about it is, I mean, all the buttons actually do push in. It's not a solid resin cast piece, but they actually all function. And we hope to actually get this wired up to fire the lasers or the turbos or whatever like that. But it's a nice solid piece, but we take it out when we're storing it. We don't want it to melt in the Texas sun.
Ah, yeah. I always wanted one of those to put at a bar so I could pull the handle for a tap handle. That thing would be great for a tap handle. Or if you want to use it for the soda thing, you know, they have the soda dispenser.
Of course,
the three different things.
Yeah,
of course.
All right,
what can I say?
Yeah, of course. Oh,
turbo for alcohol.
That's it. Vipers don't run without alcohol.
Tillium on the rocks.
Yeah, well, you have to have some good ambrosia, you know.
Now you're talking. Baz, how's your build going?
Yeah, bloody good. Got a lot of the fiberglassing done. I'm out of resin. I got plenty of mat, but I need more resin. So I'm madly trying to make as many knives as I can. If I can sell a couple of those, I'll be right for the rest of the resin. And then I've got to sand it all back with the orbital sander, give it a top coat, and then go over the whole lot with cardboardy filler. You guys, I think you call it Bondo. We call it bog.
Bog.
Yep. And then a final sand, and then it's ready for painting, and I can put all the vinyl stickers on.
Awesome.
Cool.
You got all the stickers ready to go?
Yeah, they're all done. They've been done for years. So I hope they're still all right.
Now, Baz, I have a question for you. How are you going to move it around?
Okay.
Hey?
The question was, how are you going to move it around?
Oh, that's easy. God. I thought of everything.
Oh, boy. Here we go. And...
Yep.
Oh.
That works.
How about that?
Okay.
So those trolleys, I built those trolleys. The whole Viper weighs about 755 kilos. And those trolleys take 800 kilos each. If you can see here, I can just grab the Viper. Bit of a delay in the video, and I can just
run it into the wall.
Push around. So,
have you got the trailer?
Eh?
Did you finish the trailer yet?
I haven't started the trailer.
Oh, okay.
Once I got this finished, I think the trailer will come together pretty quickly because really a trailer is just a big Meccano set. They're not overly difficult. You've just got to comply with the road law and safety standards and all that sort of thing. I've had a look at quite a few trailers around. I mean, I can weld and steel is my trade, so putting it together is not a problem. I've just got to make sure it's compliant. In Australia, once you've got the trailer itself passed with all the brakes and electrics and all that sort of thing, you can put what you like on top as long as you don't overload it for its rated capacity. So I think by the time the Viper's finished, it'll be close to a ton, probably not quite. And then, putting a ton load on a big 9-metre trailer is not a lot of weight. It's more the cumbersome size of it. My electronics guy, James, he's building a brain for it at the moment. We had all the sound files and everything running on a computer,
right?
But we can't, obviously, I can't keep his laptop on the Viper, so he's building a PCB, and then that's going to have Bluetooth so it can hook up to my phone as well, and then all the switches on board. Once someone fires up the APU, you can start the turbines, all the studio speakers and subwoofers come on, all the lighting in the rear comes on, and then all the instrument displays and Dratus and everything inside, they all come on as well. So you got light, sound, and motion.
Wow.
I'm just waiting for them to get back to that, get back on that for me. With the cannons, I was going to go down the path of LPG cannons. In America, you guys, I'm pretty sure you can do what you like when it comes to guns. Here, we're so overly regulated. We can't even have a pew pew bang bang.
Oh my God!
And it's more hassle when it's work with the authorities, so I'm not going to bother.
That's too bad. Well, you can always put it in the cargo plane flight here.
America and good stuff. Love guns.
You ship it. Put it on the ship. George, you can help us out. Just put it on a cargo ship and just bring it over.
I'm more than willing to help anybody else.
I'd drive the trailer out to the range and have live firing exercises.
Take a trip to Texas. We'll take you out.
Yep. If you come to DC, I'll take you to my indoor range.
Oh, I'll be there.
You can shoot all sorts of stuff that I have here.
It'll be worth your trip, that's for sure. Well, imagine we could actually get all the Vipers all together. That would be some.
Oh my God,
what a show that would be!
When I win the lottery, that's going to happen.
I mean, you think about it. You figure there's only a few in the whole world that is actually built outside of the studio. I mean, there's.
Well, here in Australia.
I mean, you got Baz there. You've got the one in England for the Love of Sci-Fi. You've got mine, and then you've got maybe 2 more in the United States that we know of.
Yeah,
that are in works.
Scott.
You got
the Mark 1 in aluminium.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's he at? He's in Australia, right?
He's in Queensland, north of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got maybe less than that in the world besides the studio-made ones.
That's amazing.
So congratulations to you, Baz.
So how many years did it take each of you to make it? I mean, Baz, you're almost done, so I'm going to say it's done. Let's say it's pretty much done at this point. How many years is it taking you to get to this point?
Oh, gee. I know. 2017, just before that I started.
Wow.
We started ours in...
Yeah,
we started ours in 2016, just building the cockpit section, and then it took about another year to build the rest of the frame. But as I tell everybody, it's like having a boat. You just have to you do improvements on it, tear this apart, make this better.
fixed this, I broke that.
It's like a boat or a swimming pool. It's a labor of love, but you know, you just got to work on it, make things better, make it easier.
How do you guys manage your time with building the Viper? I mean, I'm pretty sure you're all doing them at home. I've got 3 kids and a full-time job, so trying to juggle spare time, particularly when you're living in the suburbs and you can't make noise at night. I've only got a few precious hours, rarely in an afternoon and sometimes on weekends. So, you know, you might say I've been building for 5 years, but probably about 2 when you think about all the actual time I've spent in here.
Yeah, I
How do you
mean,
guys do?
having a full-time job, and then you work on it after work and on the weekends, and then you got to worry about the weather. I mean, I built mine out of the garage, 2-car garage, and
on the driveway. I saw that.
Yeah, and luckily I live on a dead-end street, so I don't have a bunch of traffic coming down and everybody taking a peek and knowing what's in the garage. But now it's stored. It's in a 20-foot trailer now, so the missus can get her car back in the garage. So she's happy about
She's happy.
that. But 2 years being outside, yeah.
Happy spouse, happy house.
but I mean that's what's great about how it's built is I can take individual sections and work on it and have lots of space. So that's what it is you can just upgrade the cockpit, put it back in the trailer, or pull an engine section out and work on it, put it back in the trailer. So modular does have advantages. I wish I had a space as big as Baz. I mean, I'd be working on it 24/7, but that's what I got to deal with now.
So what's next after this?
I like the idea of getting the whole thing finished, and then once you've got it out there on the road, you can bring it home and improve it bit by bit as you've got time. And I think one of the guys on a forum who'd built a TARDIS, I can't remember his name now, he said, "Perfection is the enemy of done." I went, yeah.
That is a great saying. I like that.
Oh, I mean, I have one of those too. I have a 3/4 scale TARDIS that is in my garage, and it's nice. Things when I build like that is to disassemble for transportation and storage, and so that's kind of the way I did it from the beginning. Because I see there's a guy building a 20-foot Space 1999 Eagle, and he's got it in his living room, and I'm thinking, what are you going to do with this when you get it all put together? Where are you going to put it in your backyard?
Yeah,
make a barbecue pit or something out of it.
Oh boy, that's something.
But yeah, sometimes don't wish too hard what you might get, and you don't know what you're going to do with it.
Yeah, you get those questions that you're so used to hearing the same questions again and again. Like, you've been building something for nearly a decade, and someone says, "What are you going to do with it when you finish?" Like, "Oh, I never thought of that."
I'm just going to tear it apart.
How are you going to move it? Oh, gee. How are you going to get it out of your garage? Oh, gee, I never thought of that. I just built something that wouldn't fit outside the door.
Oh, boy. Hey, Baz, I got to really thank you for taking the time on and being patient and coming on the show. I'm going to ask George to tell us a little bit about, I think there's some upgrades that you want to do on the Viper so we can bring this home, because we have a hunch that Facebook is going to shut us down at the 8 hour, at the 6 hour. Is it? We may get shut down.
We're good. We're good.
Oh, we're good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Take that back. So we got time. But George, you'd mentioned to me that there's going to be some upgrades that you guys are working on your Viper. What was that you had in mind?
Well, we're trying to get the cockpit to be as accurate as what was in the show. Now, you're looking at finding aircraft instruments that are 30, 40 years old, which we did. We found some and they fit, but designing all the interior panels and the switches and everything else, we're trying to bring it up to where what you saw in the show is what you'll see when you get in there, which is basically more than what was in the show. It was an empty tub in the show. So, but it's coming along well. I mean, I think I sent you a video of some of the panels, and they're they're coming along real well, and just get them. You know, they're not.
Well, that was interesting.
What was that? So,
but one thing with the cockpit is we want it to be realistic, but we want it to be durable. We want adults or kids to get into it, and we want them to flip the switches. We want them to try to break it. I mean, you know, mom gets the little boy in there and, oh, don't touch that. I'm like, go ahead and push all the buttons. I mean, that's what we want. We want you to knock that off your bucket list. We want you to have a good time, have fun, you know. And the celebrities we've had in there, you know, from the original classic series, they're dumbstruck because the one that they actually were in was just a tub, as George said. It had a light on their face. So, you know, we had Jack Stauffer in there. We had Ann Lockhart, and they were, you know, they climbed in there. I mean, I tried to get Gil Gerard in there, but he's got bad knees. So
I mean,
we probably couldn't get him. We couldn't get him back out of there.
Felix
But
Sala
the one person that loved it was Felix Silva.
Oh yeah.
And when he went in there, all you could see was like the very top of his head. He sat down in there, but he had a great time, and I'm like, you know what, just enjoy yourself. I mean, because yeah, they're the actors with the show, but they're as big as fans as we are.
Yeah.
And
well, the beauty of it is too is watching the kids' faces. You know, yeah. I mean, we got some pictures from the first Comic Palooza that these kids are just in there, and their smiles are going like crazy. You know, and that's what it's all about right there. You know, because in other displays that you go to conventions on, yeah, you can look at it and you can take pictures with it, but you can't get in it. You can't sit there and push the buttons and, you know, move the joystick and lower the canopy. Well, on ours you can. So that's, you know, that's it's an experience that the young fans new fans that we're making, but it's the older kids like us that are actually really enjoying it even more.
Yeah. And Baz, you made yours so people can get in as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the whole trailer will be geared up that way as well.
Wow.
Can't wait to when you get that on the road and find out, you know, get those people inside. It's going to really pay off for you, I think, is see the joy on those people's faces and you know, more people get involved. And then, like we always say, I mean, we're talking to some super fans here. These people have put their blood, sweat, tears, money, and time into something that they love, something that they want to share with other people, and otherwise you wouldn't have made it. So I think, you know, what you're doing is an amazing thing, and I can't wait, you know, to see more people get into the Viper, original Viper. I can't wait to see people. I can't wait. I hope you take pictures and video of people who are in Australia when they get into that and see their faces. I think that's going to pay off quite a bit. It's even, you know, it doesn't pay off money wise, but it'll pay off good wise.
If I learned anything from the
get in it.
Yeah, go ahead, Baz.
From the Iron Man suit, the one thing I learned was that you know, you're trying to please everybody, you're trying to make everybody happy, but when it had a mission like that, you know, to cheer up the kids in hospitals, there was one little kid, Zeke. He was laying in the hospital bed. He had pipes and hoses coming all out of him. His mum was standing beside him, and she was in tears, and he just got enough strength to raise his fist and give Iron Man a fist bump, you know, and she started crying, and he didn't look like he was going to make it. He was in for the long haul, and it was just very touch and go. And I had to lower the faceplate and walk out of the room because I started going off too. So,
yeah.
Right, fellas, next room, you know. And the following year we had an event in the local shopping centre, and little Zeke turned up with his siblings and got a photo beside Iron Man. He made it. And
that's awesome.
I think he's 14 now, and his mum says he still remembers it and still talks about it. And it was all worth it for that one kid. So, you know, with the Viper, we'll chuck it on its trailer. The trailer will be at Podium. We did have crowd control issues. I don't know if you guys have had that same problem where you've got to try and control the people around the ship so they don't get hurt and the ship doesn't get hurt. And so the trailer will be a Podium and all the sides fold down, and it has bollards everywhere, and it's this way, sir,
Yep.
this way, ma'am, up the ladder, get your photo, get out, next,
That's awesome. Great idea.
But I'm sure it'll make somebody's day. It'll be some kid who, like us, who grew up with it, always wanted one, and then finally, 60, 70 years old, they're sitting in a Viper. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I think it pays off, I'm sure. Go ahead.
When we had it at Comic Palooza on that final day, I mean, there was a line waiting for kids waiting to get in it. I think that was probably the most heartbreaking thing for Carl and myself, is to have to shut it down and turn them away.
No.
It was like, but look, they want to see it. They want to get in. And convention was shutting down, and we got stuck and couldn't show it to them. Yeah. And I think that was very heartbreaking for me.
Yep.
So, but
well,
I mean,
at least this part of it is, there's only so much that we can do, and you guys are doing that.
Doing that and so much more.
It's so cool, though. It really is. It's a labor of love that everybody recognizes. When you see something like this, and you understand that, it's not the studio that made this. This is not made by a TV producer's dream with bottomless pockets, and they funded it. That this is made by guys like you guys. It has an impact. It means something totally different. So it's really cool. I'm looking forward
to. It's a hard question to answer when someone asks you, why do you do it? Why are you working all these hours and late at night? Why are you? I know I'm making knives as fast as I can sell them, and then I put the money that I get into the Vipers. Like, why? I don't know.
Yeah,
I just like it.
Yeah, I like it. Other people like it, and it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, look,
it doesn't have to be a mission every time.
Nope.
Right. Some like people collect, I don't know, bottle caps. Why do you spend your money on bottle caps? You have 1,000 of them from around the world. Why'd you spend your money on a bottle cap? Well, it's because it's your thing, right? Yeah. Why not? Come on. And I don't know. I think it's great, that we're in the right company, and a lot of the feedback, of course, is all great. And we're looking forward to seeing you guys up close someday. I know, Chris, I think, have you seen the Viper? Have you run into the guys or not?
I ran into the guys, and we were supposed to see the Viper, but they shut down the show. So.
Oh! So you guys, it was the Olcon thing.
Yeah, it was the Olcon thing.
All right, one of these days. Yeah, hopefully we'll get to work.
Horrible 19 disease.
Yeah, no kidding.
And
Baz, hopefully one of these days we'll maybe we'll meet halfway or something.
We're gonna have to do something.
I know that George and Carl we're working, we're collaborating on a project, and hopefully we'll see it all the way through. But it's just a lot of fun watching this come to fruition, and it's just really, really impressive. So thank you for doing what you do. Happy New Year to all of you, and I don't know. Let's revisit all this. Have you guys on the show. It's really cool to just talk this stuff and show it off. Get some more pictures up, and I think that's kind of cool as well. So happy New Year, guys! I definitely want to
see pictures of people in both Vipers being happy.
Katie's coming to Australia this year.
Who? Katie's?
Oh, whoa!
You need to get it done for that so she can get inside.
Oh yeah,
not a chance.
Not a chance for getting inside, or not a chance for getting it done.
Oh, I wish.
Had to bring her over.
Stranger things have happened, man. You never know. You never know.
Yeah, put in a good word for me, Chris and Pete.
We will, guys. So thanks for taking the time out. I know the fans like this stuff as much as we do. Amazing. And as much as you do, or else they wouldn't be a fandom and nobody would be interested, but everybody is. So thank you so much for being part of the marathon and IFB. And we look forward to the next time that we can, do a deeper dive. Happy New Year, and keep doing what you do. Fans fuel the fleet, guys.
Yep. You guys are amazing. Thank
Here's
you.
to you.
Oh, so are you guys.
Oh, look at that. There you go. Take care.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Oh man, that's so cool.
Wow. This is what
all good things for our show.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's been 6 hours. I'm
6 hours and 9 minutes.
Yeah, I am now getting loopy. It's that midnight.
What? You're not getting loopy yet.
Yes,
I just finished a cup of coffee. I'm probably gonna go watch.
I am not ready for another. Yeah.
Later, Baz.
So, oh boy, thanks, Baz. Thanks for coming on, and thank everybody for being patient enough with the whole idea of getting on and off, and it's just incredible.
We did pretty good.
Yeah.
I swore we were going to have a problem, and somehow, but we did pretty good in regards
we did
to
really
time
good.
management. Yeah, we got that going pretty good.
We did pretty good. We had some really cool guests. Everybody was on. Carl, not a worry. Everybody, John and Tara and the Robs and Lolas and Professor Paddon and Fran and Eric Larson. Sean that helped us open the program, and Von Babasin, and Mediocre Modeler, John Repper, Chris Laskowski, Brian Chan, Owen Cotter from Sci Fiction, Joe Carabeo, Tara, Tiny Bean, Lola, Baum, Chuck Davenport, and Chris, Carl, and George. I don't know. I hope we didn't miss anybody. Let's see. I believe there is Harris Toser from Non Sport Update. We're going to be following him up. Dorian, of course, Dorian Keys, our good friend. And thank you for coming on. We look forward to having all of you back. We're gonna be doing this again, except it'll be on our regular show. Happy New Year, everybody. It's a lot of fun, man. I enjoy doing this. It's really, really cool. And I don't know, it's just, Chris, it's really special when you're able to get together with you
like-minded people.
And IFB, and Chris Marshall and Chuck Davenport are going to be working with us on the Stranded Warrior. Hopefully we can do something as well with George Mellis and Carl Cullenschmidt. They're committed to helping us out with the project itself. We'll see how that plays
do a
out.
meeting with them as well. In regards to,
Baz, you're very welcome for coming on. Thank you. Dorian says, gentlemen, thank you for having me here. This was awesome. We should do this again. Yes, we will. Guaranteed we will. Chuck says, Chuck Davenport, loved it. What a show. Mediocre Modeler doing the interview with us. Thanks a lot. Mike DeBrun, great show. Thanks, Mike, for coming on. Appreciate any time you're around and you sign on. It means a lot. So thank you, Eric, and everybody else that's watching us live. Fran, of course, the professor, everybody. I know that there's a lot of you, Jeff Walters. Bubbles has been captured. Is everything okay? Everything is good. Thank you, because we were worried that Bubbles was going to just create havoc. Chris, it's a happy New Year. And Chris Laskowski that came on, we were able to pull you in. Thank you very much for taking the time. We really enjoyed having all of you on. Brian Chan and Dorian, everybody. Thank you for making a great show. Chris, it's our third year now. We're going into our third year at IFB, and looking forward to continuing.
Many years ahead. So this year will be the year of the Stranded Warrior.
The year of the Stranded Warrior. So that's
the
what we're going to
goal.
be doing, guys, and we're going to make it work. So thank you for tuning in. We love having you on board. Keep clicking the follow and the thumbs up and the likes. Don't forget to tell your friends and bring them on board.
And check to make sure you're following and not.
Yeah, there's a lot of you that are not. We're working towards that 10,000 goal so that we can open up other opportunities for IFB. If you want to contact us, you know our email is info@interfleetbroadcasting.com. Please stay safe. See you at our next show. Of course, keep the faith. And remember, our motto here is that
fans fuel
the fleet.
Thank
Here's
you.
to you guys. Thank you.